Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku possessed Spacetime Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Contrary to popular belief, Izuku Midoriya hadn't actually intended to do anything illegal. Apparently vigilantism actually is a slippery slope, and the transition from neighborly, helping old ladies with their groceries, to leaving would-be muggers tied up in alleyways, is rather quick and easy to slip. Who could have guessed? Depressingly, for a kid as hero-frantic as Izuku, he'd only realized he was nosediving into shady territory after he'd made up his outfit. Which kind of SCKED, given it meant his signature look, was boringly practical. It had started off small, of course. Little improvements to make his life easier as an average do-gooder kid. After all, adding knee pads only makes sense after spending an hour and a half coaxing ducklings out of a gutter after a storm. Gloves and thick-soled shoes become important too, for which he snagged his dad's old combat boots, which were thankfully wide enough not to pinch his toes, for not getting splinters as he scaled trees to fish cats from the tall branches. An old green construction belt keeps his hands free and stuff organized, stocked well, and holding his favorite little yellow clip-on radio tuned into the police frequency, brought out from its brief retirement after he stopped chasing hero fights. A black jumpsuit makes it easy to move around in and is quick to repair, which means he wasn't bothered by putting holes in clothes he really liked when he repaired the roof over the old bus stop. And of course, a black, cloth, nondescript medical mask and heavy, green-tinted eye protection was important for protection from airborne particulates, or when trying to not let middle school bullies or, apparently, as he realized much later, the cops recognize him. All in all, Izuku only feels mildly embarrassed to realize that he, himself, was somehow the last person to find out that he's a vigilante. Though he does feel rather mortified that he only does because his helping a little boy get home is sent out as an Amber Alert for an abduction via the vigilante storm chaser with a shitty, grainy CCTV photo of him attached. He still feels a little peeved about the outfit thing though. If he'd known he was going to be breaking the law, he definitely would have added more flair. More colorful spandex for sure. A cape too, maybe. He knew they were impractical, but he'd always kinda wanted one ever since he'd seen All Might's Silver Age costume when he was 4. He'd run around with a towel over his shoulders for a week before his mother could get him to stop. He's not sure why his mental image has the cape as yellow or white though. All his figurines and research show All Might's cape as blue with a red inner lining. He's not actually sure if he's ever seen a hero with a cape like that. And yet, it feels important. A cool springtime breeze flutters around him, sweet-scented and ruffling through the brush. The bench he's on creaks a little as he shifts to access his pocket. Izuku pulls out and flips open his travel-sized notebook, and adds it to the ever-growing list of weird things he needs to look over. A bulletin of research, yellow-white, caped heroes goes right under enhanced deja vu memories future sense. He tucks it back into his pocket and kicks the toe of his red sneakers against a pebble under the bench, skipping it a couple inches and plopping it into a puddle. His short legs aren't quite long enough to reach the ground when he sat all the way back in the seat. Izuku knows that since he's only 14, it's extremely likely he'll keep growing, but he can't help the inkling of discomfort that being so small gives him. He's already a runt, already so unsuited to society in so many ways. The sun dapples the street through a loose canopy of trees, mostly green with a few budding flowers amongst the mix. The air smells fresh and sweet, like petrichor and pine and something floral too. It's a nice offset to the burnt cloth smell that's still clinging to him, emanating from his gakuren, stuffed into his bag. He's glad, once again, to have packed a change of clothes. His t-shirt and joggers are more comfortable anyway. Less pitiable too. Izuku leans forward, the bus stop bench giving another little creak, peering past the cleanly dressed businessman sitting next to him, and the ratty, almost homeless man sitting next to him. The street is clean, lined by small businesses and big pots of flowers. Most of the outdoor seating by the cafes are empty at this time of day, but it's still rather pretty. This isn't his usual route, but it is one of several he's found good for when he needs to run from Kaken and his cronies and not get caught because they accidentally all got on the same bus to head home. Squinting, he does his best to search for the familiar light blue bus he needs. Almost like if he looks hard enough, it will suddenly appear, and he'll be safe and on his way home. No such luck. Izuku swings his legs for a long moment, trying to read the businessman's watch from the corner of his eye. Vaguely wishing he was better with analog. He knows the buses come every half hour. But that's not super useful if one doesn't actually know the time. Well, it couldn't hurt to just ask, right? Pardon, Izuku says quietly, poking the businessman, getting more of his gray blazer's shoulder pad than actual shoulder. But it gets the man's attention nonetheless. Do you know the time?" Izuku asks, a little more meekly than he'd intended. He's not sure if the man is glaring at him or if that's just his face. Hopefully they won't interact for long enough for it to matter. The businessman frowns at him, but relents, checks his watch, and answers anyway. The light glinting off his glasses intimidatingly. 4:48, the businessman answers flatly, then fluffs his newspaper to reaffirm the partition between them. He seems to glance over at the homeless-looking man beside him. The two of them sharing an intense moment of eye contact. Izuku sends out a mild prayer that the businessman isn't about to insult the other. He's not entirely sure why, but there's something almost itchy about looking at the homeless-looking guy. His baggy black pants and dark gray shirt. His long, wavy black hair tied up in a frazzled bun. His dark, sunken eyes that make something ache in Izuku's chest. Izuku chalks it up to empathy and turns his head, having been raised to be polite and not stare. Izuku turns and watches the road to his right. Calculating. If it's near 5 o'clock, he'd only been out for around an hour then. That's good. He'll still get home with time to spare before Mom gets back. And, hopefully if everything's on time, the next bus should be soon. "Thank you, sir," Izuku says belatedly, and perhaps overly formally. The man's eyes flick up to him again, gaze narrow in a way Izuku uncomfortably doesn't meet, but he doesn't say anything more, turning back to his paper just a beat later. He seems strangely familiar, in that weird way things seem to be in Izuku's life sometimes. But, despite what many others would say, Izuku does know how to take a hint. So he turns away, sliding further back into the bench, hitting the backrest with a thunk. 12 minutes isn't really enough time to pull out a book or anything. A pity. Getting the assigned reading done on the ship of Theseus while waiting would have been nice, and it would be a waste to unpack his bag just to repack everything moments later. Especially since he'd only just got the zipper to hold shut when he packed it, but still. He's tired. He's bored. Truly, one would think life would be a bit more exciting for a middle schooler turned accidental vigilante. Yet, it seems no matter what one has going on in their life, there are still some great equalizers in the world. Like death, and waiting at boring bus stops. The homeless-looking man mumbles something, and then the businessman looks over at him again. The light catching little yellow streaks in his flat, green hair. He looks a lot like Sir Night-Eye, if Sir was half a decade older and rode public transport. Izuku just barely holds back a giggle at that mental image. Izuku knows, of course, that heroes are, for a large part, just normal people. Some of the lower rankers having alternate day jobs, most of them having family too, but the idea that All Might's sidekick rode the bus was just a little too absurd. It brought up the image of All Might himself riding the bus, getting elbowed by other passengers during rush hour, having to basically crouch in his seat because of his immense height. Probably offering his seat up to old ladies or young mothers, and then busting a hole in the roof with his head by standing up too fast. Izuku can't hold back a giggle at that thought, though it dies quickly under the scrutiny of two pairs of eyes. He tries to cover it up under a cough, blushing and looking the other way to try and play it off. Wringing his hands together and trying not to be put off by how smooth and small and strange they feel. He sits there, swinging his feet and tapping in time to a random tune in his head. He lets his head loll back over the back of the bench, relaxing the muscles in his sore neck and gently, thoughtlessly, massaging at his forearms, watching as big, fluffy clouds drift through the open blue sky. All in all, it's not been a terrible day. Even if his shoulder aches like a motherfucker and his whole body feels like one big bruise. Though, for once, he can't even blame Kaken for that. He keeps thinking he has more power and muscle mass than he really does, especially in more confrontational situations of his nightlife, and unexplainable muscle memory from stuff he's never trained or done is only so helpful without the power to back it up. Thankfully, whether he's evading bullies, teachers, or the cops, running, hiding and surviving is still the same as ever. Izuku closes his eyes and fantasizes about curling up under a blanket at home. His eyes feel dry, he's pretty sure the bags under them have gotten worse recently. The bus does arrive on time. The long squeal of the brakes and rush of air prefacing the shutter of the doors pulling open. Izuku quickly swings his backpack back over his shoulders and stands, wincing hard as the shoulder strap tugs sharply on a fresh burn. He's quick to adjust, electing to just wear it over his one, uninjured shoulder, for now. At least until he can treat the burn with more than water, gauze and hope. He ignores how he can feel the cotton sticking to it, the little fibers tugging at the wounds and stinging. The pain SCKS, but it's nothing he's unused to. The businessman folds his newspaper up in a quick and practiced motion, tucking it under his arm. The raven-haired, messy-looking man glancing at him meaningfully, then back to Izuku. Then, the businessman sighs, a long, drawn-out sound. Like he's resigning himself to something. And given the odd pair does the whole thing basically staring directly at Izuku, he really doesn't like where this is going. The businessman stands next to him. The three of them waiting for a moment, letting a small group of people trot off before they get on. Are you alright to be riding the bus on your own? The businessman asks with a critical glint in his pale yellow eyes. Izuku just barely suppresses a flinch, avoiding eye contact. Where are your parents? Izuku swallows. Crap. A concerned citizen. I'm fine, thank you, Izuku says with a sunny smile. Not bothering with the second question. He's technically 14. Not 4. They board the bus, Izuku pays his fare and finds a seat near the front. The businessman and his strange, partner friend? Informant, perhaps? Or maybe even his dealer? The businessman had paid for both of their tickets, finds 2 open seats on the other side of the bus, a couple rows back. And, that seems to be that. Izuku lets out a long breath. His seatmate to his right, an older man holding a crooked cane, ignores him. As does the purple-haired teenager to his left. He doesn't even look up from his phone. In fact, Izuku isn't entirely sure he's awake. And Izuku could not be gladder. 10 minutes of watching the scenery later, recognizing places he has no memory of visiting, finding himself pleasantly surprised when buildings that he feels should be rubble are currently still standing strong. The bus has filled up immensely with much of the early after-work crowd. At the next stop, an old woman hobbles onto the bus. Izuku, of course, gives up his seat immediately. He beams a smile at her, always glad for the opportunity to do good. She gives him a pat on the cheek for his trouble, and Izuku blushes toe to tip at her compliments. He's suddenly thankful, as the bus starts up again and sways around a particularly sharp bend, that he's grown enough that he can comfortably reach the handles. Falling down would have been so embarrassing. He's so distracted talking to her. She asks if he wants to be a hero when he grows up, which, of course, gets him rambling about everything hero-related, which of course means All Might. And she coincidentally has a niece who loves All Might, and offers him a handful of All Might-themed gummy pouches from her purse that he doesn't notice the several narrow-eyed, calculating stares, watching him from around the bus. Paragraph. Izuku makes it home, treats the burn on his shoulder, mends his uniform, takes a nap and starts on dinner all before his mother returns. It's a well-practiced routine, after all. Inko is clearly exhausted as she pushes open the door, closing and leaning against it to trade her shoes for slippers. Her pale blue scrubs are rumpled and her purse slung low across her shoulder. Clumps of hair have fallen free from the bun at the back of her head, and she's clearly given up on fixing them, simply tucking them as best she can behind her ears. He greets her with a hug. She helps him finish up cooking, taking over the sautéing while Izuku chops the last of the vegetables. The big slot in their knife block made for the chef's knife is empty, as it has been since he was a kid. Izuku is pretty sure it broke a long time ago, but that's no reason to toss out the whole set. Waste not, want not, as the saying goes. Besides, they've been cheerfully working around missing pieces for a very long time. The kitchen is aromatic and warm from the hissing stir-fry. It dredges up a very vague memory of his mother cooking, back when he was a tiny child. Cutting meat into thin strips, frying them. He remembers the taste of her katsudon. The warmth of it on his tongue. Izuku knows his mother is too busy to cook these days, and when she does, she prefers soft, simple meals that don't require complex preparation. So he doesn't mind. He's glad just to have this, really, these moments of warmth and softness. They eat in companionable silence for the first while. They rarely get to have meals together like this, their schedules as contrary as they are. Usually they just cook for themselves, or get takeout. But it's nice when they can. The stir-fry he makes, though he has no recollection of learning the recipe, ends up savory and chewy, and most importantly, filling. It's solid protein and good greens. Inko breaks the silence by complimenting him on it, admiring how grown-up he's become, and he smiles. Izuku asks after her work, she asks after his school. They both omit things they don't want the other to worry over, and then they clean up and head to bed. Inko goes to sleep. Izuku lies in bed for half an hour before slipping into his uniform and out the window. Shimmying across the window ledge and onto the fire escape, and doing his best to keep quiet as he makes his way out into the night. Looking back, he's not entirely sure how he didn't realize what he was doing was probably vigilantism. But hindsight is 20/20. He leaps from one fire escape the next, then clambers up to the rooftops. Pausing to take a breather at the top of his usual haunt, an abandoned fire station. He sits at the edge of the building for a minute or so, resting his crossed arms on the lower of the rusting double-barred railing. The air is brisk, with hints of cigarette smoke and floral frangipani. The wind cuts icily across the hem where his safety glasses and medical mask don't reach. unscrewing and taking a long couple gulps from a flask of water from his belt, and watches the little city lights twinkle in the distance. He knows he should stop. Realistically, vigilantism isn't just criminal, it's insanely dangerous. It's being a hero with none of the safety nets or jurisdiction. It's being a criminal without any of the paydays. It's literally the worst of both worlds. He's not even good at it. Yet, a traitorous voice insists. Not good yet. But he could be. And hell, he's barely a teenager, still a kid to most people. And he's out fighting thugs and sycophants and murderers? It's crazy. And yet, he can't stop. There's an itch under his skin. He needs this. The same way he needs his dream of being a hero. Sure, he's not a particularly skilled fighter, and he's a mediocre strategist, and his best trait in fieldwork really seems to be his maneuverability, but, for the first time in his life, he's making a difference. He's helping people. And even if he's terrible at it, Izuku is happy. So, Storm Chaser is here to stay. Izuku wakes up in a cold sweat to dead silence, and the terrible, draining feeling of his dreams slipping through his fingers like clumps of wet sand. As always, he scrabbles for his notebook to try and write it out, but, as always, everything comes out jumbled. A black-haired woman grips his shoulder with a firm, yet ghostly hand. A man with long scars across his eye clenches his jaw. A bald man grins as Izuku's righteous anger burns under his skin, feeding into his power. Izuku feels them all, preparing for the fight. They are his, he is theirs, a part of their community, a team with a common goal, a cause to fight for. He sees a wasteland, or perhaps a kind of battlefield, spread out over hills. A journal with pages scattered. There are bodies scattered amongst rubble. Civilians of all ages. His eyes catch on the crumpled corpse of a child among them. White-hot rage pulses through his heart. He smells smoke, tastes blood. Feels tiny particles of concrete and gravel lash at his exposed skin in the harsh wind. He sees a man in a suit with a face of pure scar tissue. There's a prickle in the air of immeasurable power. Of desperation too. There's a bang, a flash of light so big it burns his retinas and sears at his skin like an awful mixture of a flashbang and a sunburn. And then, silence. Darkness. An oddly numb, scraping feeling, deep in his soul, like a razor so sharp it doesn't even hurt as it cuts something apart inside him. Tearing him out from within his own skin, tearing sinew and nerves and throwing him back. Coming undone. Falling apart. Separating. A scream, raw and horrible. Then, nothing. Coming undone. Falling apart. Silence. The whole world is silent, now. Silent and lonely and brimming with grief, the likes of which bring tears to his eyes just remembering. Tear marks hit the paper in perfect little dots, smearing the graphite of the incoherent mess of notes he'd scrawled down. Izuku sniffles and wipes at his nose. His head and heart are pounding. His teeth ache. The air is cold. It's still dark outside. His bed is soft and his sheets smell like detergent, something lemon-sweet and nostalgic. He doesn't know what it all means. He never does, with these dreams. But he knows he has been separated from them and he is alone. Alone and undone. He is missing something. Something important. Someone important. And Izuku is no stranger to the feeling of being incomplete. It has haunted him like a specter ever since he was 5 years old and diagnosed quirkless. And yet, it feels so raw right now. That hollowness. That lack. Izuku misses it. Now if only he knew what he was looking for. Paragraph. Izuku gets out of bed when the sun finally rises. He washes his face and brushes his teeth, pretending, above all else, that none of this bothers him. The dreams had been going on, in sporadic, incremental little pieces, for almost half a year now, and they never fail to unsettle him. For the first month or so, he'd thought very little of it, perhaps that he needed to stop eating sugar before bed, or that he'd been watching too many hero theory videos and it was messing with his head. He started taking it a lot more seriously when he developed certain skills that lined up with those dreams. It was little things at first, so small he hadn't even noticed them, or at least he could justify them easily enough with a few excuses, and he was great at making those. He'd be reading things for class, and find himself skipping ahead chapter after chapter, already knowing the contents. Or he'd get locked out on the roof by a couple older kids, who told to just take the quick way down and save everyone the trouble, and find himself able to use one of his mom's extra bobby pins that he kept in his bag to jigger the lock. Then there was the déjà vu. Some days where he'd risk it and take the shorter route home, he'd pass that trash beach and very nearly turn into it, instead of taking the left which would take him home. He'd see people on the streets and think, at a glance, he knew them, but upon further inspection, find nothing particularly familiar about them at all. It was incredibly strange, drawn out to the point where he really felt like he was going crazy. It often felt like the whole world was constantly sitting at the edge of a precipice, just at the cusp of being understood. Like hearing the first few beats of a song he only just remembers, but never with enough substance to place it. It was unbelievably frustrating. But then, on some random, otherwise unmemorable Friday, it became something he couldn't ignore anymore. Kaken had cornered him outside of school. He yelled and sparked and spat terrible threats, and then he led with his usual heavy right hook. And Izuku blinked, he just blinked, and suddenly he wasn't in the shadowed schoolyard, pinned against the wall, but in a strange, concrete building. Kaken was in some kind of hero costume, charging, and everything in him burned to just fight back for once. And then Kaken was on the ground, gasping for the air that had just been punched from his lungs on the impact. And Izuku was still standing, panting, his upper body burning, muscles he didn't even know he had suddenly sore. Izuku ran, of course. He wasn't stupid. Fighting back always made things worse anyway, and as soon as Kaken recovered from whatever he'd just done, a judo flip, he thinks it's called, not sure why he knows the name, even less sure how he just did one, his old friend would be more enraged than ever. It's part of why Izuku stopped trying to fight back for himself anyway a long time ago. He never won. Not really. He just pushed off the punishment. And the more he pushed it off, the more it stretched out, like a rubber band, getting more and more strained until it snapped. The longer he waited, the more it hurt when it did. So it was easier to just not bother. Izuku had sprinted home. Lungs burning, he dry heaved into the garbage bins out front and gave an excuse to his mother that he had a fever she hadn't asked, before speeding off to his bedroom. He then spent that entire Friday evening fretting, exhausting himself with terror, wondering if he'd lost his mind. If that had really even happened. He had to delete his search history of that entire night, because it looked like the wall of an insane asylum. Every search engine, every forum he could think of, he had marred with everything from what to do if you learn martial arts through osmosis and used it against a bully, to how to fake your own death. To which he got no useful answers to the first, and a bunch of mental health operatives for the second, with a tiny handful of ominous-looking deep web links at the very bottom, which looked weirdly promising. He spent some time pondering the ship of Theseus, a paradox regarding identity over time. Is the vessel that exists after the replacements the same ship as the vessel that existed before the replacements? Is Izuku the same after he remembers as he was before, or is he fundamentally changed so much he cannot be? And if he is fundamentally changed, then who is he becoming? As a manic, last-ditch attempt, at somewhere around 3 am, he'd posted a description of his experience on a help forum online. Not sparing a single detail. Nothing he ever posted got much traction. Even reaching out to the Red Sneaker forums, he'd never gotten much, and even when he did, he was never really able to make a connection with people. So he was a little surprised when he got even a single response. LOL, sounds like the guy deserved it. Rip you though? Izuku, who really wasn't sure why he thought the internet would have any kind of useful answers, ended up just deleting the post and going with what he usually did, screaming into his pillow until he felt better. He ended up deciding to just own it. What's done was done, there was no going back. So, come Monday, he'd walked into class having made his peace, given his mom an extra big hug before he left, and wearing a garukin he doesn't mind dying in. But, to his great benefit, and heavily smothered disappointment at how anticlimactic it had been, Kaken never even mentioned the judo flip incident. He even backed off for a day or two. Or at least, he didn't hunt Izuku down at his house, which was nice. And through the rest of the week, it was almost like it didn't happen at all. Which was a mixed bag. Then again, his particular version of normalcy always had been. It made sense, of course. The bullying wasn't just magically going to stop because he'd fought back just once and straightened his posture a little. That's unrealistic. And even if he managed, somehow, to beat his schoolmates in a proper fight, to show them he's a real threat and not some adrenaline-fueled one-hit wonder, he's more likely to be expelled than anything else. And even if he wasn't, even if he succeeds in defending against one flavor of torment, the kind will just change. Instead of hulking bullies slapping books out of his hands and sneering that he shouldn't even attend their same school, it will be girls giggling behind their hands and spreading vicious rumors about how creepy he is. Instead of cornered beatdowns, it will be ambush attacks, or pursuits that last for hours and hours. If they know they can't get him on brute force, they'll use their numbers, or words, or tactics, or quirks. He's outmatched, in nearly every direction. Izuku has known that for nearly a decade now. All men are not created equal. And in the great food chain of the world, Izuku sits squarely at the bottom rung. Some days, the knowledge burns in his throat like he's a volcano, and if he opens his mouth he will unleash Pompeii on anyone unlucky enough to be nearby. Some days, the knowledge weighs on him like someone's made a blanket out of the ocean and thrown it over him. And some days, the knowledge and his body feel so distant, it's like he's his own strange, invasive neighbor. clinically stalking himself, watching and seeing everything clearly, logically, yet unable to do anything about it. Some days, they all blend together. Those days are most dangerous. Because Izuku knows very well that when someone tilts their head up, when they look down their nose at you, they're leaving their neck exposed. Ego is one of the first things Yui tries to beat out of their class, not only because it's disruptive but because it gets people killed. Izuku isn't sure why he knows that. Maybe he read it online? And Izuku knows he could bite. He knows his teeth are sharp, he's unevolved enough to still have wisdom teeth, which gives him that much more of an inbuilt weapon to carve into his enemies with. He also knows, somewhere deeper and darker in his violent heart, that raw, stringy flesh is something he could stomach, that, if it comes to it, he could lunge and bite down hard and not let go until they stop thrashing. But the main issue with bullying has never really been the bullies themselves. It's the system that enables them. The parents who look the other way. The teachers who tell him he had instigated it, that his talking or muttering or breathing was too disruptive. The other kids who set the stage, who, even if they don't participate, stand by and watch it happen. We live in a society, indeed. It is with these very pleasant thoughts in mind that Izuku boards his rather vacant-looking bus for the morning, to head toward school. He pays his fare and narrows his eyes when he sees the driver. Isn't Mr. Nakahara meant to drive this route on Wednesdays? Who's this guy in the odd wig and sunglasses? Izuku considers asking after Mr. Nakahara, but then the bus jolts as it startles out of the stop, and Izuku just barely avoids tumbling down the aisle by catching himself on the shoulder of another passenger. A man in a shady-looking trench coat, a notepad an odd bulge under the chest of his coat where his arm is tucked up inside and a permanent-seeming scowl sneers at him. And then both him and the bus driver are unconscious, Izuku's book bag is spilled out over the floor, and his hand stings. Wait, what? Izuku stares at the unmoving, collapsed bus driver. Then he turns and stares at the strange man in the trench coat. Both of them are collapsed in their seats, heads lolled and bodies slouched. Trenchcoat's coat bulge, also known apparently as a hidden assault rifle, lay clattered on the floor with his comparably wimpy-looking yellowed notepad. Izuku does not remember getting ready for the day, or leaving his house, or making his way to the station. Or at least, not in any great detail. He does remember the feeling of give as he slammed his book bag into Trenchcoat's head. And the pain bus driver's temple against his fist. And man is that dude hard-headed. Izuku's fist hurts. Hissing and shaking his hand out, Izuku grimaces. It wasn't often this happened when he was out as storm chaser, his instincts taking over before he had time to process, but as a civilian it was seriously jarring. He looks around, not sensing any more danger but checking to be sure. It's then that he realizes two important things. First, there's a teenager with purple hair standing in the aisle, clearly startled by what he's just witnessed. A little shiver rises up his spine as they lock eyes. An image flashes in his mind of a hazy arena and shadowed figures watching him. And second, the bus is still moving. Izuku jolts back toward the driver, and fumbles, then yanks at the emergency brake. The whole bus jars to a halt. Izuku just barely doesn't fall over from it. He looks around. They'd coasted close enough to the side of the road to be fine, Izuku thinks. Probably. So Izuku stands there, panting and out of breath. The purple-haired teen says, with feeling. Izuku can't help but agree. They were gonna hijack the bus and use any passengers as hostages. Izuku explains breathlessly, gesturing to the notepad next to the gun and its contents, a handily scrawled-out list of demands. And yeah, the facts do line up. But God, is it a weird crime to commit or to stop, honestly, at 6:30 on a Wednesday morning? Shouldn't they do this kind of sheet at rush hour to be most effective? Or even on the weekend? And they were picking up more passengers to have more leverage for their demands, the purple-haired teen says in realization. Then, as his eyes flick back to the two unconscious criminals, and to Izuku, something shining and almost awestruck fills his eyes. How did you even figure it out so fast? Not important, Izuku says immediately, turning on his heel and snatching his bag back up from the floor and gathering a few of the things that had spilled out of it when he'd used it as a blunt force weapon. The adrenaline in his system makes his hands a little shaky. You need to call the cops. Wha, me? The other teenager says, startled. Why can't you do it? I don't have a phone, Izuku lies. Really wishing he had his burner on him. Or his police radio. Or literally any of his suit, honestly. This was so much more annoying without equipment. Look, the teenager says, Izuku obligingly looks back up toward him. He bites at his lip and tugs at the straps of his backpack with clenched fists. Izuku notices, in that moment, that the purple-haired teen looks more anxious now than he did while Izuku was taking out the criminals. He's tall, in a distinctly lanky way, with the cuffs of his Middle school uniform, a sister school to Aldra, he recognizes as being reasonably close by coming up too short on his ankles and wrists. He's got bags under his eyes and a slouch that belie a serious sleep problem. Thanks for everything, he glances, almost instinctively, at the two collapsed bodies. But I really cannot afford to be caught up in this, whatever it is, he says, looking distinctly uncomfortable. Well, neither can I, Izuku contests flatly. But you fought them. The teen argues. I didn't mean to. Izuku exclaims, throwing his arms in the air. Besides, I saw how you got up. You were gonna try and help me. He didn't, actually, see that. It was a total bluff, but one that clearly pays off, by the guilty way the kid's shoulders hike up and hold by his ears. The teenager looks at him with narrow, calculating eyes for a moment, before letting out a rough sigh and dragging a hand down his face. He looks immeasurably tired, shuffling toward the front of the bus. Can't we, he gestures vaguely for a moment, like, make an anonymous tip or something? Izuku pauses, then nods. I'd be good with that. He extends his hand. The purple-haired teenager raises a brow. I told you, I don't have a phone. So unless you want to make the call dash. The teenager effectively cuts him off by smacking his phone into Izuku's outstretched palm. It's got a pale purple case, to match his hair, with little cat ears poking up from the top. It's adorable. Izuku dials quickly, hitting call before he can get distracted. 119, what is your emergency? A kind, yet clinical-sounding operator lady says. Hey there, Izuku says, trying to pitch his voice down a little, enough to be unrecognizable, but not enough to make him cough up a lung. It's a balancing act. Especially with his heart still pounding in his chest. I've just been involved in an attempted bus jacking just off Block 62 in Muzurafu? No one's hurt or anything. Izuku looks back. Well, the perpetrators are. Knocked unconscious, that is. He covers the receiver and mouths a quick, "Are you hurt?" at the purple-haired teen, just to be sure. The kid shakes his head, thank God. All right, I've got a police car headed your way. They should be there in 8 minutes, the operator says. How many perpetrators are there? Are you still on the bus? She continues, clearly tapping on her computer. Izuku is very thankful for her local, non-cajoling tone. It makes it easier to distance himself from his emotions and just get the facts across. We are still on the bus, for the moment, Izuku confirms, taking a leveling breath. And there were 2 perpetrators. Both male, late 40s, I'd guess. The driver and a passenger. He pauses, swallowing. But they're both clearly wearing disguises, not very good ones though. Wigs and sunglasses and such. No obvious quirks, but neither really got much of a chance to use them. He says. He walks back over to Trenchcoat, squatting down next to him with narrow eyes. The purple-haired teenager watches his every move. They're out cold right now without apparent backup. The passenger perp was armed with a semi-automatic assault rifle. How a Type 89, scratched out serials. Looks well maintained, so maybe some connection to surplus or cast-offs too. Izuku continues, getting more and more comfortable the more he talks. He stands, and kicks the gun down the aisle of the bus, safely out of reach of either perp. They had a plan to take hostages and use them to barter with the police. There's a whole list of demands written down on the one perp's notepad. Izuku can't help a little snort at that. Honestly, who writes down the crime they're committing? And the passengers? How many, any injuries? Izuku looks over at the purple-haired teen, who has a rather strangely steeled, yet pleading look on his face. Like he's expecting to be let down, but asking anyway. It's an odd juxtaposition with what Izuku's seen of the kid so far. No ma'am, just me, Izuku says, turning back away. Not missing as the teen relaxes and mouths a soft, thank you. And I'm all clear, Izuku says. Flexing his fingers on his surely bruising hand. Wiggling his fingers, he's got full range of motion, and it doesn't feel like there's any kind of grinding, so nothing's broken. Thank heavens. They chose a pretty sheet time to try and gather hostages. If I had a choice even I wouldn't be awake yet, Izuku snarks mindlessly. The operator lets out a polite laugh. The teen across from him smirks too. I know the feeling, she says pleasantly. Now, she says, her click-clacking coming to a pause, can I get your name, sir? Izuku looks over at his companion, and pauses. He could still make this anonymous, but if he does, the cops may try and look into who made the call. Using the teen's phone had been something of a selfish decision. The cops might still be able to ping it, and then they might learn that this teen was involved too, and didn't say anything. And that wouldn't look good. Izuku isn't entirely sure why this kid doesn't want to be attached to this whole thing, but maybe Izuku can protect him? The teenager, clearly fed up with his staring, furrows his brow and mouths a short, "What is it?" Izuku just shakes his head. hoping this doesn't backfire on him somehow. You can call me Storm Chaser, he says finally, voice still deliberately low. And don't bother with this phone. I borrowed it. The teenager in front of him looks incredibly confused, but Izuku ignores it. Ah, the operator says, suddenly a lot quieter. It's clear she knows what he's talking about. There's a rather long pause, where Izuku is rather tempted to just hang up. I don't suppose I'd be able to have you stick around and stay on the line with me so we can get a statement, could I? The operator says sweetly. Izuku snorts, despite himself. All of his nerves looping back around to an odd, shaky calm. Not a chance, ma'am. Sorry, have a good day. Izuku says stiffly, before finally ending the call. He lets out a long, terrible exhale as he hands back the teen's phone. Shoulders folding as he deflates against a pole. God, I hate making phone calls, Izuku whispers. Mood, the other teen says, laughs predictably. There's something distinctly relaxed in his posture now that wasn't there before. And Izuku isn't sure what to make of it. Come on then, Izuku says, electing to ignore it for the moment. We should get out of here, we only have a couple minutes, till the cops get here. The purple-haired teen perks up and nods, something almost like a smile coming up over his face. Izuku figures it's probably because being trapped on a bus isn't fun at the best of times. And odds are, the two of them are gonna be late if they take much longer. DMN criminals with no respect for other people's schedules. Izuku reaches over the unconscious driver and uses his knuckle to turn on the hazards, and to flick the control for the door. It obligingly pops open with a hiss. On a whim, Izuku balls his sleeve over his hand, twists the key and tugs it out of the ignition. Exiting the vehicle just behind his companion. They step out into the open air, and Izuku can't help a little smile. The air in the morning, around this part of the sleepy suburbs, always felt calm and lazy, in a distinctly off-the-beaten-path sort of way, smelling of asphalt and sweet, fresh-cut grass. Izuku turns back to the light blue bus, aims, and tosses the bus key onto the roof. It lands with a little clink. On the sidewalk beside him, the purple-haired teen pauses. That's a good idea, he says thoughtfully. There's a short pause, where it feels like, well, Izuku isn't really sure. He usually doesn't stick around this long as Chaser. Well, Izuku says, nodding at the teen the way he's seen officers do with each other when they part ways after a scene. See ya, he says. As he turns to walk away though, Izuku notes, in his periphery, how the teen seems to steel himself. I am Shinso, by the way. Shinso Hitoshi. The purple-haired teen blurts suddenly. Izuku startles and stops, looking backward over his shoulder. Izuku Midoriya, he says back, because reciprocating is only polite. Nice to meet you. He feels vaguely like they're doing this whole thing backwards. Learning each other's names just as they're parting ways. So, do you want to hang out? Izuku blinks, completely blindsided. He just turns back toward the teen, newly minted Shinso, and blinks for a moment. I've got school, he says dumbly. He's met with an odd-sounding scoff as Shinso rocks back onto his heels. Brow arched high. So, you're cool with knocking out a bus jacker, but not with skipping a little bit of school? Shinso says flatly. Shoving his hands into his pockets and looking away. His eyes flick back though, betraying his facade of carelessness. Awkwardly, Izuku bobs his head. Why yeah? I guess? Apparently agreeing was the wrong thing to do, because Shinso stares at him and narrows his eyes, frowning. You're seriously weird, Shinso says, lip twisting in an odd expression. A pang of pain and insecurity flare through Izuku's chest, because really, what did he expect? A kid his age to be nice? I know, Izuku says quietly. Suddenly no longer feeling like Storm Chaser. Like a hero. He feels like a hurt little kid. Sorry. Shinso blinks at him like he's grown a second head, and Izuku hedges backward slowly, shoulders to his ears and braced for a hit. Just in case. Suddenly, something almost like realization flashes over Shinsu's face. I didn't mean that in a nasty way. Shinso exclaims, with wide eyes and waving hands. Sorry. I shouldn't have. Shinso plants his forehead in his palm. It seems genuine. Izuku, feeling guilty for making him feel bad, just shakes his head and paints on a small smile. It's okay. I hear it all the time. Don't worry about it. Izuku insists. Shinso peers back up at him. You know that makes it worse, right? Izuku winces, but tries to hold on to his smile. He's not sure how well it works, based on the evaluating skin Shinso gives him. There's a beat where it seems like Shinso is going to say something more, but then the quiet sound of sirens begins to draw near. Sheet. They need to get gone. We really should be going though, Izuku says, head automatically twisting toward the sound. They don't sound far. Getting caught here would kinda negate the whole, staying anonymous thing, right? He chuckles awkwardly, turning back toward Shinso. Shinso, who is holding his phone out with an odd expression, who immediately stuffs it back into his pocket and clicks his jaw shut, as soon as Izuku looks at him. Right, yeah. He nods. His expression smoothing back out to that well-practiced, flat, uncaring one. Izuku's eyes flick over Shinso for a moment. Noticing the boy's discomfort, but not entirely understanding why. Feeling oddly like he's maybe messed up somehow, but not having the time or means to correct it, Izuku just offers a parting wave and a hopefully soothing smile. Bye then. He chirps, swiveling and jogging down and around the bend. Not quite missing the oddly quiet, bye, that Shinso parrots at his back. What a weird way to start a day. Still, Izuku can't help but hope that maybe they'll meet again. When Shota Aizawa wakes up, he is warm and cozy, and the world is quiet. He likes that. Being woken up by loud noises to the sound of fighting, because he'd been knocked unconscious. To his alarms for patrol or school. To a class of no potential teenagers, yelling their lungs dry because they thought it was funny. Was always annoying. Not just because of the sound, but because noise meant someone wanted something. Quiet, however, was peaceful. The quiet didn't demand anything from him. It hummed little lullabies in the sound of whirring AC units and passing cars. It was a kindness, it was solace, it was respite from his otherwise gratingly loud life. Detective Tsukachi's office is quiet. It's warm too, and smells like dust and generic citrus disinfectant. And it's dark, especially after the detective has left. Leaving the room with darkness undisturbed by anything but the pale golden light from the Venetian blinds, which, depending on the time, was either the last dredges of sunset or the ever-shining street lamps. Shuffling his arm up in his yellow sleeping bag, Shota idly checks which one from his phone. 10:34 p.m. Must be the streetlights, then. Shota lies in the left corner of the room, just behind the door. Usually, he liked farther corners, for better reaction time in case of a threat. But given Tsukachi's giant, bulky filling cabinet, that the door always bumped into when opened fully, this corner was kept plenty hidden. Ah, the tactical wonders of poor feng shui. It was there Shota lay, toiling with the idea of getting a half-hour more sleep when he heard the familiarly diligent, dress-shoe-clad footsteps. Detective Tsukachi opens the door, momentarily boxing Shota in his hidden little corner, before the man passes him by, the door shutting quietly behind him, and the warm light of his antique copper desk lamp flicking on with a click. His desk chair squeaks as he sits down in it. Good morning, Shota says without ever opening his eyes. Good evening, Tsukachi corrects, the way he always does. Shota shuffles and sits up in his warm, fleece-lined cocoon, squinting his eyes open. Didn't know you'd be here, Tsukachi says. Shota is fairly sure that he's quiet out of exhaustion more than kindness. They're both of them bruised with it, shadows under their heavy eyes. Meeting at opposite ends of their collectively awful sleep schedules will do that. I didn't either. Zashi is entertaining today, so the house is too loud. Tsukachi yawns, and Shota reflexively mirrors the motion, glaring at the man for the trouble. He shuffles and sits up in his warm, fleece-lined cocoon, squinting and blinking, forcing his eyes to stay open. Less than half an hour to his patrol, he wouldn't be able to get any more useful rest anyway. Probably. Usually you'd stick by him anyway, Tsukachi says. It was true, Hizashi, being his partner and all, was one of few things in the entire world Shota would willingly give up his naps for. Shota shrugs in a motion that says, I needed the rest, without having to admit it out loud. Well, that, and Zashi, after simply laying eyes on Shota, all but shoved him out of the house to find somewhere to get some rest. Shota chooses to focus on feeling loved, rather than acknowledging how terrible he probably looks. This about the night thing? Tsukachi asks, glancing up from whatever paperwork he was doing. Shota's eye reflectively stress twitches at the reminder. Tsukachi's brows raise, and he huffs out a breath. Was it really so bad? Not bad. Shota shuffles to his feet, then shuffles toward the desk chair opposite Tsukachi. Just irritating. He plops down in the seat, and unzips his sleeping bag just enough to get his arms out, so he can pillow them under his head on the desk in front of him. Seemed pretty important when he came by to pick you up here, Tsukachi says evenly, in the tone he always used when he was curious about something, but was unwilling to press. Shota gives a lazy, non-committal hum, and Tsukachi drops it. He's nice like that. How did he even know you'd be here? Tsukachi asks instead. I barely know when you're gonna be here. And you camp out in my office. Shota shrugs, lifting his head and smirking this time, a more snarky non-answer, but one Tsukachi accepts with a somewhat fond huff anyway. To be fair, Shota says slowly, I think he just figured I wouldn't actively run away if he came in person. Tsukachi pauses, brows still raised, as if to ask, why did he even have to come in person? I was ignoring his calls, Shota says in candor. Tsukachi snorts, shaking his head. And here I thought you said you didn't hate him. I don't. Shota denies. He doesn't like to use hate. He dislikes many things, but hates very few. Night Eye isn't important enough to hate. I just think he's a bit big for his britches? Tsukachi completes, tilting back in his chair, not giving his own feelings away. The man's own opinion of Night Eye had been strangely quiet, the way Tsukachi did sometimes. It always made Shota feel like the man was keeping a secret. Not something related to his work. Something big. But a large part of their friendship was their silent, mutual agreement to stay out of each other's business. So, Shota just hums and puts it out of his mind. He has the same problem a lot of my students do, he says. He has a stupid powerful quirk that he's only ever used one way, and has thus rooted himself completely in a worldview and is completely unwilling to challenge it. Shota huffs, pressing his cheek down into his folded arms again. I can't abide by this idea that the future is completely set in stone. That nothing we do changes his all-powerful fate. I get what you mean. Shota raises his brows, wordlessly inviting the man to go on. Not really expecting him to do so. And he doesn't, for a moment. Tsukachi just finishes with the paper he'd been working on, signing it with a simple, reflexive flourish, before setting it into his outgoing box. But then, Tsukachi leans his head on his palm, and blinks slowly, exhausted. If that whole fate thing is true, why even bother being a hero? If everything's gonna pan out a certain way anyway, why try? Tsukachi gestures vaguely in the air. He huffs. It just sounds like alternately packaged nihilism to me. Plus, he seems to think he knows better than just about everyone because of it. Exactly. Shota agrees. They lapse into silence for a long moment. Long enough for Shota to contemplate taking a nap right here on Tsukachi's desk. He could trust the man to wake him for his patrol, couldn't he? Unlike several of his other friends, the man was similarly workaholic, and unless Shota was actively sick or dying, would never go behind his back and call out for him just because he was tired. So, Tsukachi says quietly, what did Night Eye want anyway? Just as he picks up a clipboard, covered in loose papers and backed with a single, navy blue file. You're not usually such a hot commodity. He wanted a second opinion. Or third. I don't even know at this point. Shota sighs, pressing his cheek firmly into his forearm and letting his eyes sink closed. Apparently most of the heroes with temporal quirks from around the globe have contact with each other. And they've got these weird pseudoscience machines to track the current timeline. Tsukachi peeks a brow. It's a weird club. Shota shrugs. We had a meeting at his office. He rambled about timeline differentials and anomalous activities, and the worst of it is that it wasn't even useful. Because, even after he got done explaining all his, whatever, Shota has lived a long and exceedingly absurd life as a UE teacher firmly rooted in the social circle of several insane pro-heroes, himself included, of course, and yet, everything about Night Eye's meeting was just absolutely, completely, mind-numbingly nuts. He didn't even listen to what I had to say, Shota complains. Oh, really? Tsukachi says, clearly inviting him to go on. The way he says it is odd though, like he isn't really paying attention. Shota's head pops up, just enough for him to be able to glimpse the other man, eyes narrow and evaluating. And surely enough, he's still fully focused on the clipboard in his hand. Given the man's quirk, which worked with his focus, hence why he could stand to go into crowds without his head constantly buzzing and or dinging with every lie and truth told in the vicinity, he has a deeply ingrained habit of always paying attention when someone was speaking. Even when he was just overhearing a conversation. Unless something else had his attention. Shota narrows his eyes, letting them lapse into silence for a few minutes. Even more dming, Tsukachi does not seem to notice. Are you not listening? Shota wonders aloud. A little in awe, but mostly suspicious. Tsukachi was not one to fear silence. He and the man had a firm working relationship based off of it. And yet, the man was trying to fill it. Odd. Predictably, Tsukachi's head pops up. Sorry, what? Shota levels him with a look that said, you didn't hear me at all, let alone the question. But because he's nice, however contrary to popular belief that statement may be, Shota only glares at him for 5 seconds or so. I asked if we could get some coffee. Tsukachi levels him with a look that says he doesn't believe him even a little bit, and what a helpful quirk for a detective, lie detecting, but that he also doesn't have enough evidence to refute it. Sure. Shota just lets his lips turn up into an almost smile, and stands up, shedding his sleeping bag. Tsukachi stands too. But he pauses beside his desk, glancing at the loaded clipboard that had apparently taken residence in his brain. He picks it up and takes it with him. Shota raises an eyebrow, glancing at it. But Tsukachi just shrugs, and gestures for him to lead on. Strolling the familiar, dimly lit path from the detective's private office, past the bullpen and to the eternally coffee-scented kitchenette, Shota finally lets his curiosity get the better of him. "What are you working on, then?" Shota asks. Already at the cabinets, grabbing two of the bland, navy blue mugs with the police department logo on them. Neither of them bother with turning on the light. The eternally shining streetlights outside the station, casting thin lines though the Venetian blinds over the sink, along with basic muscle memory, are more than enough for them. Tsukachi hums, looking up and blinking. Like he didn't expect Eraserhead to notice. Seeming to realize this, the man flushes slightly. He turns away and punches the button on the coffee maker, bringing it to life with a mechanical ding and a dot of green light. "You're distracted," Shota elaborates unnecessarily, handing over the mugs. "It's not like you to start a conversation and not give it your full attention." "Yeah, sorry Eraser," Tsukachi says, placing one mug under the dispenser just in time for it to give out a puff of steam and a watery gurgle. "I was just reading over the reports from the Wednesday morning busjacking, the attempted busjacking anyway." "It gets stopped before it started?" Shota asks, brows raising in interest, folding his arms and leaning on the counter behind him. That wasn't particularly common? At least, not quietly. Daylight heroes love the publicity of saving people just as things are going wrong. "Yeah, but here's the thing," Tsukachi says, leaning forward, "it was Storm Chaser." Shota's brow furrows as he frowns. It's impressive, of course. A lot of Storm Chaser's exploits are. But, on Wednesday morning? My reaction exactly, Tsukachi says, nodding. It's seriously outside his usual working hours. The coffee maker beeps, signaling the first cup finishes. Tsukachi hands it to Shota, sets the second mug up, and lets it begin to pour. From the dispatcher's report and the call recording, Chaser was apparently the only one on the bus that morning. And, as the only hostage, he was able to take out our perps and called it in pretty quick. Shota taps his fingers against the mug. Quieter, almost like he's talking to himself, Tsukachi lets out a quiet laugh. Sounds like the start of a bad joke. A vigilante and two kidnappers board a bus, only the punchline is that it's all a coincidence. You really think so? Shota asks, the kid could have been following them. That doesn't fit his usual MO though. Tsukachi says, Storm Chaser is pretty reactionary. He doesn't like to pick fights. I know, Shota hums. Honestly, it was one of the most interesting things about the kid. Whip-smart, focused and agile, Storm Chaser was sharp and knew his own strengths and weaknesses. But above all that, the kid is also an anomaly. Aizawa was not in any way unused to vigilantes, of course. He had a long career as an underground hero, and a slightly shorter yet still non-negligible one as a teacher. This second point was important mostly because it meant that he was first picked to handle the younger ones. To weed out these thrill-seekers and righteous fools who thought they had the right to play God. There are consequences to expelling hero hopefuls who just got into the UE, after all. And one of them was the fact that those without potential, many with complaints that it wasn't fair, may just take to the streets. Now usually, cleanup duty as Nedzu liked to call it, the rat wasn't too bad. Either the ex-students still had the fear of Aizawa in them and were easily cowed under his red-eyed stare, in which case Aizawa could send them off with a warning scolding, or they weren't, and he took them in for disciplinary action. But this kid, and he is a kid, Shota knows this, because even if he knows people come in all shapes and sizes, particularly in the modern world of quirks, Shota is a teacher, so he knows that twitchy, hunched posture and the awkward gait of one still growing. He knows a child when he sees one isn't one of his ex-students. He knows this because even though he'd expelled all of this year's class, they were all accounted for, all with at least one alibi for the few time-stamped sightings they had on the vigilante. Which makes Chaser an anomaly in Shota's eye. Even more so, because if he's honest, Shota doesn't think that he'd have expelled someone like this anyway. If the kid used his quirk, he was smart about it, never being blatant in a way witnesses or cameras could detect. He never used excessive force. Never got caught up in the adrenaline. Never kept anything for himself that got stolen, always returning things either to their owners or leaving them with the criminals with a note for the police, and he never seemed to have any kind of connection to the people he saved or brought in. The kid had potential, that was certain. Now if only Chaser could clean up his act and cut the whole vigilante business. This might be the slip-up that gives us a lead as to why he's doing this, though. Tsukachi takes the second cup out from under the machine, and slides it to his right, toward Shota, who nods. If he's chasing them, it could be personal. Shota agrees. There's a short pause as Shota, who was standing by the cream and sugar station both powdered, because the precinct can apparently afford high-tech quirk-canceling cuffs, but not liquid milk, slides both mugs on the counter close to him. Scooping 3 spoonfuls of sugar into one, and 1 spoonful of sugar and 2 of creamer into the other. Then stirs both. Shota leaves the spoon in his own mug, stirring around the sugar, and passes the blonder cup to Tsukachi, who takes it with quiet thanks. I put together a profile on both of the perps. Tsukachi passes along the clipboard. Pointing to the first page, there's a picture of the man, scruffy with a square jaw and a permanent scowl. This guy, our first, had no serious criminal record. But some alcohol in his system and some serious debt in his name. He was the only one armed. Hired muscle? Shota questions. The guy certainly looks the part. Looks like it. The second perp? Shota asks. Flipping to the next page. This man is thinner, more nervous looking. With mousy silver hair and a sizable bruise across his temple. A parting gift from Storm Chaser, a testament to the kid's skill, that he could knock people out with a single hit, without ever causing further damage. Shota idly wonders how much training this kid must have had. How he got it so young. That's where it gets interesting. Tsukachi pauses, and Shota looks up. So the thought was that these two got together at a bar somewhere, cooked up a scheme to pay off their collective debts, the usual drill. You know? Shota nods, and their testimonies corroborated that. They were pretty quick to sell each other out for a lighter sentence. Tsukachi leans forward and points at a spot, highlighted, on the file. But apparently, our second guy had a little more info he was willing to part with. He'd apparently been considered on a different job too, to kidnap a kid. Shota's brows raise. Sadly, as soon as he realized we didn't already know about that, he clammed up. Tsukachi complains, we couldn't get a name or anything, just some pretty cookie-cutter custody trouble excuse. Unnamed dad wanted the kid, but wasn't allowed to see them for whatever reason, yada yada, you know the rest. Shota nods. Still, there was something about Tsukachi's expression, focused and sharp, that told him the detective thought there might be something bigger at play. So the second guy was gonna use the bus jacking as a cover to nab the kid? Trying to go for a 2-in-1? That's the running theory. Or, it matches up with the choice to use a bus for 6 o'clock in the morning in a residential area on a school morning. Shota hums, taking a long swig of his own coffee. The sweet, earthy flavor sitting on his tongue. That, or they're seriously stupid and did it at 6 a.m. because they were drunk and opportunistic. Which I'd usually go for, Tsukachi says, if it weren't for the driver. Shota raises a brow. Tsukachi sighs, shoulders slumped in the way that always meant bad news. Mr. Ryo Nakahara, 79 years old, was found dead at the bus terminal. Bludgeoned over the back of the head. Shota pauses. He hadn't expected that. The jump from an otherwise non-violent hostage situation for fiscal gain to murder was a pretty hefty leap. Coroner's report isn't back yet, so we don't have an exact time of death. Tsukachi fiddles with his mug. They could have been trying to just knock him out and hit too hard. They may have been gentle enough, but didn't catch him before he went down, and he cracked his skull off the pavement. Or maybe he was just left semi-conscious with a brain bleed and died alone, hours later. Shota thinks that's probably the worst-case scenario. Head trauma was dangerous like that. It took a professional level of skill to deliver a blow without causing real, permanent damage. Storm Chaser certainly was an anomaly. The other odd loose end here is the phone. Tsukachi hums, taking another sip of his coffee. Chaser didn't use his usual burner. And usually when he calls from another phone, it's a victim's. Or a perp's. Right? This one wasn't? Shota asks, reading between the lines. He takes another sip of his coffee. Nope, Tsukachi says, popping the P. This one was registered as bought by one Rin Aoki. No relation to either of our perps, the driver, and never used by Chaser before either. He huffs out a short breath. In the distance, a car passes by, its turning headlights casting a band of light to circle the room, before it fades. Its engine puttering out into the night. Of course, we did a follow-up call, and, lucky us, we got someone to pick it up. Tsukachi flipped to the very last loose page on the clipboard, right above the navy blue folder of Chaser's case file. Shinso Hitoshi, foster son of the Aoki family. He said he'd lost his phone and only just found it that morning in the backyard. The child in the picture, which has been clearly lifted from an old-school yearbook, shows a pale, testy-looking kid with purple hair and deep bags under his eyes. Shota takes a minute to skim the transcript of the call. This Shinso kid seems nervous, he says. Yeah, Tsukachi agrees, but what kid wouldn't, being called by the cops only to learn their phone was stolen by a vigilante? There's something lacking to his tone though. Something hollow. It seems open and shut, for the most part. Certainly not enough evidence to push further on. There's a pause, as Shota studies his companion in the low light. You don't think that it is open and shut, though, do you? Shota asks, quieter. You think that kid was the kidnapping target, he was on the bus, and Chaser is covering it all up. Tsukachi is silent for a long moment, but he doesn't deny it. He does, however, turn his head away, before he speaks. It would fit Chaser's general MO. He's lied to us before. Lying would imply talking, Shota jests hollowly, more for the spirit of the argument than anything else. Storm Chaser, at maximum, left little semi-anonymous tips, and notes attached to his zip-tied foes, proven by security camera footage. And, as of yet, he hadn't had a real conversation with just about anyone, about anything, at all. Which means they had no red on the kid. No motive. Lied by omission, then. Tsukachi says. In his little notes, or the lack of them here, anyway. Given there weren't any left at the bus jacking. That would imply yet further prior knowledge though, Shota says, setting the file down on the counter behind him. Moreover, it would imply he knows the Shinso kid. Or is him, goes unsaid. Shinsu's the right age, perhaps a bit young. Shota always privately pegged Chaser as mid to late teens, given his skill level. Not to mention that a grim-faced kid, shunted by society, who spent years in the system, certainly has the motive to want to strike out on his own and try and fix things. As I said, Tsukachi says, receding back and looking away, shrugging, like it will camouflage how clearly he disagrees with what he's saying. Of everything so far, this is open and shut. We don't have enough to go on to make it any bigger. There's a bitterness to the tone that Shota is utterly unsurprised by. The HPSC has been brutal in their cracking down on overextension of resources without managerial approval recently, which Shota privately feels is an excuse for the head honchos to throw more paperwork on their overworked police force under the pretense of orderliness, because they're scared of having to pay their people overtime. Total horseshit. Shota opens his mouth to say as much when his watch buzzes, his 5-minute alarm for his patrol start. His little clock-in screen flashing in a far too cheerful green. He frowns down at the little digital screen, like staring at it will give him the time he needs to finish this conversation. When it doesn't, Shota scrubs at his eyes, then takes several long swigs of his coffee, draining it. I've gotta go, Shota hums. I figured, Tsukachi says, holding out a hand to wordlessly take Shota's dirty mug, setting it by the sink. Eraser? Do me one favor? Shota pauses in the doorway, turning and leaning back against it. The frame right in the divot of his spine. He nods Tsukachi on. If you see Storm Chaser, try and get him to talk. Tsukachi sighs, staring down at the mug in his hands. He's just a kid. I don't want. Shota nods, agreeing without having to hear the rest. Neither of them want a kid out on the streets like this. Neither of them need a little dead hero kid on their conscience. Even if Chaser ends up in jail, it's better in the end. See you in the morning, Tsukachi says with a hand wave, taking a few steps deeper into the bowels of the station. Back to his office, no doubt. You should get some sleep, Shota says. Tsukachi snorts and mutters a quiet hypocrite that Shota chooses to ignore. And then Shota makes his way out into the night. Dabi kind of figured this would happen eventually. His current living area he hesitates to even call it a neighborhood was, to put it kindly, rough. It was the kind of place where no one looked twice. Where the landlady ignored anything shady so long as she got paid on time. Where everyone minded their own business, because no one wanted anyone else FING around in theirs. And sure, it wasn't totally lawless, people still had to keep their freak sheet on the down low, underground heroes could be anywhere, after all. But for someone with the kind of scars Dabi has physical, mental and otherwise, it was close to ideal. Largely, because it meant no one tried to FING bother him. Until tonight, apparently. But he's getting ahead of himself. Dabi also had his own business to do, where he was consistently causing his own flavor of trouble, and then heading to his apartment in the wee hours of the morning, usually paying minimal attention as he did so. What? He's got a lot going on, he's tired. Sue him. So, since he's not actually an idiot, Dabi kind of figured that he'd run across some assholes who got too big for their britches eventually. He just hadn't expected for it to go down quite like this. He was exhausted, half-drunk, and just wanted to get back to his apartment so he could smoke a full pack and sleep off his bruises, for FS sake. Instead he was stood at the bad end of an alley, not that there was a good end, given what all was going on, almost frozen in place. Oh, for FS sake. The first guy notices Dabi quick, which is unusual for someone his size. Usually big guys don't need good perception, but on second glance, he seems less big and more awkwardly lanky in a way that doesn't quite fill out his broad-shouldered, sleeveless coat. He's balding with a thick black beard and seems deeply put upon now that they've got an audience. He's also got a huge anti-mutation hate symbol tattooed on his bicep, entwined with a swastika. which really tells Dobby all he needs to know about this a-hole. And that's not even taking into account the rest of the situation. How him and his three buddies are actively cornering a woman, no, a girl, complete with blonde pigtails and a middle school uniform, holy F, against the wall. Her body is slumped, eyes half-lidded, with blood smeared all down her front, dribbling off her chin. Dobby finds himself hoping it's the men's. Itchy, I thought you said the area was clear, the tall guy growls lowly. It was. His buddy, Itchy, a shorter, stouter guy with extendable thick, black claws, wearing a frumpy hoodie justifies. He's cradling his arm awkwardly. The other two have no visible indicators of their quirks or allegiances, though they aren't stopping their friends, which makes them just as guilty in Dobby's eyes. The tall guy sneers at his cohort, before twisting back toward Dobby, who is still idly pondering just skirting around them and going to sleep. He really has no responsibility here. Why shouldn't he just leave? But the girl's stilted, yellow eyes sluggishly track to his. Her eyes are puffy and glossy. She's just a little kid. Look bud, I don't think this is none of ya business, one of the two shorter guys says. The tall guy stays still, calculating. His forearm braced over the girl's collarbones, pinning her flush to the brick wall of the alley. Yeah, F on off, N, we won't cause you any harm, Itchy sneers in a truly banal show of crooked, yellow teeth, mostly showing off some sorely unearned confidence, flexing his clawed hands in an implied threat. Dobby simply raises a brow. Funny, Dobby hooks his thumbs in the pockets of his black coat, slouching casually, but keeping his hands free. I was gonna tell you the same thing. There's a small, tense pause. Look, the tall guy says, placing his free hand on his pal's shoulder and fastening on a plastic, saccharine grin, you seem like a reasonable fellow. Dobby decisively holds back a laugh. What about his general look seemed reasonable? Whatever it was, Dobby would have to find it and change it up. It's false advertising. I think we've had a little misunderstanding is all. He gestures to the girl he has pinned. See, this ain't no cute little girl here. Dobby raises a brow. She's only so docile because of my quirk here, the guy says, lifting his free hand and flexing back his wrist, showing off a little spine that emerges from the base of his palm as he does. Definitely some kind of quirk-based drag, and by the look of the little girl, either a paralytic or something close. He's also clearly the leader of this little posse. She's a monster, really. Nasty quirk. Drinks people's blood so she can turn into them. The leading bigot's nose wrinkles in disgust, subconsciously pressing the girl further into the wall. Several of the others shoot the girl disgusted looks. She gives a pained whine that goes completely ignored. Really, we're doing an act of community service here. Clearing away the trash. His little buddies snicker. Now, Dobby was in no mood to argue morals with a Nazi. So he does the next best thing, and threatens them. I don't give a shit what you're doing or why you're here, he says, letting his right arm extend out, low. But you are in my way. His palm ignites in a whip-like crack. You picked the wrong alley for your little cleaning spree, Dobby says, palm crackling with fire. It flickers and reflects in their wide eyes, which grow narrow and sharp. Scram, he snarls, lower, and you might just get to keep your skin. The flame crackles brighter, flaring a pale blue-white that lights up the alley. The big guy looks like he's about to try and talk his way out of this, and the two quiet ones are looking to him for direction. Clearly trying to decide if their prize is worth it. Dobby knows he has a bit of a reputation, after all. But before anyone can say much of anything further, the claw guy lets out a war cry and charges at him. He's sloppy and overconfident. Dobby only has to dodge twice before he's spinning the guy out and slamming him chest first into the wall. He's liquored up, warm and loose. And it feels good to draw blood. So he's grinning something feral when he turns back toward the group. Last chance, Dobby says. It's then that the fight really starts. The group charges forward as a whole, excluding the leader, who is still holding up the girl. Dobby sends out a great plume of fire that floods the alley, wall to wall. The bigots swear, leaping back. The leader shoves the girl forward as he retreats, frantically patting off his sleeve. Dobby lets out a hiss, letting the flames die as fast as he can, successfully depleting them before more than a rush of superheated air can hit the downed girl. She lets out a weak cry when it does, a clear reaction to the sting, but it's definitely better than her being cremated. Dobby growls at the bigots for their cowardice, meaning to snap out something surely very smart and cutting. Only, when he locks eyes with one of the quieter ones, Dobby is suddenly stumbling over himself. Stomach rolling as the walls of the alley seem to shift and warble. He sends out a smaller wave of fire right to their face, just enough to distract, and ignores their cry of pain. And sure enough, as soon as the eye contact is broken, the world around him settles. But then two of the others are charging. So Dobby sets into a pattern. sending out waves of fire to block off his now lightly roasted opponents from being able to use their numbers effectively, or from getting too close. Making sure not to just flush the alley like before. He takes down the Vertigo Prat fast enough, noting that even just the flashbang of using his fire up close basically takes him out of the game. He's wary of the second who's hung back, still an unknown. Idly, he wishes for the same luck that had given him that conveniently placed gas tanker when he was making a great escape a week ago. A huge fireball like that would let him just scoop up the girl and go. But alas, the air is damp and the cement is wet from a recent rain, so even when Dobby tosses a fireball to a trash pile of discarded cardboard, he's not even lucky enough for it to do more than char the surface. And, in the back of his mind, he figures it's probably a good thing. Even if it means he has to use his aching body and his slightly rusty close combat skills more than usual. Dobby sends out a lash of flame that the leader leaps over, then twists to dodge as the leader goes in for a palm strike. An effective fighting style for someone with his quirk. He must have some actual training. Dobby's thoughts are cut off by a flare of pain. His already bruised ribs making a surprise reappearance at the barely glancing kick the second man gives to his ribs. He falls to his hands and knees on the ground. His palms scrape against the rough concrete. Without his focus, his fire fades. For a long moment it feels like he's breathing through a straw. His chest is tight and his ribs hurt. He manages to jar whatever it was back into place by getting to his knees, slamming his fist into his sternum hard. He coughs, a wet, violent thing. Then scowls up at his opponent. "We could done this the easy way." "Yup, no," the leader says, flexing his wrist. His effed up wrist spine glinting, sharp and wet in the low light. And it's only because he's already looking up that Dobby notices the figure on the roof. They're wearing a black jumpsuit with a green belt and combat boots. Silhouetted in the streetlight and the flicker of Dobby's dying flames. Dark, messy hair frames a fully covered face, with a medical mask and a green visor. And yet somehow, it's clear that they're smiling, or at least attempting to do so. He doesn't get to examine the stranger much more than that before they're leaping off the roof to a nearby fire escape and shouting something that, with his pulse pounding in his ears, Dobby can't catch. But it seems to catch the rest of their attention well enough. At first, Dobby thinks he's somehow managed to become yet more screwed, that this is another ally to the bigots that wanted to join in on beating a weakened opponent into the ground. That fear lasts for approximately half a second, or right up until the figure descends upon the bigots like a meteor crashing through the stratosphere. Landing an axe kick. Directly onto the paralytic guy's head that sends him collapsing into a pile of garbage. Dobby thinks it's very fitting. He viciously hopes there's lots of broken glass in there, a bunch of rusty nails too. Dobby struggles to his feet and sends out a lash of flame toward the clawed bigot, who has finally stood back up and is advancing on his strange savior and swearing up a storm, swiping at them with reckless abandon. Dobby has never been, and likely never will be any kind of team player. Which means he has to be even more careful than when it was just the girl, to avoid setting fire to his new ally. Dobby can't super tell if the stranger even notices his efforts. He moves stupid fast between opponents, like lightning striking without even the courtesy of a storm to warn for it. In fact, he moves fast enough that Dobby spends the next few minutes doing little more than just watching the guy take the few remaining bigots down. The stranger is built like a sprinter, a lean little thing who would have probably been better off running circles around his attackers rather than engaging them in hand-to-hand, even if he fights like he's twice his weight class. He's still got that sharpness to his eyes too, his expression friendly, but also distinctly unfriendly at the same time. It's the kind of deception that requires someone to be smart enough to use layers to hide their lies. Dobby doesn't quite like that. He'll have to keep on his guard. Dobby is distracted, watching the stranger fight. It's a stupid mistake, really, but especially for someone with as much experience as him. It's just that, well, Dobby had just taken down the leader, and everyone else seemed to be accounted for. And then that wild card, the second shy one with the unknown quirk, was rushing him. Throwing an arm out, empty-palmed, what the? An X-Acto knife comes flying out of the maybe hero's belt. Some kind of summoning quirk clearly. And that's as far as Dobby gets before his ally is there. Suddenly and without any warning. The glow of their eyes drags, creating a streak of toxic green through the air like lightning. The wildcard crumples, only not cracking his head on the pavement because the guy snags their shirt collar as they fall and lowers them down. The maybe underground hero pauses for a moment, after the a-hole slumps, clearly out cold. Both him and Dobby taking a few shaky breaths, the sheet head crumpled by Dobby feet seems to still be breathing too, which is probably a good thing, and then Dobby lets out a wired laugh. It echoes oddly in the alley. Dobby opens his mouth to thank the maybe hero and then skedaddle as fast as he can manage. Only to look up and find him hovering just inches away. God, he's freaky. DMN, you got clipped, the maybe hero says, breathless. And Dabi startles, both because this guy really is stupid fast, and because F-, that certainly explains why his forearm hurts so DMN much. And why there's blood everywhere. Dabi says, with feeling. He twists his arm awkwardly to examine it, ignoring the sting and how it makes the blood pour faster. It was a glancing blow, and his coat likely took the brunt. But that blade must have been stupid sharp? You can say that again, the hero who is weirdly short up close says. Pressing a firm hand to the wound to staunch the bleeding and ignoring how Dabi hisses at the salty sting. And how that gets Dabi's blood all up his sleeves. Dabi says again, just for the hell of it, or maybe because following orders is just that ingrained in his DNA, even after everything. But either way, he stays put. The hero snorts, and Dabi lights up his palm in warning, ignoring the way that flexing it tugs at his injury. No hospital. No cops, you try anything funny I'll burn you to a crisp, Dabi snarls out at a rasp, reciting the familiar script, clinging to it like a comfort blanket. Panic mixing the pain in a general cocktail of bad. Wasn't gonna, I promise, the hero says with a levity to his tone, like he thinks Dabi's joking. Despite his arm literally being on fire. What a weirdo. What kinda hero are you, anyway? Dabi asks slowly, narrowing his eyes. His fire dies out fast, faster than it should really. He feels exhausted. Cold. Not one, he says easily, grabbing Dabi's arm with authority. Now hold still. Dabi goes suddenly stiff. Praying with the portion of his mind not thinking about how much his arm hurts and how he's almost certainly exhausted his Quirk, that this guy isn't some kind of oddly empathetic supervillain he hadn't heard about, and this isn't an out of the frying pan, into the fire situation. It wouldn't be the first time. Not that the guy looks particularly threatening. The self-proclaimed not hero is short and scrawny and unassuming above all else. The kind of person that, had Dabi not just watched him take down several grown men, he probably would not have given him a second glance. Perhaps that's exactly what sets Dabi on edge. Hey, try and stay calm, okay, the guy says as Dabi winces and hisses at the sting of an alcohol pad swiping across his wound. I only have so much first aid stuff, so I'd prefer it if you didn't light it all on fire. Dabi awards that with only a grunt in response, but he does let the little flames at his fingertips that he reflexively lit fizzle out. And, to his credit, the not hero quickly, efficiently, and with an unervingly skilled hand like seriously, how often was he patching wounds to be this practiced? Cleans up the surface of the wound and pulls it closed, before wrapping it in gauze. It's a bit awkward, because he does this all through the slash hole in his jacket, not even asking to lift the sleeve of his coat, but the guy makes it work. Sorry, I'm Storm Chaser, by the way, he says with a friendly tilt to his voice. The genuine nervousness in his tone curbing his creepy, intense demeanor. I never know where is a good place to introduce myself in the whole stopping crime thing. He lets out an awkward half-chuckle. And Dabi blinks, mostly because his luck has always been pretty shit, and he's not sure if this is some kind of unexpected break, or if the guy is gonna try something. Storm Chaser, huh? He says slowly, like he's testing the name out on his tongue. It's certainly fitting. Yeah? Have you, heard of me? He says, sounding almost meek, which is weird. Nope, Dabi says coolly, popping the P. Ignoring how the guy seems to relax slightly at that. But if you're intent on stopping crime, and you're not a hero, then I'm sure word will get around. You'll step on a lot of toes doing what you do. It's worth it, Storm Chaser says with a strange sense of conviction. Dabi grimaces at the newly minted vigilante. At least that explains why he's so helpful. You're not gonna try and turn me in, are you? Why would I? Chaser asks, seeming genuinely confused. He definitely hasn't heard of Dabi, then. You stepped in to save someone in trouble dash. As if on cue, the blonde girl lets out a whine from behind Dabi that borders on nearly cat-like. Well, until it turns into an awkward gargle and a worryingly wet cough. Dabi actually snorts at the expression of stiffening alarm. Storm Chaser makes good God, this kid is like a cartoon character, he's so expressive, but otherwise he mostly just focuses on staying standing and smothering the symptoms of his exhaustion and blood loss as Chaser leaves him to go check over the girl. He listens as the vigilante quietly mutters through his process, through which Dabi discovers that the blood on her face and all down her front is not in fact hers, which Dabi admittedly has mixed feelings about, and as Chaser tries to gently rouse her. Dabi isn't sure if he's trying to soothe her, Dabi, himself, or some combination with his strange, empathetic rambling. But Dabi can't say he minds knowing where the guy is at all times. Especially as he's dragging all the bigots into the center of the alley and zip-tying their wrists together. He's, certainly an interesting character. Dabi means to slink off while the vigilante is otherwise occupied. He really does. And, for the record, he firmly blames his injury and dangerously high blood alcohol content for the fact that he hasn't moved an inch when Chaser returns. The blonde girl is wrapped up in Chaser's hoodie, and held in his arms, though he's clearly struggling under the weight. Not that it's too shocking. He's not much taller than she'd be, if she were standing. Which is, interesting. What are you doing? Dabi asks, unable to help himself, leaning on the wall for support, but folding his arms so it seems like he's doing it to look cool. Chaser looks down in his arms, then back up at Dabi, seeming strangely flustered. Well, it's not like I could just leave her like this, drugged up and alone in an alley. Chaser says, puffing up in outrage. It's cold too, and only going to get colder. I saw on the forecast it's supposed to rain too. She could catch a cold, she could get hypothermia. The vigilante rambles vehemently. Relax, dude, Dabi says, raising his free hand in faux surrender, still keeping the other one on the wall for stability. I just meant, why are you carrying her like that, he gestures. Given all the trouble Chaser went to save the girl, he didn't seem the type to do anything untoward. Bridal style is cute and all, but if you're struggling it's better to go for a fireman's carry. Better weight distribution, Dabi says offhandedly. I can say for experience that basically every position is more romantic than getting dropped on your butt. Are romantic? Chaser says stiffly, before shaking his head vehemently. No, and nothing like that. I just want to make sure she's safe. It's nothing like that, I dash. Then that just proves my point, Dabi says cheekily, somewhat sadistically enjoying how awkward the young vigilante is. Nothing quite like embarrassing someone younger than you to raise your spirits, call it an oldest sibling instinct. You don't want to drop an injured damsel, do ya? Of course not, but I just can't. Chaser says stiffly. Why not? Dabi asks, tilting his head. Chaser stares at him, brow furrowed and mouth maybe hanging open. It was a bit hard to tell with the mask before shaking his head wildly. She's a girl. In a skirt. There's no way I could sling her over my shoulder without. You know, he makes some kind of gesture that Dabi thinks might be referencing modesty, but honestly Dabi is more focused on choking back laughter at whatever minor miracle has Chaser's visor not fogging up from the sheer force of his blush. And honestly even carrying her feels like a violation. I really don't want to be creepy dash. Yeah, likely story, Mr. Kidnapper. Chaser's eyes suddenly go huge behind his visor. I am not, I swear dash. Chill little dude, I'm teasing, Dabi professes, snickering under his breath, only because the kid's head looks like it's about to explode. If you want, I can carry her. He doesn't mean to offer it. In fact, he's not even sure why he's still talking and hasn't slunk off to his apartment yet. And yet, it's not like he can take it back. Chaser gives him an odd look for a moment. Likely trying to quantify if Dabi is some kind of perv. Which fair, but EW. Either way, you shouldn't be too bothered. She's clearly wearing shorts. Dabi says, gesturing at the black bike shorts that sit just hidden by the hem of her skirt. Most girls do in skirts that short. Especially if they're planning to take the train. There are lots of creeps with cameras, after all, Dabi says. Oh, really? Chaser says, sounding distinctly saddened by this information. That's, if figured it happened, but, is it really that common? Oh, don't go all white knight, Dabi says, rolling his eyes. Women aren't helpless, they can defend themselves just like you and me. He leans against the wall, a smile rolling onto his face as the memory comes to him. My sister had it happen once when we were kids. She froze the guy's camera, shattered it, and his nose. Dabi lets out a peal of laughter. Whoa, Chaser says, sounding impressed, and she didn't get arrested or anything for unlicensed quirk use? Nah, it was self-defense. Plus, our dad dash, Dabi cuts himself off. Smile instantly dropping off his face and jaw clenching. He took care of it, he says lowly. Anyway, he shakes his head, am I carrying the brat or not? Chaser says, voice distinctly softer than before, clearly off balance, which Dabi ignores. Cursing the alcohol in his system. If you're sure. Your arm really should get looked at dash. I'm fine, Dabi snaps, vaguely regretting it when Chaser actually flinches back from him. I'm fine, Dabi says in a more settled tone. I would not have offered if I couldn't handle it, Dabi says shortly, shrugging to camouflage how he's already vaguely regretting this. Sides, it'd be kinda fed if I put all this work into saving that girl only for you to go drag her off into some secluded basement and kill her yourself. Chaser predictably begins to stutter out offense, before he realizes that Dabi is still teasing him, and glares at him with puffed-out cheeks in reply. The whole display is so childish that it startles Dabi into a full-belly chuckle. The hardest part of carrying the girl is honestly shuffling her onto the right position to be lifted, but once she's positioned over his shoulder, it's pretty easy to use his non-injured arm to keep her secure. Hey, Chaser says slowly. I just realized I never actually got your name. You don't have to give me the real one, but dash. Call me Dobby, Dobby says, still keeping himself propped up by the wall. Dobby feels distinctly out of it. Fuzzy and sluggish. He'd definitely overused his quirk. Which isn't too surprising, recalling how busy he's been. They walk a couple blocks in silence, Dobby using his free but injured arm to trail along the rough bricks of the walls of the alleys. Chaser giving direction and eventually just placing Dobby's hand on his shoulder to stabilize and guide him as they get out of the maze of back corridors and into open streets. Dobby mostly focuses on putting one foot in front of the next and not falling or dropping his cargo. When he got demoted from dangerous villain to pack mule he's not sure. But Chaser does hand him some kind of sweet, chewy protein bar for his trouble, so he supposes it's not all bad. Well, you're certainly stronger than you look, Dobby-san, Storm Chaser compliments. Dobby rolls his eyes. Then regrets that and has to pause a moment to get his vertigo in check. But then he realizes that Chaser has stopped too, currently moving a large slab of plywood away from an ancient-looking door. The building itself is tall, dark, and largely unremarkable. I'd fucking hope so, trained my whole life to be, Dobby says. Shifting the girl in his arms as Chaser punches in some kind of code at the door that Dobby can't see over the girl's tied-up hair. Then he realizes what he said, and immediately mentally facepalms. Ignoring the way Chaser is staring at him with clear intrigue in his eyes. You didn't hear that. I did not say that, Dobby says, glaring in what he hopes is a threatening way. Of course, Storm Chaser says, slightly too fast for Dobby to trust it. I'm drunk, I'm injured, and talking nonsense, okay? Dobby insists further, ignoring how he's feeling more sober by the second. Whatever you say, Dobby-san. Storm Chaser says, maybe a bit cheekily as well. Dobby shoots the kid a glare, but then he nearly trips on the threshold, so he spends the rest of the walk focusing more on where his feet are. Well, the rest of the walk he remembers, anyway. It gets a bit hazy after that. He remembers making it past an empty, echoing garage and up a suspicious flight of stairs. Then he remembers a weight likely the girl lifting from his hold. Chaser saying, something. Something that must have been pretty convincing, because then he was lying down on a ratty, plastic-covered couch, being covered in a blanket, and passing out. Paragraph. Dobby instinctively jolts to waking once to the sound of a knife being drawn from a sheath, followed by two voices trading some vehement arguing back and forth. But, he's comfortable where he's lying, and still rather tired, and neither of them have threatened him yet, so Dobby figures it's probably his neighbors, quickly decides, not my fucking business, turns over and passes right back out. Paragraph. When Dobby wakes up again, he's strangely comfortable, which really should be his first hint that something's wrong. Dobby shifts slightly and hears the crinkle of the couch under him. The several layers he's under beyond the fuzzy one closest to him have that slightly laminated feeling of a fire-retardant blankets. It's strangely dim, and he can hear the rain pattering loudly on the roof above him, even though he's marginally sure his apartment isn't on the top floor. The second hint should be the sound of people shuffling around. Anyone being in his apartment when he wakes up ever is a bad idea, even if it is just a one-night stand that's overstayed their welcome. The third hint and the one that finally sticks is when he opens his eyes and notes well and truly that he isn't in his apartment at all. Finally awake, are we? A cool, low tone says. And Dobby's heart leaps into his throat. His eyes snap open, and through a blur all he sees is a toothy grin. And for a moment he's back there, and he can smell the all too familiar notes of rubber and antiseptic, he can feel the staples in his skin as they pull together. A plume of fire ignites as he throws his hand forward. His freeze response splintering open into fight. His target backs down quickly with a yelp, patting down their sleeve which had caught alight. Dobby scrambles to stand, his bicep aching from the sudden movement and his head spinning. Did they drag him? No time to think on that, when a second figure, his vision still too blurry to identify much more than movement and swathes of color, approaches. Far more agile than the first. Vaulting over a table with an almost cat-like grace. He should have expected claws. She slashes out in a broad arc, the glint of a blade clear and distinct in the dark space. He sends out a flare of fire in response. It comes out smaller and cooler than he'd wanted it. And doing so feels like a strain in his chest. He's exhausted. But he's fought through worse. She dodges the flames with ease, twisting around them. But in that split moment where her back is turned, Dobby plants a hard kick to the base of her spine. A voice shouts out from beside them, somewhere, but Dobby pays it no mind, and neither does his opponent. She lands on the floor with a thud and an almost animalistic growl, swiping a leg back in a donkey kick that would have shattered his kneecap if he hadn't moved fast enough. But his dodging gives her time for a second kick, sweeping across the floor, and taking his feet from under him. In an instant, she's on top of him. She has a blade to his throat, and he has a hand around hers. His other pressed to her abdomen, flaring with heat as his quirk powers up. It's then that Dobby finally processes what that annoying, distracting voice had been saying. And is apparently still saying. "Stop! Both of you stop!" They exclaim. And then they're skidding in beside Dobby and the apparent vampire schoolgirl he has straddling him. "What are you thinking trying to fight in your condition? Either of you?" The guy rants furiously, yanking the girl backward and off of him. In his opponent's scramble to not be removed, her shoe knocks against his ribs, and he lets out a jolting grunt at the bruising pain it brings. He instinctively curls in on his side, cradling the injury and doing his best to remember how to breathe properly. By the time he fades back into reality, the two of them are still arguing. Go figure, da. He tried to attack you. The girl pouts as soon as she's somewhat free from the guy's grasp. The guy who he recognizes, now that his vision and memory are vaguely cooperating as Storm Chaser, the vigilante he'd teamed up with last night to save the apparently not-so-helpless schoolgirl. "So did you when you'd just woken up," Chaser says, crossing his arms. Dobby notes that there's still quite an amount of blood splattered up his sleeves and across his front. She places her hands on her hips, but not attempting to move away from him at all. Chaser, however, makes a clear and deliberate step back. "Yeah, but that's just because I was hungry," she says, tone going almost lecherous at the end of the sentence. "And I wanted to see how pretty you look when you bleed," she says, like that isn't the most stupid crazy thing to say to another person. She looks him up and down, liking her lips like she's staring down a 4-course meal, in a far more literal sense than Dobby is even remotely comfortable thinking about. "Toga, please," Chaser says, warning. Dobby grits his teeth. The girl gives him a stern look. "Himiko-chan," Chaser says softer. And the girl positively melts, letting out a giddy peal of giggles behind her hand, still holding that knife as she does. "Oh fine," she says, voice saccharine. Dobby's nose wrinkles in faint disgust, but he manages to wipe his expression just before the girl, Dobby is going to call her Toga, because of the two options, it's the most palatable, turns to give him an evaluating look. "Do you think he'll give me some of his blood too?" Toga asks. "If you're nice to him, maybe," Chaser says at the same time Dobby chokes out an "absolutely not," which makes Chaser laugh awkwardly as Toga pouts. Chaser grabs a duffel bag, drags it over to his feet, and begins to root through it, ignoring how Toga wraps herself around his arm like a boa constrictor. They seem like they're friendly enough, or rather, Toga seems creepily friendly toward anything male-shaped and bloody that isn't running away, and even that seems optional, given how she follows Chaser around, and Chaser seems to be just awkward enough to allow it, mostly because it seems he has no idea what else to do, or what the consequences of denying the little blonde may entail. Dobby, who can still feel the slight indent from the knife that had pressed into his neck, feels he's rather in the same boat there. "Where am I?" Dobby asks, rubbing at his aching head. He shuffles to stand, then inelegantly flops back down onto the couch he'd apparently spent the night on. The blanket's shoved into a tangle, but the suspiciously clean, worn and flaking leather still warm with body heat. There are two couches, he's sat on the larger one. There are a few bags shoved into the corner, and what seems to be some kind of solar-powered heating box system in the center of the room. Peering out into the larger space, through the two blankets hung in the doorframe like curtains, invites a nippy springtime breeze and the view of a far broader, colder space, mostly made up of cement and bricks, like a parking garage. There are a bunch of lockers, painted red and flaking with rust, inset to the far wall, and rain is pounding on the roof and at the tall square windows. He can hear the rapid, repetitive dripping of some of it leaking into a bucket and echoing around the space. Everything smells like mildew and damp, coppery rust. Chaser frowns for a moment. "We're at a base of mine," Chaser finally answers. "More like a swamp," Dobby mumbles, wrinkling his nose at the cold, wet air around them. He turns away from the curtains and pulls them shut behind him. Unperturbed by the judgment, Chaser continues. "How much of yesterday do you remember?" "Enough," Dobby says, giving away nothing. A flash of lightning reflects on Chaser's visor. His eyes are sharp and unsettlingly intense. A peal of thunder rumbles a moment later. "Why, did you let me sleep here?" Dobby says after a moment of silence. "The girl I kinda get," Dobby says, gesturing to where she stood, currently fiddling with some kind of brightly colored toy. "She's a kid, she's injured, but just because you're older doesn't mean you should have to face that." Chaser nods to the veritable hurricane pelting down outside. "You needed a place to rest, I've got room." Seems simple enough. He shrugs. "Like that's that. I'm not homeless," Dobby says, annoyed at the overfamiliar assumption. "I've got my own apartment," Dobby says, trying to keep his focus, even though his mouth feels like cotton. He smacks his lips and scrubs at his eyes, careful not to let any of his staples catch. I could have left. Toga snorts, flopping backwards down onto the second couch, this one a knit that looks scratchy, with several tears in the cushions, not looking up from whatever she's holding. You barely made it onto the couch before you passed out, she says. Because she's a child, Dabi does not flip her off. He does stick out his tongue at her though, which she returns in kind. She doesn't try to stab him though, so he figures they're probably chill. Chaser stands from the bag he'd been rooting through, and holds out a water bottle and a little paper packet. Here, drink up, he says unnervingly gently. I don't know much about hangovers, but I figure headache pills and water can't hurt. Dabi examines the water, the cap is still sealed. Same with the paper packet of ibuprofen. They don't seem like they've been tampered with, and his head and throat and general everything are starting to smart. After a moment of consideration, and the knowledge that Dabi has definitely been drugged in worse places by worse people, he downs the pills and drains the bottle halfway. Oh, Toga says cheerfully, springing up from her seat and making a grab for something. These are for you too, she says cheerfully, tossing it directly at his face. He catches it without looking, and pauses when he finally does. Cigarettes. Old Golds, specifically. His brand. Oh yeah, Chaser says easily, nose wrinkling in obvious disapproval, you told me to grab those last night. And the cashier let you? Dabi asks vaguely, turning the box over in his hand. It's dented at the bottom, but still obviously unopened. It's also been decorated with Sharpie, with flowers and storm clouds and a scribbled puddle of red that might be meant to be a blood puddle. Charming. No, but they let me, says Toga with a broad, fanged grin, capping one of her markers with a click. Yeah, Chaser says, pumping his fist with enthusiasm. Turns out there was enough blood soaked into her shirt from last night that Toga dash. Call me Himiko-chan, she corrects to deaf ears. Was able to use her quirk as soon as we rehydrated it. It was so cool. Dabi vaguely recalls the bigots from last night, talking about the girl who could turn into anyone she ingested the blood of. Huh, he says eloquently. Dabi cracks open the pack and pulls one out, rolling it between his fingers. Thanks Shorty, Dabi says easily, because he's pretty sure if he said it with all the embarrassing mushy earnestness he's feeling, he'd break out into hives. I'm not short. I'm still growing, Chaser refutes seemingly by rote. Still short. Dabi lights the cig with his finger and takes a drag. Even if you grow a whole foot you'll still dash. You say that like it's so impossible, Chaser pouts. I dunno, Dabi says, what are you, like, 16? Dabi says, making a broad guess. You dash. What? Seriously? Chaser mutters to himself, at the same time that the blonde girl lets out a loud whoop. Dabi blinks in confusion. Toga guessed 16 too, Chaser explains in a huff, awkwardly smiling and waving off the girl as she tries and fails to get him to call her Himiko-chan once again. Why does everyone think I'm 16? Chaser says, clearly to himself, flopping backwards against the backrest which creaks warningly. What about me seems like dash? Then, without any prompting, Chaser stops. He blinks. Face scrunching, then he twitches. It's odd, because it's extremely obvious he's thinking hard, though why he'd need to about age is. Well, actually, I might be, Chaser says cheerfully, having seemingly solved his dilemma. Or maybe just elected to rent it out to Dabi for a while. What? Dabi says delicately. Oh, Chaser says, eyes wide, like he hadn't expected Dabi to question him. But Dabi doesn't take it back, even if he maybe should. It's kinda a long story, Chaser says, with a shrug before he leans down and grabs his water bottle again, rolling it between his hands. Having grown strangely uncomfortable, like he's trying to make sure Dabi's not upset with him for keeping whatever secrets he has. Long enough that even if you believe me, which I doubt. No offense or anything, but people called me crazy for years before this, and this is way weirder. I don't know if it would matter. So, he shrugs. He looks suddenly rather tired. Dabi wonders if he actually slept through the night. He rather doubts it. I'd believe you, Chaser-chan. Toga says, either completely unaware or completely at ease with how little weight her opinion has. So what about the rambling? Dabi snorts flatly, wondering for a half-beat if the guy is always like this, or if this is some special occasion. Feeling largely more at ease with a smoke in hand. Is that a part of this nebulous tragic backstory of yours, or? Nah, that's just normal me. Sorry, Chaser says with a lopsided smile Dabi can only see from how it crinkles against his eyes. Though I suppose I do get called weird or crazy a lot for it. Don't worry Chaser-chan, Toga says, rubbing her cheek up against his shoulder like a cat, deliberately ignoring how Chaser scoots a little bit away to put more space between them. I get called crazy too. We can be crazy together, she sing-songs. Storm Chaser does not look comforted by this. You get called crazy? Dabi echoes, frowning. Sure, the guy didn't seem 100% there, the fact that he jumped in to help Dabi and the freaky schoolgirl in a fight last night being a serious point against true sanity, but crazy seemed like a bit of a stretch. Some people think I am, yeah, Chaser shrugs. Fiddling with his fingers and tugging at his gloves. Twisting the cap on and off his water bottle. For good reason, in their heads at least. I mean, keeping going every day since I got my diagnosis is pretty. Diagnosis? Dabi asks before he can stop himself. Wait, are you like, terminally ill or something? And suddenly, Storm Chaser's existence makes a lot more sense. After all, Dabi knows the look of someone living on borrowed time. He'd met it in the mirror every morning for many years. Some people would say so, Chaser mumbles after a moment of thought, yeah, maybe. Dabi wants to ask more. He wants to know what exactly that means. How can a diagnose be a death sentence by some perspectives and not others? But Dabi is already in this kid's lair, bandaged up on his dime. And at that moment, Toga gets distracted enough to change the subject with some irrelevant non sequitur. So all Dabi does is nod and let the subject shift away into more comfortable territory. Paragraph. If Dabi had been in his right mind last night, he probably would have patched the girl he now knows as Toga up as best as he could be bothered, dropped her off at one of those homeless shelters, preferably one in the red districts where they were underground and more tolerant, and then slouched off into the night, hopefully to never see nor hear about her ever again. Instead, Dabi is sat on a warm, ratty couch, swaddled in blankets, bracketed by two insane children doing crafts using Sharpies to scribble thunderclouds onto the back of Chaser's hoodie at Toga's request, feeling like he's in the rec center of some kind of home for the self-preservationally challenged. And the worst part is, it's kind of, not terrible. Sure, Toga's off-the-wall bonkers, and Chaser is almost painfully awkward at times, and he seems to have some kind of fed-up quirk FTSH, because he keeps trying to grill Dabi and Toga on what theirs can do, with varying levels of success, but they're both, generally chill people. He's not reminded of his siblings. He's not. They snack on some of the protein bars that Chaser has packed in, which Dabi reimburses him for, despite his protests because he's not going to freeload off a child, and Dabi lets Chaser check on his scratch from last night. They spend time FING around on their phones after Dabi has Chaser call his so he can find it where it got sandwiched between couch cushions and generally just have a rainy day in. It's almost like a peek into a peaceful alternate reality. A small space they can shelter from the rest of the world that wants to chew them up and spit them out. There's something almost familiar about the whole thing too, but that doesn't make any sense, and for Dabi, familiarity has never been an endorsement anyway, so he shoves the feeling down. Then, somewhere around 10 that morning, the rain fades. And Dabi gets a call. Who's that? Toga asks, her head popping up at the noise. None ya business is who, Dabi says reflexively. Laughing as she blows a raspberry at him and calls him no fun. The laughter cuts out as soon as he sees who's calling. He stands and shuffles out of the warm little alcove, to the stairwell, without a second glance. Yo, he answers. Where've you been? The voice is jagged and dry, almost sterile. What, you worried about little ol' me, Dabi jokes hollowly. His words echo for a moment. Silence follows. The stairwell is rickety and cold, the railing creaking ominously as leans his weight against it. The boss is asking for you. Says ES got something for you. Dabi stops. Then he reflexively palms his cigarettes. The box still decorated with flowers and storm clouds. I'll be there. The call drops. The phone clicks to silence. Leaving Chaser's little base is strangely sobering, despite Chaser's open invitation for either of them to turn up at his base if they ever need someplace to go. The misty morning a chilling return to reality. Dabi shoves his hands into his pockets, caught between trying to get himself used to the cold and trying to retain all the gentle warmth he can while it lingers. There's a strong hollowness, looking up at the tall, red-bricked building. He turns away and puts it out of his mind. The night after the bus jacking, Izuku had dreamed of Shinso, a stadium full of fog, and strange moving shadows that filled him with an unfamiliar longing. The day after he found Toga and Dabi, he fell asleep in class exhausted from staying up all night and dreamed of a forest fire. He'd woken up with a scream of Kaken's name bursting from his lips, tumbling out of his chair and clipping his brow on the edge of his desk. He got detention for being a disruption and laughed at by the entire class. Kaken snarled at him, clearly sharing his mortification. Based on the correlation, and the strange feeling he'd gotten meeting their eyes for the first time, Izuku can't help but feel that these are all somehow connected. Perhaps that, somehow, meeting someone in real life triggers a dream about how they are connected in the future. Like a recall value. Izuku does not know who, or what, triggers this one, if there's anything at all. Izuku dreams of a kitchen, painted in the peachy afternoon sun, that shines in ribbons through the soft curtains. There's laughter coming from the other room, from voices equal parts alien and familiar. The whole house feels warm and full of life. Next to him, he hears the rush of water from the tap cut. He wipes his hands on his apron. "You all done, Eri-chan?" Izuku asks, turning. He's greeted with the most adorable sight, of a little girl in frilly red dress, stood on a catpod step stool by the sink, sternly, and with great focus, drying off a shiny red apple. "I think so," she says, her voice so small and so focused. Izuku smothers a laugh as she hands the apple to him for inspection, and then steps off her stool and latches her hands behind her back, clearly awaiting review. "It looks perfect," he says, setting the apple on the cutting board in front of him. Giving her a soft smile and ruffling her long white blonde hair with his scarred hand, careful to avoid her horn. "Well done." And Eri absolutely beams at the praise. Her sweet red eyes crinkling with pride as her smile fills up her whole face. Eri mutters, pausing and looking away, shuffling over to the side of the counter and standing on her tiptoes to peer over it. "Will you cut it into bunnies?" Eri asks, her voice soft and her eyes impossibly wide as she blinks up at him. And despite being aware that he has no idea how, one look at those huge ruby eyes just sends him caving down like a stack of dominoes. "Please, Deku and I?" she asks, wobbling a little, even with her chin perched on the counter's edge and her cheeks puffed out. Izuku blinks, and offers her a wide smile of his own. "Of course I can, Eri-chan," Izuku says. He remembers, what feels like ages and ages ago, that his own mother had done so for him. Maybe he could give her a call? "Why don't you go sit down while I cut these," he says to buy himself some time. "I'll be in with your snack in a minute." The chatter in the other room is quieter now, but no less lively. No less filling and warm. And Eri smiles up at him again, smaller, yet no less precious, and Izuku does his very best not to melt like ice cream under the sun. Izuku turns and grabs a knife from the cabinet, muttering to himself. He'll have to core and cut them into slices first, so maybe he could just figure it out from there? He turns back to his workstation, and nearly runs into a tall, black-haired and broad-shouldered woman in a hero costume, suddenly just inches away. "Oh!" Izuku jolts back, just barely avoiding walking right into her, knife in hand. "Hello 9, she says with a warm smile. She's in her hero costume. Her shiny black jumpsuit and flowing, white cape oddly clashing with the otherwise utterly domestic scene around them. "Nana-san." Izuku greets cheerfully, but quietly. Offering her a short but respectful bow. "Oh come on, none of that," she says with a wave of her hand. "I just figured you could use some help," Nana says, gesturing to the apples. Izuku looks down, then back up at her. Then, his eyebrows raise. Oh, really? You don't mind?" He scratches at his cheek. "Nah. Not like I got much else going on," she says, like it's some inside joke. And maybe it is, because he laughs. It only takes a few minutes, as Nana quietly guides him through cutting apples into pieces. It's strangely tactile for a dream. Slicing out the seeds at the center, and carefully carving the skin of the sliced apples into little bunny ears. There's something terribly sad in Nana's eyes, though. After everything she went through at the hands of Overhaul? "I'm glad she has you," Nana says without prompting. Izuku blinks up at her. "You make a wonderful big brother." Izuku sputters for a moment before reluctantly accepting the compliment. He glances off toward the other room, unseeing. "Do you still miss them?" Izuku finds himself asking. "Your family?" Nana looks at him from where she's sitting on the counter or, well, more hovering a few inches above it, and pauses. Behind her, the cream-colored curtains dance gently in a breeze that doesn't quite reach them. "I do," she admits quietly. "You remind me of my son, sometimes." That sad, wistful note enters her voice, and she sighs. But so did Toshi. Izuku stares at the cutting board, and the little pile of seeds. He cuts the last one out and sets it with them. His hands are sticky. There's a strange sense of guilt in his heart. I'm sorry. He's not entirely sure why he says it. Maybe because he's sorry for a lot of things, even if they're not his fault. Or maybe just because an apology the only thing that fits. "Don't be," she says, shaking her head, staring out toward the window with a nostalgic determination in her dark eyes. "I knew what I was getting into. The life of a hero is a dangerous one, and one full of hard decisions. And it was hard, but I felt leaving them behind was the only way." She turns and looks at him. And something determined and resolute softens as she meets his eyes. "But I'm glad. Glad you haven't had to," she says, and she's smiling. It's a soft thing. Glad that, despite it all, I get to be here, cutting apples with you. Izuku clenches his jaw, trying to ignore the way the hot tears sting and brim and fall. He smiles back. He catches a glimpse of his own silhouette in the glass pitcher of the coffee machine. Dark curls, highlighted green and gold by the warm light of a late afternoon sun. But even though Nana is right next to him, she's not there. Paragraph. The apartment is cool, silent and dim. This late in the night, it always is. Izuku yawns and stretches, his post-school nap having run long, leaving him lethargic and hungrier than usual. Or maybe it was his unusually vivid dream and ensuing note-taking storm. Usually, he was left piecing together fragments. Blurred cityscapes, brief glimpses of faces, little snippets of conversation, never anything that seemed overly important or telling. But this was quite possibly the longest dream he'd ever gotten. And certainly the most information. Izuku scrawls out some quick notes on the space, on the little girl, Eri, with a quick physical description, and after a beat he tacks on the name Overhaul with a question mark. Something to look into later. Then, flipping to his page on her in his notebook, Izuku finally fills in the name on the dark-haired hero. Nana. It's not a full name, but it's something. Definitely more than he had. He traces his finger along the shape of her name. Nana. 7. She called him 9. Is it a coincidence? A nickname? A reference to the homophonous ku in his first name? Something else entirely? Izuku. Izuku snaps his notebook shut as soon as he hears his mother's voice. He'll have to get back to it. Paragraph. Izuku scrubs at his eyes, wincing when his knuckle glances the splotchy bruise on his brow bone. It's a few days old by now but easily hidden under a layer of pilfered concealer. And fights a yawn. Still struggling against the lingering recently woken lethargy of his after-school nap. How was school, honey? Inko asks, sounding about as tired as Izuku feels. And Izuku has to think for a moment to even recall. It was good, which is Izuku for not actively terrible, which was the best school ever was for him. The red line bus is being driven by a different guy now. I don't know his name. He forces himself to stay smiling. He will choose to be happy for as long as this conversation lasts. He won't worry her. Oh? She hums, apparently in the mood to have him just talk. Perhaps too drained from work to hold up a real conversation. He knows his mother loves her job, he also knows it exhausts her. And Izuku can understand that. He's still exhausted from his patrol last night, yet there's a bone-deep satisfaction to it that just can't be topped. Privately, Izuku will always think that, perhaps just below All Might, Izuku Midoriya had always been his biggest inspiration when it came to saving people. Yeah, hopefully that means Mr. Nakahara is getting to sleep in, Izuku says cheerfully, keeping the conversation rolling. Then again, he'll probably just be tending to his garden instead. He laughs. Mr. Nakahara hadn't been particularly nice, but he'd always treated Izuku like any other kid. He always let Izuku onto the bus, never tried to single him out. He never let anyone use their quirks on the bus, and he never let the other kids roughhouse in the back. He wasn't personable or chatty, in fact he was almost always dour, but he never took it out on Izuku, which Izuku sincerely appreciated. Maybe he's sick? Or he traded routes for something less strenuously early? Izuku would have to ask his mom later, some time where she didn't seem liable to fall asleep in her soup. Izuku glances up from his dinner in time to catch as Inko's expression twists, something pained in her eyes flattening out into a placid smile when she sees him looking, the way it always does when she's trying not to say what she's thinking. Perhaps she was mourning her own lost sleep? Knowing a conversational landmine when he sees one, however, Izuku simply veers to something new. We also had an English test, which was tough. It was tough, that wasn't a lie. But it was mostly hard because Izuku had to actively find things to do wrong, because apparently he was really good at English now? Not fluent, of course. And given he hasn't tried, he could still be largely terrible at speaking it, but it was still jarring to look down at his paper and just know all the answers. But I think I did well enough, he says with another sunny smile. They trade vague anecdotes and pleasantries for another half hour until dinner is over, discussing everything from life to school and work, to littler things, like the puzzle they've been slowly piecing together on the coffee table, before they both head into their rooms. As soon as he's alone, Izuku's happiness melts off him. He flops face down into his bed and sighs, only turning his head when it gets too hot trying to breathe through his pillow. He fumbles for his headphones and slides them over his ears, pressing play on his phone and thanking the heavens for Bluetooth auto-connectivity. He's finding it harder and harder to focus during the day. Maybe it's his lack of sleep. Maybe it's the sleep that he does get being haunted by strange nonsensical future visions. Or maybe it's his nighttime excursions, the injuries and the hours of lost sleep, that leave him lethargic enough he just floats through what had once been his entire life. And God, isn't that a thought? Izuku has been a vigilante for a little over 4 months, and aware he was a vigilante for just under 3 weeks, now. And he's still not entirely sure how he's getting away with it. Well, actually he does know. Kind of? It just feels almost unreal to think that he's getting away with it because, well, he's just that forgettable. It's depressing. It's not like he wants them to notice something's up, of course. Izuku's nighttime extracurriculars were dangerous enough to live, and that's not including the non-negligible legal consequences he may have to face if anyone finds out, and isn't that just one more thing to toss into the denial vault in the back of his head? He just can't help but wonder how the hell he hasn't been caught yet. His general competence was usually limited to blackout moments of adrenaline in costume. Outside of it, he was still mostly quirkless wee kitty Deku. And, for all Izuku feels terribly lonely at times, he is rarely, if ever, entirely alone. At home he has mom. He takes routes to school where he knows people, because it's hard not to know people you spend every weekday trading brusque pleasantries with for years on end, even if they regard you like some diseased feral cat, and then he's at school. Then he takes those same routes back, and he's home again. And then at night, he's not recognizably Izuku at all. Saving people, patrolling the streets, and on slow nights he'd been rummaging through that Dagoba trash beach for things to kit out the abandoned fire station he'd made a base out of. In the very back of his mind, he can admit that he goes there when he's feeling particularly lost. He spends hours searching through the garbage until the fruitlessness of his endeavor outweighs the itch to keep looking, even though he does not know for what. Yet, those statistics would suggest that at least one person would see something and say something, as those HPSC bus station signs always read. Izuku's litany of strange, unexplainable bruises and limps, his general sluggishness and shady behavior, draw little to no notice. The only two people who have shown real care, even one visible little bit, were the odd, stern, Tsunaitai lookalike he'd met literally once, and the Red Line's usual bus driver, Mr. Nakahara, who Izuku hasn't seen since the bus jacking. Izuku really hopes the man is alright. And, well, maybe there is one other person who's taken notice. The only problem is it is quite possibly the single soul on Earth least likely to be helpful, or even just tolerant, about it. And sure, Kaken hasn't been nice to Izuku in nearly a decade now. But Izuku has known Kaken since diapers. And with all the unfortunateness of that relationship, comes some knowledge that Izuku is pretty sure couldn't be yanked from his brain with pliers, and that is that, if there's one thing he knows about his ex-friend, he's always been observant. Yet even so, Kaken oscillates largely between ignoring him, and he's been doing that more and more lately, since Izuku threw him over his shoulder like a sack of trash. Go figure, and churlishly glaring holes into his back like he's trying to level up his quirk and explode Izuku with just his eyes. Still, as irrational as it is, a part of him feels petulantly, childishly angry that no one at least tries to ask him about it. Because, well, what if he was being abused? Coerced into some quirkless underground fighting ring? What if there was something terribly wrong? Was there no single hero, no concerned citizen, no one to push and make sure? Was it really this easy? Did no one really care? Izuku sighs again. He knows this train of thought isn't useful. He needs to finish middle school and keep his grades up so he can get into UE and be a hero. He knows this. It is the goal he has chased after for years. Still, living and spending 16 hours a day being quirkless helpless Deku is a hefty and an exhausting fee, considering his current goals amounted to graduate and keep all extremities. Izuku sighs a third time, just for the F of it. Staring up at the stucco ceiling and the 9 little bleached star shapes. He's hit with another wave of strange emotion that he can't place, staring at them. He considers heading out early. He always feels better when he's out, but if his mother notices? He oscillates for a while. Heads or tails, heads, he stays and waits, tails he goes. Izuku rolls off the edge of his bed. His unnatural reflexes catch him in a push-up position just before he can land on his nose, but he is face down. So, tails it is. Paragraph. Looking back, Izuku thinks he may have jinxed himself with all his contemplation of incompetent cops and the idea that he's unnoticeable. Izuku's shoulder slams into the wall as he turns, shoes skidding on the gravel as he makes a panicked grab for the fire escape ladder, for higher ground. Red and blue flashing lights flare blindingly from somewhere to his left. A bundle of poison ivy lashes out toward him as it spurts viciously from the dirt like a broken water fountain. The greenery slumps in on itself quickly, clearly unable to hold up to its sudden increase in size or power. It attempts another grab but Izuku manages to shake it before it can wrap around his ankle. Panting hard and rust flaking off, gray and red, on his palms as he scampers up the rusty, very obviously not up-to-code ladder. The buyers had fled, which Izuku doesn't care much about. There are a lot more drag deals going down in otherwise peaceful, suburban areas than one might think, Izuku has realized, and buyers are a dime a dozen. Dealers have connections though. Dealers also, apparently, get violent when they get desperate. Which is how he's here. Having watched a dealer shoot up what must have been half her stock of trigger, now screaming bloody murder with a black tongue. Listening to the sirens wail closer and closer. "Get back here, you little twerp," she snarls. Lashing out blindly at him. "I'll kill you." Oh, if Izuku had a nickel. There are pulsing veins growing up from the crook of her elbow, spreading over her body like something taking root. The poison ivy of her quirk responds and leaps up to grab him again, snagging his wrist and yanking. And Izuku falls. Just barely able to roll out of it and not snap his neck on the landing. He gets dragged toward her. He claws at the ground frantically, knowing that if he gets swallowed by the growing mass of greenery, there's no way he's getting out unscathed. He pulls out his multi-tool and slashes at the vine, clipping his wrist in the process. He scrambles away. "Oh no! I'm not done with you yet," she cries, laughing manically. Clearly high with power as more and more vines fill the alley. A huge bundle at the front lash out toward him, rolling like a crashing tsunami. Until they just stop, flumping down to the earth in a great heap. The dealer looks down, flexing her hands, her arms, gesturing more and more wildly and muttering frantically to herself. "No no no. No. What did you do? Why can't I dash?" Izuku's stomach drops as, from the roof, he spots a figure in all black with glowing red eyes stares down. Perched like a gargoyle. Eraserhead, Izuku whispers, reverent and petrified. Their eyes lock, and all the hairs on his neck stand on end. His stomach drops like a rock. Izuku feels a phantom tightness around him. He's bound and staring up into those same red eyes. He watches the man's lips mouth words he knows all too well: "You cannot be a hero." Izuku turns and runs. He just runs and doesn't even look back. Eraserhead is a pro hero. There's no way Izuku can outrun him on the rooftops. Outrunning him at all seems implausible. But for the moment, Eraserhead has to stay with the dealer, or risk her trigger-based violence running rampant. Storm Chaser is lower priority, at least for the moment. Which means he gets maybe a 30-second head start. Izuku sprints across a road, sliding across the hood of a. He does a double take at the gobsmacked expression of the trenchcoat-wearing cop in the front seat. A FING cop car, no, several cop cars. Make that 10 seconds. The cars are easy to dodge and leap over, big and clunky as they are. The sirens wail so loudly his head is ringing. A few bystanders carrying shopping bags exclaim in alarm as he weaves through their thicket. He skids into the first narrow alley he sees that they can't follow him through. Izuku weaves between alleys, the shopping district is a maze of them, his heart rabbiting in his chest. Only listening for footsteps, for sirens. Blind to where he's going. Avoiding any open spaces. It's a stupid mistake really. His ability to plan is one of the few things he has going for him. And the instinct of a prey animal can only get him so far. He hits a dead end all too soon. The walls are smooth and covered in graffiti, with no fire escape. Only litter and a sour-scented dumpster bracketed by trash bags, meaning it's already full. Nowhere to hide. And a handful of trash cans. He contemplates emptying one of them to hide. The siren is loud. The lights are blaring from where he'd come from. Closing in. No time. A subtle shift has him looking up, and he knows instantly hiding would be futile. Because he's not alone. There's a strange staticky feeling in his head. He can't tell if it's because he's low on oxygen or something else. Common sense, maybe. His lungs burn from the exertion. He's so terrified it's wrapped back around, though he's not sure to what. "Hello, Eraserhead." Izuku's voice is low, breathy like a whisper, his chest still heaving for breath. "Storm Chaser," Eraserhead greets back gruffly. Using his scarf thing to swing down into the alley in a smooth arc, Izuku has never wanted one of those things more than this moment. "It's good to meet you, face to face." His voice is casual. Izuku doubts he's even broken a sweat, the a-hole. "I've heard a lot about you." He still has his scarf in his hands. "Armed." "Wish I could say the same," Izuku says after a deliberate swallow, hooking his thumbs into his belt for easy access to his arsenal. Sliding his foot to give himself a wider stance. Just in case. "But you don't care for the media much, do you?" He's not sure if the knife he's got will be able to cut the fabric, if Eraserhead tries to use it to capture him, but it's the only turnabout he's got. "I don't," Eraserhead agrees. It's a strange standoff, for a long moment. A good 20 feet between them. Izuku watches Eraserhead scan him up and down. Gaze lingering on his forearm. He tugs his sleeve low, ignoring how the blood makes it stick, hoping to hide how the cut is showing. Hoping to avoid showing any more weakness. "How about we just have a chat," Eraserhead says after a long moment. As an odd show of what must be faith, or perhaps the knowledge that Izuku is so outclassed he has no other options, he settles his capture weapon back onto his shoulders like a scarf and lets his hands hang loose at his sides. Deliberately casual. "And if I don't want to talk?" Izuku doesn't move his own hands from his belt. Eraserhead only makes it too slow, even steps forward before the peel of tires skids to a stop behind Izuku at the mouth of the alley, painting it all a flaring red-blue-white. Izuku doesn't even have to look back to know a cop car now brackets the alley, boxing them in. "You did good work with that bus jacking, kid," Eraserhead says, still completely casual. He hears a car door open and close behind him. Izuku shuffles 2 steps to his left, until his heel knocks the trash can by the wall, the metal body of it clanging. He puts his back to the wall there, so he can get an eye on both his opponents. The driver a cop, or maybe a detective? The long trench coat and intelligent eyes don't make him seem like a cop, anyway gets out of the car with his hands raised. Like Izuku is some feral animal in need of reassurance. "Only one casualty, that's solid work," Eraserhead says. And Izuku freezes. "Casualty?" Izuku asks, heart plummeting to somewhere near his feet. "Did something happen to that purple-haired kid, Shinso?" "Did. The original driver was killed," the detective says. Voice gentle, as though he hasn't just stuck a knife into Izuku's ribs. "You didn't know?" "No," Izuku says. Hands falling from his belt without his notice. They're shaking now. Izuku feels a dribble of blood seep down his arm. He tugs down his sleeve and presses it firmly to the cut, a more logical, rational part of his mind knowing it's better that the blood soak and ruin his hoodie than it end up in a puddle the cops could DNA test. It burns, but it's not that bad. Not bad enough. A man is dead. Izuku didn't save him. He wasn't fast enough. "No, I didn't know. God. I didn't even." His hands go behind his back, wringing together. His breathing shakes in his chest, mind a whirl of adrenaline and fear and Izuku notes how both the detective and Eraserhead zero in on his injury. On his weakness and share a glance. Communicating something unspoken that Izuku doubts is a good sign. "We just want to know a little more about what happened, why you're doing this," the detective says slowly, voice quiet and even and too goddamn soft. He keeps walking until he's next to Eraserhead. Both of them facing him down together. It's a tactical disadvantage, they had him cornered. Why? It doesn't matter. His hand sneaks back toward the trash can lid behind him. "Chaser, are you alright?" the detective asks slowly. Izuku's heart hammers against his chest. His eyes flick around the space looking for an out. "Kid, I swear, we just want to talk." Eraserhead is cut off, because Izuku is already moving. People always say that. Teachers and schoolmates and villains say they just want to talk, but they never do. Izuku knows better. The detective ducks with a yelp as Izuku whirls the trash can lid at his head like a sharp and heavy frisbee. It hits the graffitied wall with a clang. Eraserhead positions himself immediately between Izuku and the detective. But Izuku vaults right past him, onto the trunk of the cop car, then to the top, and with a running start he leaps and scrambles up onto the top of the building. The alleyway flashes red and blue, and Izuku hears one of the 2 men swear adamantly behind him. Gaping about his escape, no doubt. But it's all Izuku can do to just keep running. Timing his jumps. Moving. Izuku knows he won't be able to beat Eraserhead in a straight race. He's a pro hero after all. But something as silly as knowing an idea is futile has never stopped him. But he's getting breathless. He can't wait for the pro to tire, he needs another plan. Izuku hops another alley, and skids around a corner when a sufficiently tall building comes up enough to block Eraserhead's sightline on him. He scours the alleyways below. Izuku spots a rather rusty-looking red bicycle set out by a dumpster, and takes the chance. The leather lining of the seat has peeled up and flaked off in places, but when he quickly scans it over tires with air in them, check. Handles, check. Chain functional, check. He finds that the worst problem is probably that one of the pedals is missing, leaving just a thin, flat metal bar. Still, it'll be faster than running. He pushes the bike out of the alley and hops on when he's almost at a sprint. Izuku weaves around a group of pedestrians on the sidewalk, exclaiming a breathless half-apology at their yelling as he whips through, pushing as hard and as fast as his burning thighs can bear. He slides onto a main road, the bike chunking off the curb unsteadily and skidding into the street and up an on-ramp to the highway. He just needs to get away from the buildings in the city. Get Eraserhead out of his home turf. Then he might stand a chance. The road tips downhill slow at first, and then more steeply, giving Izuku's legs and lungs a much-needed break. Not that it lasts very long. He glances backwards. A dark figure is sprinting along on the rooftop, red, demonic eyes glowering down. It looks really cool, with his quirk active and his hair and capture weapon whipping about in the wind. And then when he spots Izuku and turns that glare on him, it goes right back to being utterly terrifying. A sports car behind Izuku honks loudly behind him, clearly not a fan. Izuku isn't a fan either, but you don't hear him complaining. Mostly because he's using all his breath to stay alive, but that's neither here nor there. The car slides into the rightmost lane to pass him, the driver of the sports car proving to be just as big a deech as he looks when he flips Izuku off as he speeds past. Izuku is a middle schooler, so he just makes a mocking face and rolls his eyes. But then, in a split second, he considers, and he grabs onto the sports car's spoiler. His arm yanks hard in its socket, and it is entirely his weird future reflexes that keep the bike underneath him as he veers at a violent diagonal. The sports car speeds up so fast Izuku's the sliver of uncovered face across his cheeks and nose stings from the wind. He's never been gladder for his visor and mask in his life. He pulls his feet up and crosses them on the bar behind his seat, in front of the back wheel, and watches the pedals the one pedal and one metal bar spin faster and faster. The gears and wheels probably aren't meant to go this fast, and the gritty whistling sound coming from it probably isn't a good sign, but that's a problem for later. For now, looking backward and seeing Eraserhead's little figure draw smaller and smaller through the crowd of trucks and normal-paced traffic is so incredible a feeling. And Izuku's breath is still 90% reserved for keeping him alive, but he has just enough left over to let out shaky, manic little laugh. His eyes water as he looks out toward the sunset. And he does everything he can not to think. His arm still stings. A while later, when Izuku is sure he's lost Eraserhead or as sure as he can reasonably be, Izuku notices the road signs that tell him he's going to be passing an exit for Hosu. With little else to do, he lets go and allows his remaining speed to coast him through several random, winding turns through the city. Every city is different and unique, but in some ways they're all the same. They have lungs that breathe through every hot air vent and whirring fan, a nervous system in the flicking traffic lights and buzzing neon signs, veins that pump people in and out through the streets, sidewalks, and railway stations. Everything moves with its own beat, crafting, altogether, the city's own sense of rhythm. It's like music, in a way. Izuku pedals to the beat of it as he glides aimlessly. He chooses directions at random, not really looking to do anything other than process, he supposes. Wait for his heart rate to go down, definitely. His hands feel shaky and everything feels tilted, unsteady. There's an ache in his chest at the failure that feels like it's eating at him, a hole he can't figure out how to fill. He needs to, he doesn't know. Fix it somehow? Yeah, maybe. But how does he fix death? He can't. Izuku's pedaling slows, and then stops outside an internet cafe. Something about the flickering orange light draws him in. He leans his pilfered ride against the bike rack. That's it, he thinks. He needs to know more, to understand. Izuku turns on his heel and heads straight in. Holding the door for a tall, masked teenager with some kind of multi-armed quirk. The guy thanks him, he thinks, but stares at him as he does. Hesitates, maybe. There's a reason Izuku never bothered trying to connect to the heteromorphs at school or the kids with villainous quirks or the red sneaker forums anymore. Izuku has always been seen as a freak, even among other outcasts. Why should a stranger feel any different? He isn't focused on it. Sure, Izuku's primary coping mechanism may be denial, but when he's struggling with getting to acceptance, feverish studying for facts and answers is the next best thing, right? Luckily for him, internet cafes are rather well known for their discretion, the sheer amount of homeless people who all but live there, and the workers who are absolutely not paid enough to care, so no one looks at him askance when he walks in, still roughed up, hoodie sleeves sticky with blood, and politely asks for a few hours in a booth. The attendant offers him a rag, which confuses him right up until he realizes he's bleeding on their counter. He apologizes, but the attendant doesn't really seem to care. He pays in cash and makes a mental note to wrap his injuries, and then gets down to hunting for answers. Paragraph. Izuku jolts awake to the sound of knocking. Hey dude, your 2 hours are up, comes the familiar voice of the attendant. Izuku's heart pounds in his chest, scrubbing his eyes clear from haunting images of loneliness, failure, death, blood failure. Yeah, I'll be out in just 1 second. It takes a beat, but footsteps recede. Izuku scrubs again at tired, dry eyes, and clicks to close his litany of tabs. Widow Mrs. Nakahara tearfully thanks well-wishers, and explains that her husband's funeral will be held on the 17th closed. Judicial ruling on both involved parties in bus jacking case, guilty. Sentenced to closed. Cause of death to bus driver was blunt force trauma closed. HPSC advises citizens to be on the lookout for a rise in vigilante activity in the following counties closed. Investigation opening on Storm Chaser, small-time vigilante located primarily in the Muzurafu area, to be charged with closed. Izuku leaves with his Storm Chaser gear bundled tight under his arm. It turns out, answers don't always help. Paragraph. I'm not going to jump, you know. Izuku's eyes are pink and raw from how long he's been crying, and his voice is rough from it too, neither of which particularly help with how convincing he sounds, but he doesn't overly care. His mask and visor have been long since shed, and his equipment has all been bundled up inside his hoodie, which he's tied up and shoved inside the plastic bag they'd given him at the konbini for his snacks, leaving him in just his jumpsuit and boots. It's cold, and it's certainly not the most innocuous outfit, but he's not sure he cares right now. Right now, he's not Storm Chaser. Right now, he's just a kid. And he's okay with that. Well, as okay as he is with anything at the moment. Izuku leans backward on one hand to look over his shoulder and greet his company, feet swinging off the edge of the building. The hero pauses, and something about his appearance itches in Izuku's brain, something familiar, but not in necessarily the future sense way. His hero suit is fully armored, shiny white silver that almost looks mechanical when paired with the engines coming out the back of his arms. "I didn't think you would," he says in a distorted voice. Izuku can't really tell if he's being honest. He removes his helmet, shiny and white in the reflected streetlight, and he looks strikingly earnest. His navy blue hair mussed from his helmet, and his smile gentle and bright. "I was actually just looking for a place to take my lunch break," he says somewhat awkwardly, pulling out a small lunchbox. "But, since I'm here, would you mind if I joined you?" Izuku furrows his brow, and then shrugs. He takes a sip of his konbini energy drink. It's supposed to be strawberry flavored, he thinks, but it's mostly just chemical, and shoves the wrapper of his finished protein bar into his pocket. "Are you okay?" he asks. Izuku raises a brow. "I mean like, physically. It's just, your face, and your arm." Izuku snorts hollowly. "Yeah? Well, you should see the other guy." The hero doesn't laugh, but Izuku can't blame him really. He's not exactly at the top of his comedy game at the moment. A shaky numbness has descended over him that he's not sure how to shake, or if he cares to, really. Izuku feels up at the sore shiner on his brow. He must have sweated off his concealer at some point. He'll have to fix that before he heads home. Home. Izuku refuses to think about that complicated web of emotions. To be clear, there wasn't another guy, Izuku amends awkwardly, remembering that heroes are mandated reporters and this doesn't exactly look great. "I, fell asleep in class and used my forehead to break my fall." "And your arm?" he asks, sounding on the fence about whether to believe Izuku or not. "I mean, no offense, but you look like you got into a fight with a bag full of box cutters." Izuku huffs out a half laugh, and the hero smiles, bright and broad. It suits him. "Stray plant attack, I'm afraid," Izuku says with a shrug, and then turns away, tugging down his torn sleeve over the bandages he'd hastily applied. "Never let M tell you gardening is just for pansies." There's a long, odd pause after that. Izuku doesn't look over his shoulder. "I'm Ingenium, by the way," the man says cheerfully, extending a hand to shake. "The turbo hero," Izuku acknowledges in recognition. His fanboy giddy nervousness mixing with his vigilante paranoid wariness, resulting in a kind of anxious reluctance. "Nice to meet you," Izuku nods politely. He doesn't take the extended hand. Half sure that if he does, he'll try and pull back only to find a cuff cinched around his wrist. He wonders if he wouldn't deserve it. Being Storm Chaser had felt so incredible. An escape from his droll life as the quirkless, useless freak. A way to bridge the invisible barrier that Izuku was always stuck behind, that made it so he could never connect with people, could never help them. And Storm Chaser, as Storm Chaser he's supposed to be better than Izuku is. He's not supposed to make mistakes, he's not supposed to screw up or to. Ingenium sits down just out of reach, but similarly close to the roof's edge. Popping open his lunchbox and pulling out a sandwich. The city stretches out beyond them, bright and shining and as hopeful as ever. It feels wrong. "You know, I think I have a brother your age," Ingenium says after a bite. Humanizing himself. Grounding the situation. "Do you have any siblings?" he asks, engaging Izuku, attempting to make him think of those who would miss him. It's sweet, in a rather trite, predictable way. Or maybe Izuku is just feeling rather overcritical. If he is, it's rather well enough earned. "Just me and my mom," Izuku says, shaking his head. He picks at his fingernails. There are some pretty nasty bruises developing between his knuckles. Another pause. Something tells him that Ingenium isn't entirely sure what to do with someone like Izuku. Izuku figures that's only fair, since he himself isn't sure. "What does it mean to be a hero, Ingenium-san?" Ingenium's brow furrows tightly and he tilts his head. "That's a bit of a tough question, my guy," he cracks a smile, but when Izuku doesn't mirror it, he just thinks. "I mean, to me, helping people is helping people. And really, actions mean more than words." "But?" Izuku presses. "But," Ingenium allows gracefully, "I think every hero has their own reason," he answers candidly, laid back and calm. "When I first got into being a hero, I just wanted to be cool." He laughs a little. At his own foolishness, maybe. Now. I think I want to be the type of hero that can inspire, and is worthy of that admiration. The kind of hero that people aren't afraid to come to when they need help. Big or small, you know? Izuku frowns, but slowly nods. He stares out at the horizon for a long moment. Have you ever lost anyone, Ingenium-san? Ingenium pauses, stops so abruptly he seems to jolt a little bit. Sure I have, Ingenium says with an odd smile and awkward laugh. I'm lucky that Hosu is mostly one big grid or I'd get lost quite a bit. He laughs. It's too loud and too jarring for this quiet moment. He stops a moment later, clearing his throat and scratching at the nape of his neck. Nervous. That's, not what you meant, is it? Izuku shakes his head. A brush of wind flutters past, ruffling through their hair. Izuku turns back toward the sunset, or what had been the sunset. Now it's just faint, fogged over stars. Is it? Ingenium fiddles with the plastic wrapping of his sandwich. You said it's just you and your mom. Did your dad? No, Izuku says with an odd, awkward chuckle that scrapes its way out of his throat, or, maybe? He disappeared a long time ago, he's supposedly in America, but, Izuku leans forward, elbows on his knees, and he wonders. He remembers the flash of strain across his mother's face when he mentioned the different bus driver on the red line. As he talked about Mr. Nakahara and naively guessed he was gardening, when he was really already 6 feet under. He remembers brushing it off as exhaustion, but, did she know, even then? Did she keep it from him, just the same way she never told him about whatever really happened to his father? Why the calls just suddenly stopped coming? Why one day he just, never came home? I think. My mom doesn't like to tell me things that might hurt me, Izuku says, biting the inside of his cheek. And I know she's just trying to protect me, but she doesn't understand. And if I end up finding out anyway, what happens then? What happens when it's my dash? Izuku cuts himself off. He twists to face the hero, and repeats again. Please, just, tell me. Have you ever lost anyone, Ingenium? Ingenium, who had been watching Izuku with hawk-like focus, furrows his brow. He turns to face the sky. Yes, I have. He says soberly. Every hero has, at some point in their career. All Might never has, Izuku contrasts, unable to resist. He curls his knees up to his chest, capping his drink and setting it aside. All Might has never had a civilian casualty in his whole career. His heart aches. Well, Ingenium says gently, shrugging. We can't all be All Might. And it's not the concept of accepting death that startles Izuku. What shocks him is just how blasé Ingenium sounds, as though being like All Might hadn't been Izuku's childhood dream, and moreover, as though reaching your dreams isn't even important. As if the dream is just kind of a nice to have, rather than something meant to be grabbed with fingers, claws and teeth. He's great to aspire to, sure, but, sometimes that's just not in the cards for all of us. And that's okay. Ingenium takes another bite of his sandwich and continues watching the hazy stars. How did you deal with it, then? Izuku asks, furrowing his brow tightly. Frustration building in his chest. What do you mean? Ingenium quietly coaxes, looking back toward him. Like, didn't it feel world-shattering? Izuku asks, gesticulating broadly. Like, you let someone die. That's on you. Forever. And all you can do is just, what, accept it? How can you be okay with that? Izuku's hands thread up into his hair, his rambling glowing more and more frantic as he forges onward. How can you stand to put on your hero suit and go out into the world, knowing that blood is on your hands? How can you stand to call yourself a hero ever again? He tugs hard. Hard enough for his scalp to sting. Fresh, hot tears bubble forth from his burning eyes. He scrubs at them viciously. How can you go home and face your family, knowing if they ever found out what a horrible thing you've done, that you let happen, they'd never look at you the same? How can I dash? Izuku swallows, and feels the awful knot in his throat. There it is. The upset. It figures that it's the saying it out loud that really drives home how awful Izuku feels. Especially when he's talking to someone to whom he doesn't have to explain himself, because Ingenium is a hero, he gets it. He has to. Hell, Ingenium probably understands this whole honor-grief nightmare better than anyone in his life ever will. Izuku feels an arm wrap around his shoulder, and he jolts back, suddenly. A hiccup breaking up his quickly spiraling sobs. Hey, it's okay. I just thought you could use a hug is all, Ingenium says, gentle, warm, stable. Can I do that? Izuku stares at him, scans him feverishly, and true to form, there are no cuffs. No weapons. Just a warm, sober expression of understanding. Izuku's chest aches, the loneliness and grief so cavernous and hollow, like a dying star turning in on itself, consuming its own matter until there is nothing left. A breath escapes Izuku's lungs that sounds somewhere between a whimper and a sob. It ends up being that understanding that finally breaks him. And Izuku cries, slow at first, and then an avalanche of sobs as he buries his face in that cold metal armor, unable to reconcile the tenderness he's being shown with this indescribable failure. Izuku's throat aches from crying. It hurts like his diagnosis did. It hurts alongside every other pain, everything hurts, because it feels so undeserved, it's too much. He just wanted to be a hero. To be good. To help people smile. It's all he's ever wanted. I just wanted to help, Izuku sobs, the words breaking out from him suddenly and painfully, his throat screeching at him to stop, but he can't. I just once, wanted to be more than a screw-up, An. Grief and loneliness ache in his heart like a physical force, but Ingenium's warm hands and gentle words soothe the ache. It's nice, just to be understood. You'll be alright, Ingenium assuages quietly. Shoo, don't you worry, kid. You'll be okay. It's not the words Izuku needs to hear, but he's used to that. He's okay with taking what he can get. It takes a while for Izuku to calm down after that, and when he finally does come back to his senses, he apologizes rapidly. It's undeniably awkward for Izuku, of course, because there's no way to smoothly transition from hyperventilating mental breakdown to chill average Joe, but he does his damnedest anyway. Ingenium, however, refutes all of his apologies, explaining that it's good to get it all out, and that even heroes need a good cry sometime. He expounds that when he was little, Ingenium's younger brother used to get just as emotional. It's really weirdly sweet. What's especially nice is how Ingenium doesn't push for answers on anything, really. He asks if Izuku is safe, of course, and offers to walk him to the train station so he can get home alright, but otherwise, he's pretty cool about the whole situation. And, even better, he cheerfully fills the silence when Izuku doesn't have much to say. He shows Izuku pictures of his dog, his little brother in various stages of life, and something about him is achingly familiar. Izuku asks perhaps a few too many questions. If Ingenium's steadily growing teasing is any indication, he talks about hero work and the realities of it, how necessary a support system is and how hard days are just a part of the job. He offers a quick pep talk, and when Izuku nervously reveals his hopes of attending Yui someday, he tells Izuku to get in contact with him for an internship when. He said, when. Izuku gets in. He even offers Izuku an autograph, and picks out a properly colored, navy blue sticky note to put it on. Izuku stores all these little kindnesses under his ribs, hoards them like a dragon hoards gold coins and gemstones in a storybook, and lets them warm him. Individually, they are never enough, nothing is. Loneliness, to him, has always felt similar to starvation, a hunger as real as any, a pain made up of lack. But altogether, it's closer. And for the moment, the pain abets. They part ways at the bottom of the stairwell when a little holographic screen pops up in Ingenium's bracer, notifying him of work stuff, as he affably explains, a deliberate contrast to the strain creasing his eyes. Izuku waves him off with a smile that feels almost real, as the hero takes off into the night. Paragraph. Izuku is aware that some people got embarrassed by going to parks or theaters alone, or generally doing things that might usually be denoted as a group activity by themselves. And despite how easily flustered he could be in general, it had never especially bothered him. Or maybe he'd just been alone for long enough it didn't matter. Izuku realized a long time ago that if he waited to have friends to do things with, he'd never get to do much of anything at all. So, Izuku made habits of going to museums, or parks, or to new restaurants and cafes by himself, carrying his notebooks along with him for company. Izuku sips the last of his probably strawberry-flavored energy drink and strolls through a small, cordoned-off park. He studies the statues and reads the plaques, and then when that gets boring, he goes and buys himself some mochi and examines the nearby street art. He spends an embarrassing amount of time contemplating a random, ivy-covered shack at the park's edge, with an engraving of a butterfly emerging from a cocoon in stages on the door plaque, before eventually realizing that it's likely not an avant-garde art piece, and is probably just an old shed for holding the groundskeeper's gardening supplies. He nearly bumps into a tall, lanky bespectacled businessman as he heads out the gate, who had been too busy waving around some kind of large, silver, blinking device to notice him. The city stretches out beyond him as he walks onward into the night, bright and shining even at night. Instinct urges him to move quickly, so he does. There's an odd sweetness to the brisk night air that he can't place. Like rotten fruit. Every city is different and unique, but in some ways they're all the same. All cities have their own sense of rhythm. Which means when there's a disruption to that rhythm, the locals notice fastest. A fritzing crosswalk light is the first little sign. Both halt and walk lights flaring on at the same time, the bulbs fizzing like shaken sodas ready to burst. Several locals step off the curb, only to pause and retreat when they notice. Glancing up and down the street awkwardly as cars slow but don't really stop. Izuku watches more heads bowed toward phones pop up at the light and narrow as foot traffic stalls. The wail of police cars and flashing lights which Izuku had chalked up to average city noise draws in. And it's only as they get closer then that Izuku notices the odd, flickering light is, in fact, coming from the opposite direction as the sirens. And the glow is just red. Smoke hits his senses. Not cigarette or weed smoke, but like a bonfire, like burning wood and... Izuku picks up his pace. And then everything gets worse. Snap crack boom. Something explodes in a burst of red-hot flame about 5 blocks away. Sudden and violent and bright enough Izuku, who had unfortunately been looking in the right direction, has to blink spots from his vision. Fire! Someone yells as they suddenly turn on their heels and shove past. Izuku weaves through crowds all running away from danger, while he runs toward it. It's becoming a bit of a well-earned skill, really. Izuku reflexively darts out of the street just in time for a half-dozen cop cars to whiz by. Fire? Oh my god. Fire! Someone else yells in helpful conformation. Come on! Yells a middle schooler, grabbing his friend by the wrist and towing her away from danger as fast as he can in the matted crowd. The two teenagers from before run across the street as soon as it's clear. TSSSSS chick. A power line pops free from its pole and falls, writhing like a snake that's head just came off. Izuku watches it in slow motion. Sparks fly across the sliver of asphalt he can still see, skipping like thrown stones across a lake. Izuku doesn't even notice he's running until he's slamming into them both, shoving them out of the way. He feels sparks hit his back, stinging at his skin like fire ants. His knees skid across the ground. Are you alright? Izuku asks the pair as he stumbles back to his feet. Still breathing heavy. They stare at him with wide eyes. Why yeah. The girl at his side says breathlessly as he tugs her to her feet. Your reflexes are incredible, dude. Says the boy as he dusts off his knees. He's kind of unremarkable, black hair, pale skin, red eyes right up until he grins and shows off razor-sharp shark teeth. Thank you for saving us. The girl says as she bows. She's got bright pink hair that matches her skin, and little yellow horns that Izuku gets an up-close view of when she bows. The boy follows suit with an echoed, yeah, thank you. Something warm flushes through Izuku's entire body, and he returns their smiles with a bright one of his own. Try and be careful. Izuku says, as he twists to run off, waving at them over his shoulder as he continues toward the fire. Izuku finds an alley between a konbini and a gardening supply store, opens his bag containing his suit and pulls on his mask and visor. He pauses. There's still blood on his hoodie. Still clouds drawn across the back from toga. For a long moment, Izuku just stares at his gear. It doesn't stare back, thankfully, it just kind of slumps there, as a pile of mostly fabric is wont to do. A nervousness he hasn't really felt before skitters across his skin. He had just kind of slipped into this whole vigilante business. Back when he didn't understand what he was doing. But now he knew. Now he'd failed. Someone got hurt on his watch, and what if it happens again? What if it's worse next time? Izuku had been aware from the beginning that doing this would put him in danger, and he was okay with that. But now, here, can he live with putting other people in danger? Can he live with the guilt? The consequences? God, the consequences. 2 more cop cars skid to a stop and police tumble out of their vehicles, one cop using a megaphone and another assembling some kind of perimeter around the downed cable. Izuku knows the heroes can't be far behind. If he gets out there, he might run into them. He might have to run away from them. And he barely managed to escape Eraserhead? Come on! Someone shouts. The teenagers from earlier rush past in entirely the wrong direction, fighting against the flow of the crowd, carrying buckets. They have buckets. It's such a simple little thing. And yet, without his say-so, his feet carry him to peer out of the edge of the alley. And yes, there is still tumult, still people fleeing from the danger. But something in Izuku's chest sparks as he watches people of all walks of life, businessmen in suits and punk-styled teenagers and tourists and middle schoolers all forming a line to pass buckets down to the fire. Warmth spreads through his limbs. Hope balloons dangerously full in his chest. Yes, there are quirked people using their abilities. A girl with a weak water manipulation quirk bends water from her bucket as far out into the flames as she can reach. There's a boy with red and white hair, freezing a perimeter around the flames so they can't spread and beckoning evacuees out on imprecise slides of ice. But beyond anything else, there are just people. Average civilians, helping how they can. The heroes will be here soon. They could all be charged with vigilantism. They could all be sent home in cuffs. And yet, they help each other. Are you gonna help or not? Someone snaps from behind him. There's a metal rattle above and then a thud on the pavement, like someone has just vaulted themselves off the roof. Izuku startles and twists. They lock eyes, and a familiar future sense zap travels up his spine. Only, in the vision, very little really changes. They're still in Hosu, in an alley backlit by fire. In the vision, man is just as muscular, tall and intimidating as he is now, though his costume is more ragged, and his many knives more visible. He still wields a katana openly. There's still a rusty smell in the air and a sense of deep urgency. Well? The man snaps, lifting his blade. And Izuku snaps out of his trance. Izuku has always wondered when he would meet the future. Where it would find him. He supposes he has that answer now. Maybe. Not that he knows what to do with it. You're a vigilante, aren't you? Izuku blurts. The man's long, sallow noseless face shifts from a glow or two. Something at least not as viscerally, I'm going to kill you any second. Which is an improvement. He hopes. I mean, I am too. A vigilante. And I've never dealt with a fire before. I need a game plan. It's silly to rush in if I'm only going to become one more person in need of saving, right? Izuku rambles, glad his face has been covered this entire interaction. His breath feels very big and very still in his chest as soon as he stops talking, like the words are trying to escape despite himself. The man's eyes narrow considerably, dark pinpricks. He scans Izuku over, as though trying to discern the truth from the shape of him. It reminds Izuku of a nature documentary, how big animals look at much smaller, much weaker animals. After a moment, he nods. He gestures at Izuku in a way Izuku can only parse as, well, go on, and Izuku exhales in a rush. He clumsily dons the remainder of his kit, hopping to pull on his knee guards and trying desperately not to screw this up too. What do they call you then? The man asks as he takes the moment to categorize all his own gear, spending a long moment scanning the razor edge of his katana. He seems a lot better prepared for a fight than a rescue scenario, but Izuku isn't about to mention that. Storm Chaser. Izuku, now ready, looks at him straight on. What about you? The man's thin brows arch, and a smile slowly crawls across his noseless face. Broad and somewhat unsettling. Stendhal, he says. And then, wasting no more time, they both take off toward the blaze. The office building and thank F-, it's after hours and the building is mostly empty is burning freakishly. Fast for something that looks to be made of steel and glass. Unnaturally fast, actually. Unless Izuku manages to get to a window, darting easily through, around and leaping over a maze of postmodern metal desks scattered with papers. Just in time to blur of red-hot glowing mass whip around the corner, shouting loud and angrily enough to be heard even through the clamor. This proves his hypothesis right at least, as none other than Endeavor, the flame hero, rounds the corner in hot pursuit of a villain. Throwing out lashes of flame without even looking to see where they land. Izuku doesn't know what fuels Endeavor's fire, molecularly. But in general, quirk-based fire won't stop until the user wants it to, or they run out of energy. Which means putting it out is a stopgap at best. They need vent that heat before the vacuum makes things implode. They need to get people out. Now. Stendhal seems to have reached the same conclusion about a minute prior, as he scales the side of the building and starts shattering windows left and right. Great plumes of smoke bursting forth as he does. As they work together, several things become immediately obvious. Stendhal is experienced, and moreover, he's smart. Stendhal is strong too, the kind of strong people confuse with a quirk, the kind of strong people only get without a quirk from years upon years of sweat, blood, and devotion. And boy do however many years of work he's put in show. They're on the second floor, and Izuku watches as Stendhal throws a knife at a panicked civilian she'd been blinded by the smoke. Lashing out at anyone who got close, holding her similarly panicking dog to her chest, he watches it graze her cheek and stick into the wall beyond. Izuku watches Stendhal fetch the blade, and he does something. Izuku doesn't see quite what, but he does absolutely notice and panic a little when the woman goes utterly limp all at once. Paralyzed, Stendhal grits out as he passes Izuku, and he doesn't even blink. Izuku swallows the lump in his throat, and just nods in acceptance. He grabs the dog and brings her down too, wrapping an arm around a limping rabbit-quirked man who smells richly of burnt fur. There's something dejected to Stendhal, something almost subconsciously gentle with how he handles the innocent bystander, limp in his grasp, and yet also something burning with hate in how he looks at the heroes as they pass below in effort to catch the villain. It reminds Izuku of Dabi, in a strange way. Fakes, Stendhal hisses viciously under his breath as he peers over the balcony, catching a glimpse of Endeavor. Izuku is confused by the plural for a moment, until he notices a blur that must be is that, oh, it is ingenium, they claim to be heroes, and yet they chase a single criminal rather than aid dozens of dying civilians. Izuku doesn't know how he has the focus to critique heroes while measuring which rooms are safe to enter and where the structural integrity of the building therein has given away invisibly under the floors. Maybe it comes with practice? God, Izuku has so many questions for Stendhal it's not even funny. Everyone out! Izuku bellows as loud as his lungs will allow. Repeating the mantra he's been shouting for what feels like hours now, but has probably been less than 30 minutes. This way. Follow my voice. They get outside, and the muggy cool city air rushes over his skin, and Izuku breathes it in thick and deep. It tastes so perfectly clear, even through his mask. That should be everyone, Stendhal says, already out of the building and handing the woman off to the growing crowd of firefighters. And a good thing too. One of the firefighters says with a solid nod, taking the woman from Stendhal. That front balcony is seriously unstable. I'd give it a few minutes before it dash. And just as he says it, the balcony over top of the front doors gives a loud, warning creak. The right side shifts, red-hot metal shifting. Everyone get back. Izuku yells on instinct. And not a full second later. Creak, crash. The right side of the balcony slumps down, pieces crumbling off and falling to the doorway, blocking it in entirety. There's some coughing from the dust kicked up, but thankfully no injuries, as far as Izuku can tell. He's about to keep moving them toward the waiting row of ambulances, when suddenly, the limping man Izuku is helping, stops. Oh god dash, the man's long rabbit ear twitches, swiveling and tilting toward something Izuku can't hear. His face visibly pales and he twists to face Izuku. There's someone trapped upstairs. What? Izuku asks. Where are they? His ear twitches again, tilting higher. 13th floor, I think? They're definitely hurt. And they're getting quieter. They're yelling for help. I thought they were in another building when I was inside, so a far corner, I think. Oh god dash, the guy rambles. And sheet. The 13th floor? Izuku looks back at the broken, blocked-off entrance, at the heat he can feel radiating from the whole building at this point. Determination rises in his chest. Warm and sparking, like he swallowed a star. He can't leave anyone behind. He won't fail them. Not this time. Izuku hands off the dog, it squirms, but largely accepts the shift. I'll get them. You get to the ambulance. The man nods. But the firefighter next to him utterly balks. Wait, are you insane? You go in there, you'll be trapped. But Izuku is already running back to the entrance. His mind whirling at 1,000,000 miles a minute. He needs resources, allies. He doesn't see Stendhal anywhere, but he spots that ice guy again, and evaluates. He's wearing a jumpsuit, navy blue with white lining, clearly custom based on its fit. This throws him out of the civilian zone, but his unmasked face keeps Izuku from thinking this guy is another vigilante. Besides, don't they say three's a crowd? So, maybe he's an intern. Maybe. Well, it's worth a shot. Taking a page from Kaken's book 4, efficiently getting the attention of strangers, Izuku breathes deep and, without breaking his stride, he yells, "Hey! Ice guy!" Predictably, Ice Guy twists toward him with a severely unimpressed glare. Or maybe that's just his face. They lock eyes, and gooseflesh prickles across his skin and zaps up his neck like someone's just dropped a whole tray of ice cubes down the back of his shirt. An image flashes in his mind. The boy with red and white hair stands at the opposite end of an arena, his navy UE gym uniform torn and tarnished. The air is glimmering with frost and great, jagged pillars of ice frame him, as tall as skyscrapers. Izuku's hands ache, but his heart aches more. He yells something, screams it, even, and feels the words lift as though expelled from his heart. His opponent stops, all at once, like he's been physically struck. And then, a plume of fire erupts. My name is Todoroki Shoto. Not Ice Guy, Todoroki says flatly, snapping Izuku out of his trance. No time to think about any of that. Izuku puts it out of his mind as best he can. Yui? Was that Yui? His mind buzzes with possibilities. Fine, Todoroki. You here to help? Izuku bellows as skids to a stop, grabbing smaller rubble from the top of the pile and scraping it to the side. After a beat, the guy, Todoroki, apparently, shrugs. I'm here to learn, Todoroki says, with the intonation of someone who has been told his role repeatedly, doesn't like it, but doesn't have enough energy to fight it at the current moment. My father dragged me out. He dusts off his sleeves. Cool, Izuku replies, not listening terribly closely, grunting again as he hauls off another huge chunk. Are you an underground hero? Todoroki asks with an examining once-over. I don't recognize you. I'm Storm Chaser. And you're not meant to recognize me, Izuku says, not answering his first question at all. Lift with your legs, not your back, comes a memory as Izuku grabs for a big chunk. Izuku adjusts his stance and pulls. And with a creak and a groan, the slab of stone begins to move. Prop this up with your ice, Izuku grunts. Quickly. A spear of ice grows, thickening swiftly. When Izuku lets go, the ice creaks as the slab of concrete settles. But it does, in fact, settle. Izuku wipes his brow. What are you doing? Todoroki asks. The building is going to come down any minute. There's someone still trapped inside. Izuku gets down to his knees, shoveling dirt out of the way to make a better path. Thankfully he's small enough that he won't have to move much. I'm gonna need one of your escape slides. 13th floor. Izuku gets on all fours, ready to army crawl under the gap created in the rubble. I can't do that. Izuku's head snaps up with a glower, sitting back on his heels. What? Why not? I saw you earlier. I can't make a slide that tall, Todoroki says, shaking his head. The fire is too hot. And the angle would create lethal velocity for anyone coming down. You have to be on the 7th floor or lower. Fine. Izuku says with a sharp nod, continuing to dig himself a way in. I'll get back down to the 7th floor. There's a pause, and all Izuku can hear is the sirens, shouting, and the crackle of the flame. If you go in there, you could die. If I don't, they will die, Izuku snaps, glaring up at him. A real hero saves everyone. His hands form fists in the dirt and ash. The guy's eyes narrow, and for a moment Izuku wonders if he's gonna find the police, find the real heroes and stop Storm Chaser once and for all. Fine. He nods, stepping back and out of the way. Be fast. Izuku nods. And as quickly as he can manage, he squeezes through and army crawls under the rubble and into the burning building. Paragraph. The building rumbles and groans as something gives, and load-bearing pillars and walls struggle to maintain their purpose. Izuku skitters through doorframes and smoke-clogged hallways of the 13th floor and into the furthest room. The man was right about the floor number, at least, he thinks as he finds Suzume-san, a name he learns from her ID badge curled up under her desk, breathing shallowly through her jacket. Good thinking. He heaves her up, passed out from smoke inhalation. They never would have found her in time, and slings her over his shoulder the way Dabi showed him. Bad day to work late, Suzume-san, Izuku thinks as he heads back toward the stairwell he'd come from, and he encounters a slight problem. Well, now he knows what gave. Now, schlepping injured, struggling bodies out of a burning building is not quick or easy work. But, looking back, as Izuku stares at the distance between the ground and the doorway he stood in, a veritable sinkhole between him and the stairs, at least 3 stories have fallen in on themselves. Not quite lethal even without the rubble, but not a cakewalk either, an unconscious body still slung over his shoulders. He thinks that rushing up the stairs without care to the growing flames might have been something of a miscalculation. Okay, what does he have? What are his resources? He can solve this, he just has to think. Think. Izuku grabs his flask of water from his belt, not enough for the fire, but enough for him, and pours the last half of it across the bottom half of his face, soaking the mask. It helps for the moment. The building creaks again ominously as he moves around to check his surroundings. The elevator door is melted shut. The floor he's on is filling with smoke. If they wait for help, they die. Is someone coming? Not if they're smart. He shouldn't be here, honestly. God, why did he think he could do this? Growing frantic, Izuku moves back into the larger office space. Staying as hunched and low as he can to the ground without losing mobility. His forearm aches something fierce, and Suzume-san on his back is feeling heavier by the step. He tries 3 doors, the knob on the 3rd is hot enough it melts off the first layer of his gloves before he can even get it to budge. And when he does, everything is on fire. Everything. Anything that isn't pitch black with soot is glowing hot ember red. Instinct has him taking a sudden, deep breath, deep enough to strain in his lungs. RUN, echoes what feels like 100 voices, a cacophony in his head. His entire skull vibrating from it like a just-rung bell. And he does. He sprints. Heart pounding, lungs aching, running through the oven without knowing. And then he sees a glowing exit sign. His eyes are watering behind the visor and his lungs feel like they're about to implode. Running out of air, he gasps in another breath, but there's no oxygen. Just heat that swells in his lungs, running. Vision darkening to a pinhole, running. And then he slams into a door. The press bar making it fly open. And he gasps, and there's air. Izuku stumbles and grabs at the railings to stay standing, warm, but not red hot. He adjusts Suzume-san on his back to keep her from sliding off. He gasps and stumbles down each flight, his entire body buzzing with adrenaline, trembling as he coughs violently. He pulls down his mask just enough to spit up black phlegm. And he keeps moving because it's not over yet. He manages to get to floor 6 before he remembers how to read and what numbers are, and with warmth rising in the cement stairwell, he finds the door. He takes in another huge breath, and pulls on his mask again. The room is smoky, but not overly so, one of the windows having been broken out already by Stendhal. Thank F dash, he's not sure he has the strength to break it himself. You're gonna be okay, Izuku rasps to his injured passenger, or maybe to himself. He stifles a cough, not sure if he'll be able to stop once he starts. Izuku grabs a knife from his belt, and scrapes the blade around the frame, clearing it of glass shards. He shifts Suzume-san into a bridle carry, his injured forearm protesting with a stabbing ache. Todoroki! He rasps out, spiraling into a coughing fit. Izuku glances backward at the stairs. He can feel the heat wafting upward and smell the smoke. Definitely a no-go. He grabs his flask and opens it. The metal is hot even through his gloves, and shakes the last sip out onto his tongue. Todoroki! He yells louder, and thankfully, this time his voice doesn't break. From far below, a bicolored head whips up. Izuku uses his free hand to wave out the broken window. The half a minute it takes for Todoroki to build and angle the ice slide is quite possibly the longest in Izuku's life. But then it's finished and the cool air is stinging his cheeks as it whips past him. And then they're on solid ground. They did it. They're out. They're alive. Chaser! Grits Stendhal's familiar voice, darting toward him with the speed of a viper. What did you went back in? Why? He demands. Izuku stumbles, tears stinging as they form in his eyes and slide down his cheeks and into his stained, stiff mask. Stendhal grabs at him and his passenger to help steady him. There was dash. Izuku is cut off by a hard cough. Suzume-san was still up there. Izuku grits out. Following his instincts, he unloads Suzume-san's trembling form into Stendhal's waiting arms. Help her. Please, I couldn't leave anyone behind. Help H dash. He breaks off into a coughing fit. And he lets go. Stendhal stares at him for a long moment, or it feels like he does. But when Izuku finally uncurls from his choking, Stendhal is gone. And his mind is flooded with a repeating mantra of, they did it. They're out. They're alive. Izuku collapses to his knees and cries. Paragraph. Izuku gets about 10 minutes of rest after a particularly stubborn paramedic manages to wrangle him into the back of her ambulance. It's cool, and dim, and it smells like rubbing alcohol and fresh linen. She uses her quirk, some kind of 5-finger contact healing thing that Izuku wishes he had more brain to pay attention to, which helps his lungs immensely, and leaves him feeling strangely loopy and orders him on bed rest. She also gives him a lollipop, which is nice. The downside, however, is that her partner, a real rule stickler that Izuku has cleverly nicknamed Mr. Rules, keeps trying to ask him for his hero ID, and Izuku can only come up with so many excuses when his head currently feels like it's about to float off through the window. The door cracks open. Izuku, who is currently laying down, can only really tell because of how the ceiling of the ambulance gets brighter, does his best to look over to greet whoever it is, but his neck doesn't agree with him, so he just kind of lays there. Excuse me, comes the voice, familiar. Why is it so? I'm looking for oh. There you are. There's the sound of the door shutting as the person gets into the van. Oh, do you know each other? Says nice lady. We've met, says comes from a familiar head of bicolored hair. Todoroki. Izuku garbles. Making grabby hands toward the boy. Chaser, Todoroki says in greeting, as formal as ever. He pauses for a beat. Are you all right? He will be, nice lady says gently. She glances back down to Izuku. Are you all right with him being here, dearie? Yes, Izuku slurs. S my friend. Todoroki blinks down at him. I'm your friend? Izuku reaches out. He has to grasp several times before managing to grab Todoroki's hand, but he's sure that's fine and tightly squeezes Todoroki's hand in his. Why, saved my life. You helped me save other people, yeah. We're friends, Izuku says, only to suddenly feel overcome by a wave of insecurity. If YA wanna be, I mean. I dash. I would like to have a friend, Todoroki interrupts him quietly. Thank you. Just then, Mr. Rules comes back from the front. Well, I ran 867-5309, and there are no heroes, sidekicks or interns registered under that number, Mr. Rules says, glaring down at his clipboard. And the one you gave me before that just came up as All Mights, which I'm not sure how you know, but dash. He looks up, and his glower stays. Oh. You have company. Hello, Todoroki says. He sighs, seeming deeply put upon. Well, do you have a guardian or hero I can talk to? He asks, pinching at his brow. Todoroki tries to withdraw his hand from Izuku's grasp, but Izuku is too busy playing with his fingers to let him go. So, he stays. My father is waiting for me, I believe, Todoroki says without intonation. Ugh, your dad SCKS, Izuku groans. And then, as soon as he realizes what he said, Izuku smacks a hand over his mouth. Sorry. I don't know why I said that. Nice lady giggles. My apologies, it's a side effect of my quirk, I'm afraid. Esfani, Izuku slurs. Todoroki just blinks at him. You're nice though, Izuku says, turning to face Todoroki very seriously. How do you know I'm nice? Todoroki says with a slightly furrowed brow, possibly the most emotion Izuku has seen him express. Wild. We've only just met. Same way I know yo are dad SCKS, Izuku says with a laugh. S my superpower? The ambulance door rumbles as it slides open again. Chaser, are you Dash? Stendhal says, leaning in. There you are. The nice lady peers up at him quizzically for the interruption. Mr. Rules folds his arms disapprovingly. Izuku, feeling rather drugged to the gills, just kind of lays there. Oh, hello, Todoroki greets dully, and then his eyes sort of narrow. I've seen your face somewhere before, Todoroki says with a, well. Calling it an expression would imply he is expressing something, which seems like a fundamental overstatement. I get that a lot. Stendhal steps inside and leans against the side of the ambulance. I just have one of those faces, I suppose, Stendhal says, despite the fact of how that is. Objectively, absurdly untrue. Todoroki raises a crisp eyebrow, but says nothing. Taking that as his cue, apparently, Mr. Rules butts in. Excuse me, are you the hero in charge of, what did you say his hero name was, Chaser? Mr. Rules says, tapping his clipboard with a scowl. Because honestly, I have had to ask several times, and it's getting unprofessional. Honestly, young heroes these days dash. Overstayed our welcome, have we? Stendhal says, hauling Izuku up and off of the cot with almost insulting ease. Tucking him under his arm like luggage. Izuku blinks, head swimming as he is suddenly reoriented, but also because, as soon as the paramedic's hand leaves him, he's instantly way less woozy. Weird. Sorry about that, Stendhal says without changing his face or tone at all, uncaring as to whether or not he is believed. My sidekick and I need to head back to headquarters anyway, thanks for everything. I'll make sure they get back okay, Todoroki says with a similar affect, standing as well. If any issues, you can contact Endeavor. My father. Mr. Rules visibly perks up at that. Oh, well in that case dash. Todoroki shuts the ambulance door in his face. Then sighs, long and put upon. You should probably get going if you're not actually heroes. Todoroki says, scanning the surrounding area critically. The press is bound to be here any minute. And I doubt you want to be caught up in that. Izuku laughs nervously. What do you, mean? Of course we're, Izuku trails off, his weak defense limply giving way when met with Todoroki's completely cool demeanor. God, this guy is a block of ice. You should turn us in, Stendhal says, and Izuku instantly stiffens. Hissing out his name urgently. Stendhal, of course, ignores him. As a hero, it is your moral duty dash. You helped people, didn't you? Todoroki interrupts, challenging. The very air around them seems to grow momentarily frosty. That's what real heroes are meant to do. He glances off and folds his arms, the picture of stubborn defiance. Besides, as things are, I'm not sure being a hero is worth much of anything at all. He leans back against the warm metal of the ambulance, chin jutted up as though he's waiting for them to argue. Stendhal watches Todoroki for a long moment, with that familiar large predator evaluating stare. Well, Izuku breaks, not sure if they have time to get into all of that. Thanks, for everything, then. Izuku says quietly. Really, you were a hero yourself today. And even if that means nothing to you, I know it means a lot to Suzume-san. Todoroki tilts his head. Suzume-san? The woman we saved, that was her name, Izuku says with a quick, but solid bow, so from her and from me, thank you, Todoroki-kun. Izuku pops back up, and he smiles as bright as he can manage, which is pretty DMN bright, really. Because, well, they really did it. They saved her. God, it's really just hitting him. But they did it. Todoroki blinks at him for a moment. Yeah, sure. He nods. And then, like he's just remembered, what are friends for? And Izuku beams. Paragraph. What does it mean to be a hero, Stendhal-san? Izuku's legs are swinging off the roof's edge, the shadows dancing across a little sign saying, be a hero. Return your cart, which, as qualifications for heroism go, seems like a low bar. It's almost déjà vu, watching the full moon rise over Hosu's hazy skyline, masks off and talking as they eat. Stendhal pauses his chewing, then swallows. They're sat on the low roof of a supermarket, not far enough that their burgers would have gotten cold, but far enough to be out of the way of foot traffic or cameras. Heroes are those who will sacrifice anything to be of service to others, he says swiftly and with deep conviction. Like All Might? All Might is the paramount example of true heroism, Stendhal agrees instantly, nodding. Izuku takes a bite of his own burger, savory, greasy soul food, nothing more and nothing less, chewing on the meat and the idea. Heroes aren't those who will uphold society's subjective and oppressive laws, they're norms about good and evil. Stendhal finishes off his burger in 2 more quick bites. He eats fast, like it's something he has to get over with to keep living. Nothing is savored with Stendhal, it is there and then it is gone. Take Endeavor for instance. Number 2 hero, supposedly on the side of good, who set fire to an office building and he gestures sharply, let it burn. Even his own son hates his guts. What does that say about him? About our society that he is considered a hero? He doesn't wait for an answer. There are too many fakes out in the world, Storm Chaser. Something must be done, Stendhal says, a burning fury taking over his eyes. Scowl growing so fierce that, for a moment, Izuku is reminded of that flash he'd gotten when they met. That off the deep end, predator evaluating prey look. French fry? Izuku asks, tilting the container toward Stendhal, and tilting himself back, ever so subtly. Stendhal pauses, then plucks one fry from the container and eats it in 3 sharp bites. They sit in a heavy silence for a while after that. Hey Stendhal? Izuku asks quieter. Stendhal arches a brow at him. Can I ask you something? Stendhal gestures him onward. Have you ever lost anyone? Silence. Izuku curls in on himself, munching on his burger in small, quiet bites. Stendhal sighs, just as quiet. Too many. He shakes his head. Any number is too many, though, really. How did you deal with it? I didn't. Stendhal confesses, and Izuku's head snaps up from where he'd come to rest it on his knees. Failure, heartache, grief, they change us. Stendhal glances to him, then away, then back. Settling. Like it or not kid, you will be different for this. Not better, maybe. I don't know you that well, Stendhal shrugs, and then he faces Izuku more seriously. Izuku finishes off his burger, wipes his mouth and returns the serious gaze. But you can always weaponize it. There's something knowing in Stendhal's gaze. Something hard to look away from. And Izuku hates the idea, but he can see it too. He knows just how he'd go about it, wrapping the base of each shard of his broken heart in twine, attach them to sticks, make spears and defenses and jagged edges out of once smooth material. Should I? Izuku asks meekly. That's up to you. Just like your role in all this. My role, Izuku echoes. What's my role meant to be? I've been told all my life I'm a liability. How do I become, not that? How do I know what to be? He twists toward Stendhal, swirling the straw around in his drink, listening to the plastic make little wop-wop noises as it slides and pinches in the teeth of the lid. You choose. Stendhal crumbles up his wrapper and pitches it off the edge of the roof, perfectly into a nearby trash can. Don't let them pick a role out for you. You do that, you're a victim of circumstance. Everyone would be a victim of circumstance if we didn't wake up and choose otherwise. Every day. His voice is grave. I didn't let them, All Might certainly doesn't. And if you're smart, you won't either. Stendhal leans back on his hands and looks up at the sky. Izuku shifts awkwardly and fights off a smile, flattered to be lumped into even the same group as someone like All Might. Above all else, the life of a true hero, not the mass-produced posers that the media flaunts, is a lonesome one. You are the only one you can count on. The only one you can trust. He twists to look Izuku dead in the eyes. Carve your own path, Storm Chaser. That's the only way you can master your own fate. I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul, Izuku quotes in return. Midoriya Shonen? The car slows to nearly a stop next to him, the train station behind him casting Izuku's shadow long across the sidewalk. Izuku squints and peers through the car window as it rolls down, and for a moment, as the window is rolling down, the silhouette in the window is wrong. Tall, gaunt like a skeleton with bushy hair. And then the window is down, and the man sat there is peering out at him with wide, worried eyes through thick-framed glasses. Mr. Ishikawa? Izuku asks, squinting into the shadows of the car. I didn't know you were in the city. He pauses. Or the country, for that matter. Izuku doesn't know much about what Ishikawa does for a living outside of being their family's landlord, and owning their building. But based on how much he travels, he's pretty sure it's somewhere between the man's second to his fifth job. Midoriya Shonen. Mr. Ishikawa jolts at the confirmation, and his car slams from a slow roll to a sudden halt. His hazards flare on, making the quiet suburban street strobe a slow, ticking red. What are you doing out so late, kid? Don't you have school in the morning? He bombards frantically. Now, don't get him wrong, Mr. Ishikawa had always been a nice enough fellow. Busy and hard to reach at times, but he'd always been one of few people in the neighborhood who didn't treat Izuku like he was carrying the plague for being quirkless. A good trait to have as a landlord, possibly one of the only reasons their family has been able to keep their same apartment for so long and at such an affordable rate. Only, he seems to have almost overcorrected on that particular prejudice, always treating Izuku like he was some porcelain doll, prone to breaking. Not that Izuku's frequent injuries disproved this particular theory. Does your mother know you're out? There's some odd shuffling, before the door to Mr. Ishikawa's custom luxury sedan pops open. Mr. Ishikawa is a short though still about a head taller than Izuku plump man with oil-slick rusty red hair, truly as far from tall and bushy-haired as you can get. Izuku glances back to the window? A trick of the light. Some odd reflection of the streetlights on the window, possibly. But, oh that poor woman, she must be worried sick. Mr. Ishikawa exclaims, patting Izuku down shoulders, arms, back up to shoulders, his broad hands encompassing each body part as he goes. Unless, oh no, did something happen? Are you alright? He grips Izuku's shoulders firmly and stares into Izuku's eyes. Pleading, seeming utterly terrified at the idea. Mr. Ishikawa sir, I'm fine, Moms it's fine, everyone's fine, I promise, Izuku says, batting Mr. Ishikawa's hands away. And, almost the instant he realizes he's touching Izuku, Mr. Ishikawa's hands snap back to his sides like he's scared Izuku will break. He fidgets and straightens his tie. Tactfully, Izuku ignores this. I couldn't sleep, you know. Izuku lies, as though this is some deeply embarrassing secret. I was just heading back, actually. Ah, Mr. Ishikawa hums, visibly recalibrating. After a beat, he turns back to Izuku, smiling easily. Let's get you home then, yeah? Mr. Ishikawa says, ushering Izuku towards his car. Guiding without manhandling, like some kind of overgrown sheepdog. Oh, no really, you don't have to do that, Izuku hesitates stiffly, suddenly hyper-aware that very solid evidence of his vigilantism is currently dispersed across his person and stuffed into the not terribly secure plastic bag. Please, kid, he says, I couldn't live with myself if you got hurt out here because no one was watching you. And he sounds like he genuinely means it. Alright, Izuku agrees with a nod, knowing that agreeing is probably the least suspicious course of action. His apartment building is barely 7 blocks down from the train station, but still. He is tired. It might be nice to rest his feet. As soon as he gets the go-ahead, Mr. Ishikawa is all but leaping into action guiding Izuku into the passenger seat. He offers to put Izuku's bag in the back, but given large swaths of his chaser suit are in there Izuku elects to just hold it in his lap. He justifies it by remarking on how short the ride will be. Ishikawa nods like a bobblehead, violent enough that Izuku worries for his glasses. The car smells prevalently of rich smoke, which is unexpected. But it's clearly been freshly cleaned. Izuku buckles in. Mr. Ishikawa drives unnecessarily slowly and cautiously down the empty, quiet road. They pass by the Nakahara's building, and Izuku's eyes track it almost magnetically. Staring at the overgrown garden, thick with shadow. A quiet, nigh-forgotten dread stirs in his stomach. Mr. Ishikawa, sir, Izuku says into the quiet. Could I ask you something? Mr. Ishikawa nods and gently smiles, turning his head without looking away from the road. Of course you can. Now that he's calmer, Mr. Ishikawa seems to have reverted to his usual librarian-therapist sleeping baby voice. What's up, kid? Well, you know a lot about the neighborhood, right? Mr. Ishikawa barks out a laugh. A surprisingly harsh sound coming from a man Izuku had only ever known as meek and gentle. Sorry, he apologizes at Izuku's startle. Yeah kid, he nods, still smirking, I'd say I know enough. Why? Well, I was. Izuku swallows and turns to face him. Did you hear about what happened to Mr. Nakahara? Silence. The AC's icy whirring and the car's low rumble are the only sound. What do you mean? That he died, Izuku says. The silence continues, Izuku fidgets with the bag in his lap. I found out last night, and, emboldened by the open conversations he was able to have with Ingenium and Stendhal, Izuku forges onward. I know my mom knew, but I wanted to ask if you knew why she would keep it from me. There's a long pause, and Izuku bites the inside of his cheek to keep from instinctually filling it. She's doing what she can to protect you, little man, Mr. Ishikawa says finally. But, Izuku blurts, if she had just told me then you'd be upset. Same as now, he says firmly, shutting Izuku down before he can get started. If a tone of voice could convey, I am of the belief that you should be wrapped in bubble wrap and put in a padded room for the remainder of your days alive, and there is nothing you can say that could change my mind, that would be approximately how Mr. Ishikawa sounds. Izuku's mind flashes to his discussions with Ingenium and Stendhal. Long, open conversations where they really took him seriously, and he yearns. Still. Izuku's life has been a long, quiet procession of disappointments. Maybe being out as storm chaser made him forget that. What a stupid mistake. You're a bright kid, Midoriya. Before you heard about this, were you wandering out after dark? Mr. Ishikawa shakes his head without waiting for an answer, like already knew. And in a way, Izuku supposes he's almost right. After all, to everyone else, Storm Chaser and Izuku are different people. And until tonight, Izuku had never been caught out so late. So clearly, learning about this upset you. Izuku doesn't know how to explain that while learning about Mr. Nakahara's death did upset him at the time, it's not why he's upset now. That what upsets him is the idea that, even as he has grown and learned to stand on his own 2 feet, to handle mending his own scrapes and the tears in his clothes, that he is still so weak and frail in the eyes of those around him, that they still don't trust him with even such a bare, basic human right as the truth. Injustice is a caged, starved dog, restlessly pacing in his chest, nipping at his heels. She's a good mom like that, Mr. Ishikawa says easily. Izuku's stomach twists. And, I know you may feel like you can handle it, but that kind of unfortunate business has no place in your little head, he says, reaching over and gently patting Izuku on the head. The touch is so light it's like it's not even there. Izuku's stomach stirs, sour with a quiet, sick sort of resentment. Wriggling like little bugs that find their way into the holes in the cage. They come to a stop sign, and Mr. Ishikawa takes the opportunity to look at Izuku. There's something unsettlingly sharp there. Who did you hear it from anyway? There's something about the casualness with which he says it, strangely deliberate, that has Izuku deflecting. Just around. Izuku clears his throat and looks away, choosing to curl up around his bag, resting his chin on his knees and watching Mr. Ishikawa through the reflection of the dark window. I shouldn't have said anything. Sorry. It's not convincing, as far as dismissals go. Definitely not his best work, but he's not exactly on his A game right now. Injustice is a caged dog and resentment and anger and exhaustion are all little termites chewing on his resolve. All of a sudden, Izuku wonders if getting in this car was really such a good idea. Kid, don't be like that. It's such a generically adult thing to say. An exhausted warning, are you really going to make me? Don't be like what? Izuku snaps. If no one is going to tell me anything either way, why shouldn't I look into things? Midoriya, the tone is warning. Izuku glowers as he glances over. Ready and waiting for Mr. Ishikawa's meek, compassionate ramblings. He waits for the excuses and the "you're just a kid" and the glass-like treatment. And when he looks, he's spot on. Mr. Ishikawa's face is set in his normal, gentle expression. He almost looks pensive, brows pressed together ever so slightly. But his knuckles are white across the steering wheel. It's such an odd detail to catch his attention. And Izuku's exhaustion and frustration are overridden by confusion for just long enough that he notices other little things. Mr. Ishikawa's posture, the way he's not slouched back in his seat like usual, but perched just a half-inch further forward. Danger, something familiar whispers. Tread carefully. Izuku tries to shake the unjustified burst of paranoia. He must really be exhausted. Mr. Ishikawa had known him his entire life. If anything, he'd been weirdly overprotective. But you shouldn't go digging into stuff like that, kid. True to form, Mr. Ishikawa doesn't sound any different than normal. He just seems concerned. Gentle. Like always. It's ridiculous, Izuku thinks, but there is a part of him that, all of a sudden, feels very small and very trapped in this car. Mr. Ishikawa's knuckles relax ever so slightly as they turn and glide up the last block to their destination. His jaw works as he tries to figure out what to say. A streetlight they pass under casts dark shadows, obscuring his eyes from view. Crimes like this. I know, it can be scary. And sometimes, when we're scared, we go looking for answers. Right? A hand twitches down, and Izuku's eyes snap the motion. Silly, since he's just readjusting his grip on the wheel. They crawl up to the front of Izuku's building at a glacial pace. Like a lighthouse, Izuku's eyes stretch up to search for his apartment. Safety. Home. But there is no light. They roll to a stop, and Izuku undoes his buckle and tries the handle. But the lock is still engaged. Stuck. Trapped. Caged. Izuku takes a deep breath, muffling these irrational feelings. He grips his bag a little tighter and... Just, word of advice, from a friend, Mr. Ishikawa says in that familiar, gently padded voice. Leave this one alone. Izuku can feel the landlord's eyes watching him out of his periphery. Intense and awfully, uncharacteristically cold. Izuku nods shakily. Yeah, okay. I'm afraid that's not good enough, Mr. Ishikawa says with a tense sigh. Izuku's shoulders leap to his ears, he twists, ready to see Mr. Ishikawa pulling out a black bag or a knife or... He turns, and finds Mr. Ishikawa holding up his pinky? I need you to promise you won't go looking into this. Izuku's head pops up. And for a moment the sheer childishness of it makes him nearly want to laugh. Kid, I've known you nearly your whole life. He gives an odd half smirk. You think I can't recognize when you're gonna run off and get yourself into trouble? And God, is this really how Mr. Ishikawa thinks of him? How childish and naive he seems. Just promise me, Mr. Ishikawa says, holding firm. Izuku sighs and, after a beat, he hooks his pinky through Mr. Ishikawa's. And after a moment of puzzling out the precise words, he speaks. I, Izuku Midoriya, will not go looking into anything to do with Mr. Nakahara. He says, holding eye contact. I swear. How's the saying go? The devil's in the details. Unaware of the fine lie Izuku has threaded through the promise, Mr. Ishikawa smiles, and Izuku ignores how it doesn't seem to meet his eyes, how he keeps watching Izuku for a long moment after they let go. Izuku justifies it as exhaustion. Mr. Ishikawa's and his own. A beat passes, Izuku's palm feels sweaty against the cold metal of the door handle. He tries it. And the door opens with a well-oiled pop. Izuku feels eyes tracking him as he measuredly and at a very normal pace makes his way to the apartment. He ignores how he can almost hear the quiet rumbling of the idling engine all the way into the elevator. It's got to be his imagination. Paragraph. Izuku makes it up to the apartment and steps inside quietly, locking the door behind him and trading his boots for slippers. The apartment is dim and warm, his path lit by the moonlight pouring through the sheer curtains in the living room, the greenish glow of various eternally on kitchen clocks, and a few almighty nighty lights in the hall. Izuku stows his vigilante costume in its usual spot at the very back of his closet under his hamper, and changes into his pajamas. Thoughtlessly, he scratches under his still bandaged wrist, wincing after remembering that's probably a bad idea, only, it doesn't hurt the way it should. With narrow eyes, Izuku pulls the bandage away and peers underneath as best he can in the dark, and when that predictably fails, he swipes a finger under the bandage, feeling around for the scab he knows should be there. But, nothing. Still, he should check it out. Izuku creeps back out of his room and toward the bathroom. The night is quiet, their little suburban corner of Muzurafu is not particularly loud even in daytime, but something about their apartment had always been especially, perfectly quiet. The delights of modern soundproofing, he supposes. He pauses when the floorboards protest his movement with a long, warning, kriya-walk that echoes in the silent apartment. Waiting, listening for any sound from his mother's room, Izuku finds his eyes drawn to the photos on the wall. There are plenty of things they hide from each other, after all. Izuku thinks to the secret tucked away in the back his mother's filing cabinet he never admitted to stumbling upon. Then he rubs at the bandaging on his arm, and very deliberately doesn't think about anything at all. There have to be dozens of photos framed up here at this point, all spread in little frames across mosaic of a warm childhood, him and his mother's smiling faces in them all. A few are old and yellowed at the edges, showing a heavily PRGNNT Mitsuki and Inko, both of them in matching maternity dresses. Uncle Masaru has one dual-wielding toddler Kaken and Izuku on the beach, holding them out by their ankles like prized fish. They're all laughing so hard their faces are red, or maybe that's the sunburn. His father is nowhere to be seen. The closest Izuku can find is a close-up of his baby self, or at least he assumes is himself, based solely on his own distinctive freckles, held in a pair of masculine arms. The arms are wearing a crisp dress shirt, sleeves rolled up, with a gold watch on his left wrist. Izuku has very few memories of his father, he was only 5, after all. But the one thing Izuku does remember, above all else, was the day he disappeared. Izuku remembers the police. Their assurances that they would find his father. Izuku remembers sitting, curled up in his mother's soft lap, toying with the buttons on her cardigan. He remembers how she held him the entire day, as though she were afraid that if she let go of him, she would never see him again. After his father's disappearance lasted a week, then 2 weeks, after the police heard he was quirkless and the investigation grew sluggish, he started to understand the feeling. He'd never had to ask if his father had left because of Izuku's diagnosis, he heard it enough from cruel kids on the playground. In the few times he confronted her to the effect, his mother would always deny it, she'd always been a good mom that way. But Izuku had always been hyper-aware. And no matter how gently she spoke or how she cupped his cheek and kissed his head, he would always notice the way it played out on his mother's face when someone brought it up. How, just before her expression shuddered, her eyes would always involuntarily flicker to wherever Izuku was. Silently tracking him. Izuku? Is that you? His mother's voice breaks through his revelry. His head snaps toward her bedroom. And a light flicks on behind him in the living room. Izuku twists around, squinting and blocking his eyes from the light that illuminates her yawning silhouette. They stare at each other for a beat, and Izuku wonders how he wandered past his mother and didn't notice his heart leaps into his throat. Did she know something? See something when he came in? Was she camped out on the couch to catch him in the act? Before Izuku's eyes adjust. It's strangely startling, noticing the wine glass in his mother's hand, and catching his mother's dazed, worried expression giving him a similar once-over, glancing from his bandaged arm to his exhausted expression. Bunny? Inko asks, knotting the tie of her fluffy pink robe, what are you doing up? The nickname makes something old and raw ache in his chest. When was the last time she'd called him that? When he was a child, surely, a very young child. Still excited and energetic enough to hopping at her ankles. And Izuku hesitates. Before he can catch himself, his eyes flicker back to the photo. A desperation claws into his throat. With everything between them that goes unspoken, with his vigilantism and his secrets, with Mr. Ishikawa and his talk about protection and safety. He has to know. Why don't you ever talk about Dad? Oh. Inko stops, tracking his glance to the photo on the wall. Her grip on her wineglass momentarily going white. Izuku's heart plummets. Izuku stiffens and shakes his head. Sorry. I didn't mean to, we don't have to talk about it. Izuku says, backpedaling quickly. I just couldn't sleep. It's nothing. He takes in a deep breath, stepping up to her and taking her hand, offering a reassuring squeeze and a small, tired smile. I didn't mean to wake you. I'm sorry. But Inko is already shaking her head. I fell asleep on the couch, I needed to get up anyway. Clutching his hand ever so slightly tighter, she takes in a breath, like she's grounding herself. Then, gently, she smiles at him. Come on, we'll have tea. Paragraph. Your father and I actually met at a protest for heteromorph rights. Izuku's head pops up from his tea, blinking wildly. Really? Inko smiles, sly and secretive. You didn't think you got your sense of justice just from those All Might videos, did you? She laughs. Mom. He whines, that's not Dash. I know, she hand waves, still smiling, but softer now. She glances down to the coffee table between them, picking up a puzzle piece from the mega puzzle bin and twisting it around, examining it to see if it may fit. At some point when they were little kids, a combination of Kaken, Izuku, and a few of their friends had managed to upend every puzzle box onto the floor and get them all mixed up. And ever since, it had been something of a tradition for Izuku and his mother to pick out and sort the pieces, completing them one at a time from the large, clear bin that held the many, many loose pieces. Izuku wants to fill the silence, as he always does, but he doesn't want to distract from the topic at hand. This is perhaps the most she's ever said on the topic of his father, and he doesn't want to get off track. So he bites his tongue and distracts himself by taking a deep breath of the steam off his cup, the herbal scent of hojicha green tea filling his lungs and staring at the puzzle between them. The greenish frame of edge pieces and a hollow center, where a small patch of 7 pieces are set, showing a broken tableau of a family of ducks. The one of the parent ducks is missing a piece from the center of the chest. Your father had such a presence, Inko says with gravitas after a long moment of silence. She sets the puzzle piece aside. But the very first time we met, I remember seeing him and not even really seeing him. She picks up her cup and holds it between her hands, letting the smooth round ceramic warm her palms. Izuku mirrors the posture. I mean, we were out in the streets, and along comes this man in a business suit. Honestly, he was just another part of the crowd passing by. She glances off. But then, it was a civil protest, of course, but I don't know. She sighs, staring down into her tea. I just remember people starting to yell and grab rocks. And the police threw a canister. Looking back, I just remember thinking, I don't want anyone to get hurt. She stops herself, shaking her head, a meek, self-effacing smile curling at the edge of her thin lips. Well, it was a little reckless of me. But I summoned it to myself. Mom. Izuku blurts, unable to stop himself. You could have been hurt. I know. It was reckless, she says, obliging. But the canister landed at your father's feet. And he wasn't involved, he was just walking, looking at his watch, or, I thought he was. But then, just as I was looking at this thing in my hand, smoking and hot, and I froze. She gestures with a curled hand, as though she's really holding a smoking canister. Unjustified, hypocritical anxiety leaps into Izuku's thought at the idea of his mother in that kind of danger. And one moment I'm there, with no idea what to do, and the next she snaps, Hisashi is just, scooping up the canister and tossing it right back at the police. Like instinct. Really? Izuku asks, unable to hide the lilt of boyish wonder his tone takes on. He was quick with it too, she nods, pulled me away from the crowds, spat fire at one cop who tried to block our path, gave me his suit jacket, eventually we got to my car and said goodbye. She takes a sip of her drink, long and drawn, staring into the middle distance just over his shoulder. It's funny, because afterwards I kept kicking myself that I didn't get his number, or even a name. She laughs, brighter than he's seen on her in quite some time. Like for a moment, caught in the memory, the invisible weight on her shoulders has eased. She looks in love. Your Aunt Mitsuki got so tired hearing how much I ranted about that white-haired businessman. Started calling him my knight with shining hair. Her smile softens, and she traces a finger around the rim of her teacup. But, to my surprise, he found me again at the hospital. I'd just gotten off shift, and it was raining like a typhoon, and he had apparently just had a meeting with the director. We shared an umbrella. She sighs, shaking her head and visibly breaking off from the memory. And after that we just kept bumping into each other, I suppose. He just sounds nice, Izuku says. He takes a long sip of his tea, the sweetness of it is syrupy on his tongue. And for a moment, though not the first or last time, he wonders how differently his life would have been, had his father not left. Had Izuku gotten a quirk? You miss him, don't you? Izuku says quietly. Not a question but a statement of fact. His own shoulders feel tense, and the lump in his throat feels like he swallowed a rock. Izuku, your father didn't leave because of you. It's not an answer. But his shock at the bluntness of the statement distracts him from that. Her hand reaches across the table to rest on his. But he doesn't miss how her gaze flickers to the knife block in the kitchen to their right, which has been missing a piece for as long as he can remember, and then back to him. Her hand tightens, almost desperate. I never talked about your father because she seems to be summoning her bravery for a moment. I never wanted you hurt, sweetie. Izuku knows how his mother loves to use pet names, but most especially, she loves to use them as cushions. Patting on the ends of an otherwise jagged sentence. A little sugar to help the medicine go down. A way to soften a request you might otherwise disagree with. Because the pet name was a little reminder, a little I love you, that just sounds like something else. I know Mom, Izuku says quietly. He nearly asks if that's why she never told him about Mr. Nakahara. If she kept his death a secret as a way to protect him. But Izuku decides he'd exhausted his mother enough for one night. Maybe he'll ask later. They finish the last few sips of their tea in silence. Paragraph. Inko insists on tucking him in that night, and Izuku doesn't have the heart to fight her on it. So she tucks him in the way she did when he was a little kid, pulling the blanket up to his chin. Tucking it in at his sides and under his heels, until he's cozily mummified in blankets. They wish each other good night, but at the door, for a very long moment, she hesitates. Then stiltedly, she comes to sit at the side of his bed. Izuku, I need you to know, she says, voice so silent it's nearly a whisper. And something about the desperation in her voice puts him on alert. But at the same time, he doesn't know what to do with it. I will always protect you. No matter what. You know that, right? He thinks back to her glancing at his still bandaged wrist. About her sharing more than he'd ever heard about his father, obviously a sore subject and very obviously opening up the long dormant avenues of communication between them. About her trying. Of course, Mama, he says quietly. Tilting his head ever so slightly to the side, into her cupped hand. So you know you can tell me anything, and I will be by your side. You know that, right? And for a moment, he thinks about telling her. Izuku had never really been good about secrets. He's a fine lair, good at obfuscating and ignoring uncomfortable truths, a genetic skill, surely, but he's never actually had real secrets before. Ones he's keeping from everyone, indiscriminately. But then he thinks of all her burdens. How good of a mother she is, despite no matter how she says otherwise, Izuku being the reason the love of her life is gone, how she deserves better than to have yet more troubles from her burdensome son fall upon her weary shoulders. He hesitates, selfishly. Leaning into her touch, soaking up the love and the possibility of her companionship. And then he swallows down his secret. Silently, Izuku thinks she can tell. I love you, he whispers instead. She takes in a shuddering breath, and pulls on a smile. I love you too, she says, pressing a trembling kiss to his forehead. Her lips are warm and soft, the feeling familiar and nostalgic. Get some sleep. And he does. Paragraph. Izuku has several flashes of dreams before his mind seems to settle. Moments at Yui, moments of camaraderie, flashes of a city on fire, of Stendhal and Todoroki, and then, you promised. Izuku finds himself saying, almost taunting, grinning childishly up at the boy pushing his wheelchair. The boy seems not too much older than him, somewhere between 14 and 15, maybe. And unlike what seems to be the norm for these dreams, he seems to be dropping in on this one mid-conversation. The teen he seems to be baiting is tall and broad, and clearly only going to keep growing that way. He's got a trim cut of white hair that goes silvery in the sunlight, and expressive, intense eyes which he rolls in exasperation to Izuku's antics. Maybe he's someone related to Eri? I know, the teen says, before pausing. Best 2 out of 3? What? No. Okay, double or nothing. No way. Izuku exclaims, laughing and elbowing the other boy. You said if I win dash. To be fair, you never win, he says, to which Izuku tilts his head back, sticks out his tongue and repeats himself louder. You said if I win, you would do the dishes. It's so strangely domestic, and, rather sweet. You wouldn't go back on your word, now would you? Izuku says, batting his eyelashes in faux innocence. I wouldn't, the other teen grouches. God, you're annoying when you win. Nah, you're just a sore loser, Izuku says. The other teen ruffles his hair, like an absurdly gentle noogie. Just you wait. I'll get you next time and you'll be doing dishes and grocery runs for a week. Keep dreaming Oniai-chan, he sing-songs. Mentally, Izuku is startled to a stop at that. His body, however, does not get the message. Maybe they're really close friends? Maybe the boy is a mentor figure to him? But what about the wheelchair? Izuku sighs, smile still wide on his face as they make their way over a bumpy, overgrown sidewalk. The suburban area nowhere Izuku recognizes, though the building design looks strangely historical, maybe they're in one of those protected pre-Quirk era neighborhoods? Is aglow with a fluorescent red sunset. So, when we get home, do you want to play a game? The other boy asks after a beat of silence. Really? After you just lost? Izuku laughs and shakes his head. You like your games too much. I don't think one can enjoy games too much, the other teen says with a wide, shiny smile. Paragraph. Izuku's phone buzzes as he's packing up from his last class of the day. Exhausted from a night of fitful sleep and drained from the teachers' talk on their futures and the subsequent humiliation therein as always, Izuku had tried to keep his head down, but that only does so much when the teacher literally singled him out alongside Kaken as the two kids who were seriously aiming for Yui after checking his phone, and finding no new notifications. It takes a long beat for Izuku to recognize it was his burner that buzzed. Is having it on his civilian person a bad idea? Maybe. But after the bus jacking, he decided it was something of a necessary precaution. Meet me at the swamp tonight. Got an offer for you. There's a dash and a fire emoji at the end, which Izuku can only interpret as some kind of sign-off. Izuku stares with a furrowed brow at the nearly incomprehensible text for a long moment. Deku, are you ignoring me? Kaken snaps, slapping the book he had been hiding his phone in out of his hand, both clattering to the ground. Izuku's head pops up just as Kaken steps forward. He reaches for his notebook, but Kaken kicks it backwards, where one of his cronies picks it up. Oh. Of course not Kaken, Izuku says meekly. Oh, texting in class? One of his cronies taunts. Whoa, who'd want to talk to a creepy loser like him? Kaken holds out his hand, and obediently, the notebook and phone are handed over. That sheet doesn't matter. What matters is Yui, Kaken says. And the fact that you're not going. Then he explodes Izuku's notebook. And Izuku zones out. Not accidentally, mind you. He'd say it's half habit and half deliberate choice to keep himself from doing something he'll regret. He thinks about the hero fight and the debut of MT Lady he'd seen on the news. He does math in his head. He thinks about how much better it would be if he could be Storm Chaser full-time. An old trick, keep the mind busy so you can't think about what's happening now. There's a splash somewhere down below in the courtyard, and Izuku's heart sinks with it. Here's a little word of advice nerd, Kaken says, and Izuku is drawn back by a sizzling weight on his shoulder, a facsimile of a kindness, a punishment, and a threat of greater harm all in one. Well, call him what you will, but Kaken is nothing if not efficient. Don't even think of applying, got it? Izuku's shoulders shake with the effort it takes for him not to do something rash. His teeth grind together and his nails bite into the meat of his hands. Calling what he's feeling anger feels like the single greatest understatement since Izuku once heard someone describe the Katsuki as, kind of a bold kid. Izuku doesn't listen for their footsteps as much as he feels them in the base of his spine. They get to the door, and Izuku, exhausted and ready to be done, almost lets his jaw unclench. Almost. You know, Kaken's voice breaks him from his thoughts. If you really want to be a hero that badly, there's always one thing you can try. Izuku is still facing the window, but he can hear the other boys snickering. Can hear the way Kaken's sneer affects his words. He waits for the verbal blow. An intense wave of déjà vu rolls over Izuku like a riptide taking him under, it makes his head spin and his lungs seize. His neck prickles and burns. He stands there and for a moment, he knows he's been here before. Unaware of himself and unseen by anyone else, Izuku mouths along to the next words as they're being spoken. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Izuku's ears pop and ring. He can't, no. There's no way he just heard that. There's no way Kaken just said that. Kaken has said a lot of effed up things, but that just... And normally, he would be right. He's sure of it. But today, amongst the talk of Yui and their futures, Kaken's rigid ego has been pulled taut, and now it has two options: break or snap back. Newton's third law in its purest form, an equal and opposite reaction. And for a moment, as Izuku turns in horrid surprise, and locks eyes with the boy who had once been his friend or at the very least still wore his face, he thinks he can even see the tiniest flash of regret that sneaks across Kaken's face. But it's lost when that steel trap of egotistic stubbornness snaps its jaws around the perceived weakness, and he lifts his palm to let off a series of firecracker explosions in his palms. Injustice is a caged dog, gnawing against the wooden cage of his ribs that maintains his resolve. And resentment and anger and exhaustion are all taking turns chewing, hollowing it out the fence it's brittle and infested. It's only a matter of time until it breaks, now. Izuku's fists clench. He backs down and bites his tongue. He tastes blood. Izuku blinks, and he's outside, fishing his notebook and a thoroughly fried burner from the fountain. The koi swim in lazy circles at the bottom, content to pretend he doesn't exist. A common theme, really. He heads toward home, but at the last minute, he changes direction. Days later, Katsuki Bakugo would be drilled on this interaction by his parents and detectives alike. Weeks later, Katsuki would spend nights lying awake, thinking about this very moment. Because unbeknownst to him, this was the final moment that anyone would be able to say they saw Izuku Midoriya alive. Izuku wakes up groggily in his fire station base, squinting at the sun, which is low enough to be peeking directly between tallest buildings on the horizon and shining directly into his eyes. He grumbles and turns over, wondering what time it is. The light coming in from the window has that rich, thickly saturated feel of a sunset, but that may be a trick of the summer atmosphere and the brightness the city buildings reflect. Izuku scrubs at his eyes and strains his ears for whatever woke him. No knocking. No, nothing. He sighs in disappointment. After he discovered his burner fried, he did his best to from memory transfer the text to a piece of paper to parse out what it could mean. After some puzzling, Izuku recalled Dabi calling his fire station base a swamp, and with no other leads, he went. He toys with his shot burner, and presses the power button again, to no result. Go figure. Flashes of his dream pass by, but nothing distinct or vivid enough that he's scrambling for a pen. Aries' fragile silhouette. A purple bullet whizzing toward him. A broken city drowning in dark rain, Kaken's wet hair, head hung low. Izuku very deliberately refuses to think about Kaken, and moves on to the only other bit that made sense. Izuku grabs his laptop from his bag and his future notes. The easiest thing to with what little information he has on Eri, Izuku thinks as he connects to the neighbor's Wi-Fi and waits for it to load, is pull up the National Database of Registered Villains or the NDRV, for short, which, from what he could figure, it was a way of categorizing and profiling notable villains, captured or otherwise. The formatting was ugly and eye-straining, and the user interface unforgiving. It seemed to mostly be an old resource for the police, or particularly paranoid citizens, but anyone could access it. The database was a public resource, and Izuku definitely wasn't going to pass up the opportunity. With quick fingers, Izuku types "overhaul" into the search bar. Unsurprisingly, it gets about 36 results from many common thugs calling themselves that. It's not terribly original as villain names go, he supposes. Another unfortunate aspect of the site is that it won't let him filter by more than one key term at a time. So, Izuku gets to work on brute-forcing terms, filtering by kidnapping, making a list of what he finds, then by child neglect, making a list, and manually filtering through the overlaps. He plugs in any and everything he can think of that may help. He remembers Eri in flashes, barefoot in that thin, ratty dress, her matted hair, her limbs wrapped in bandages. Anything that could find him a lead. It's a dead end. There's just so much data to sort through, and Izuku has so terribly little to go on. Eri's name, presumably just a first or physical description, aren't helpful, and there are a seriously depressing number of villains. Kidnapping kids these days. The best thing he can find is something about an overhaul who works with the Shai Hasaikai, which had apparently once been a pretty powerful Yakuza organization, but Izuku dismisses that rather quickly. Everyone knows that the Yakuza are long since defunct, after all. Frustrated how he's gotten nowhere, and still unsettled from the events of this morning, Izuku frustratedly gets up and paces. Besides, he thinks as he massages his temples irately, depending how far into the future these visions are from, it's entirely possible that this little girl hasn't been born yet. Even if his meeting Stendhal had confirmed he's on the right track, it's clear the visions aren't exactly coming to him linearly. He's itching to get out, to do something, to get out, be useful, he supposes, and ironically now that he's better rested, the impulse is harder to ignore. Izuku looks toward the window? But, he supposes, shielding his eyes from the setting sun. The text had said Dabi would be here tonight. And it's not night yet. Izuku stares out into the city and after a long moment, he gives in. Paragraph. Izuku isn't certain if he should be grateful for the average security guard's general incompetence or not. By the way, he feels it's rather important to note that he is not calling heroes or the police incompetent this time. He learned his lesson on that one. On the one hand, he had, for a good while now, been one to do quite a lot of very necessary sneaking. On the other, perhaps there would be less sneaking needed from their resident guardian teenager if these well-armed morons actually did their jobs. Izuku sighs and stretches out his shoulders, staring down at the 3 thugs he'd taken down, without a single person calling the cops, without a single hero overhearing the ruckus, hell, without the museum venue's own security doing a DMN thing. Izuku isn't mad, he's just disappointed. After carefully maneuvering the would-be stolen paintings to lean against the wall, and using one of the perp's phones to call the cops, Izuku pulls out his pocket notepad and scrawls out a quick note about what the crooks' quirks are, their crimes, breaking and entering, theft, destruction of property, and several crimes against fashion and good sense. Given they're all older men in coordinated shiny purple spandex and plastic domino masks, as well as any prospective injuries they may have. Minimal, though one of them managed to cut his hand on the glass as he was trying to break in, and then Izuku fits the note snugly underneath the extension cord he tied them to the light post with. He makes sure his own mask and visor are secure before twisting and giving a cheerful wave to the security camera. Izuku doesn't know much about fine art, nor does he have much of an opinion on it, but thanks to the signage, he does know that half of this showing's proceeds was supposed to be going to a BRST Cancer Foundation, aptly being hosted by Midnight, the R-rated heroine which, in Izuku's opinion, graduates these prospective thieves from somewhat harmless nuisances to trouble. Izuku scales the fire escape of the building next door, and vaults himself onto the roof. Then, out of breath and somewhat uncomfortably sweaty in the growing late springtime heat, Izuku maneuvers himself toward the edge, camouflaged by a large box-shaped exhaust fan to sit, rest, and watch over the bound men. When he has the time, Izuku tries to make it policy to wait with the criminals he catches, just in case one of them manages to wriggle out of their bindings before the cops arrive, or in case something else happens. Izuku would feel just terrible if there was a fire, or any other kind of accident, and they couldn't save themselves because they were tied up in the wrong place at the wrong time. And since Storm Chaser can't exactly risk being there for the handoff, well, it's the least he can do. Izuku flexes his gloved hands and rubs them together, testing to make sure he hadn't sustained any injuries during the short fight. He figures he's okay, outside of some knuckle bruising. He'd managed to catch the strange trio mostly off guard, and once he knocked out the first one, the other 2 backed down without much of a struggle. Izuku's personal pet theory is that they may not have actually been looking to steal much of anything, instead hoping for a close encounter with the event's R-rated heroine sponsor, but that's neither here nor there. It's not actually quite what Izuku would call hot outside yet, but sitting still on the chilled roof, even just the dull warmth of the exhaust vent at his back, makes it obvious that summer is slowly closing in. He sighs. In some ways, it will be easier, of course. The near misses on icy rooftops will certainly not be missed. But the plausible deniability of his storm chaser garb in cold weather, particularly how, when it's cold enough, no one finds suspicion in a gloves, a drawn-up hood, and a quick pace will be hard to work without. Izuku is snacking on a protein bar when he notices the glow of flashing red and blue as it rounds the bend. His job done, Izuku moves to stand. But then, just out of the corner of his eye, he sees a blur moving fast over the adjacent rooftops. Leaping and swinging, only visible thanks to the thin band of light from the still-setting sun. And completely on instinct, Izuku drops back into his little hidey hole. Izuku fumbles for his multi-tool, flipping out the knife and quickly fitting the dull side into the flathead screws of the vent next to him. Twisting it is awkward, and only made harder with shaky hands. He pockets the screws as they come out, and when the vent cover pops off, it's only quick reflexes and maybe some amount of rust on the screw holes that keep the grate from clattering down on the roof and giving him away. Izuku peeks his head back up over the lip of the building, and watches in rapt fascination as the swinging hero drops down to the space and checks over the area, very obviously doing a thorough sweep of the alley and checking the nearby fire escapes. But it's only at the end of his sweep, when one of the odd crook trio starts rambling avidly about his innocence, that Izuku realizes exactly what he's looking at. Because as the crook activates his quirk, some kind of simple emitter quirk where he can very abruptly heat up the air around him and blast it toward people, the weird steam coming off him just suddenly stops. Izuku's breath hitches in his throat to hold in a truly fanboyish gasp, and he has to hold in a squeal as Eraserhead gives the man a truly terrifying red-eyed glare that shuts him up instantly. Terror and excitement feel very similar, especially when Izuku is already chock full of adrenaline, so he gives in to both. He wonders if he may live somewhere near Eraserhead's stomping grounds. Cool, if Eraserhead is following his trail. Scary, or just maybe if there's something larger at play, a bit of both. Izuku's hands twitch around the vent cover he's holding, itching toward his notepad. There's such minimal information about the underground hero online, and a real-life encounter where he could observe without being seen himself is just too good an opportunity. His grip slips. Clang. Predictably, Eraserhead's focus snaps to his position. Sheet. And Izuku doesn't take any chances. It's oddly temperate inside the ventilation, the grate under him is thin and slightly too hot to touch with bare skin. But crouched, and felt only through the thick soles of his boots, Izuku can't even feel it. The hardest part is honestly screwing the vent back into place from the opposite side. Izuku is not claustrophobic, if anything, he's the exact opposite. Small, dark spaces are soothing, and even if they weren't, being hidden absolutely is. It's all second nature at this point. Controlling his breathing to be as quiet as possible, crunching his body into an infinitesimal ball, his elbows held tight at his side, pressing into his ribs. His knees pressed loosely to his ears, open enough he can still hear, but easy to squeeze tight to block out loud sounds that might startle him into giving away his location. It's a well-practiced pose. Footsteps land on the roof not a second too soon. Even and solid as they pace a loop around the roof. Pro-hero Eraserhead, he identifies himself. Even just his voice from so close sends a shiver up Izuku's spine. But the fact that he's still pacing gives away that he doesn't know where Izuku went. That's good. Eraserhead knocks eerily politely against the top of the vent tube, and Izuku reflexively squeezes his knees to his ears as the sound echoes and shakes the metal siding, but makes no other movements. A flashlight clicks on and shines through the grate. Izuku can't tell if Eraser's figured out where he is, or if he's bluffing. He can feel his heart rattling in his chest, so he pulls himself in tighter, squeezing his head between his knees until he can feel the pressure of it in his teeth, and lets the feeling of it soothe him. He hears the flashlight click off, and Eraserhead pace to the other side of the roof and thud on something else, probably another exhaust fan box by the sound of it. The flashlight clicks on again, and after a beat, off again. A bluff then. Good. Wind brushes through. Eraserhead lets out a gritty sigh. Come on kid, he huffs, long and dreary. He sounds exhausted. Just let me talk to you. Silence, or rather just quiet, follows. There's still the muffled sound of sirens and city life somewhere below. Chatter and laughter from the shopping district a few blocks off. There's a shuffling and a thump, like Eraserhead is sitting down. Getting comfortable. Izuku wonders if Eraserhead is going to wait him out. Wait until he gets tired and rip off the vent, set up a police watch, or just wait until he starves in here. Detective Tsukachi thinks you're a wild card. Eraserhead says abruptly. And not just cause you tried to decapitate him with a trashcan lid. There's a lilt to his tone like he's smirking, or making a particularly dry joke. Izuku can't tell if it's meant to be funny or not. His shoulders hold tense and high near his ears in his little hidey hole. The silence continues. God, I'm shit at this soft approach stuff, he grumbles. And Izuku wonders if he was meant to hear that, probably not. Look, I know you're not gonna believe me, but I just wanna talk. I wanna know why are you doing this? Eraserhead sighs. People don't become vigilantes without a reason. It's not logical. Whatever's going on with you, there's people you can talk to. People who will help if you reach out, I'm sure. Izuku ignores the stinging behind his eyes and bites at the inside of his cheek. Once again hating the hair trigger he had been given when it comes to inconvenient verklempt weeping. Another long silence. The detective told me you were being honest when you said you didn't know what happened to the bus driver. But that doesn't change the fact that things about that bus jacking, things about you, aren't lining up. A shift on the ground and a creaking to the metal, like Eraserhead has slumped against the side of the vent. All I want are answers, okay? I just want to understand, and then maybe I can help. Izuku's nails dig into the leather of his boots. I'm a hero, isn't that what we're meant to do? It's silent for a good few minutes after that. And eventually, one of the wailing sirens pulls closer. Izuku can vaguely hear a car door open and slam shut. Eraserhead. Someone shouts from below the building. Their tone is sharp and businesslike. What are you doing up there? Eraserhead pauses a long moment. Izuku doesn't hear him move. He wonders if this is when his position will be given away. Just thinking out loud, the hero says. He then takes 3 strides toward the edge of the roof, and just like that, Eraserhead is gone. It's a little less than 20 minutes before the sound of the police clearing the scene dies down, and have presumably moved on enough that Izuku feels comfortable coming out, which isn't too long, as Izuku's stints of hiding in cramped spaces have gone. But he did once fall asleep hiding from Kaken inside the hollow of a tree trunk in the woods, so maybe his data is skewed. Izuku climbs down the fire escape on the opposite end of the building and wriggles his way in through the next-door Konbini's bathroom window. Shedding his visor, mask, and gloves and shoving them in his pockets, shimmying up his pant legs so he can take off and put back on his knee pads back underneath them, and then pulling up his belt high enough wrap around his ribs, and then zipping his hoodie up over it. He looks kind of lumpy, but plenty of people with hard-to-cater-to mutation quirks wear off-the-rack clothes, so while it's not exactly flattering, it's not completely out of the ordinary. And most importantly, it changes up his look enough that it would be hard to recognize him as Storm Chaser. He buys himself a handful of protein bars and an energy drink, thanks the tired-looking cashier, and begins the slow walk back toward home or, well, his fire station base, at least, and, despite himself, he considers all Eraserhead had said. Paragraph. A piercing whistle catches Izuku's attention, just before he can sling himself through one of the upper windows of his base. He twists and lands on the window ledge, ping his head toward the sound. He narrows his eyes, and through the night, he can just barely spot a tall, trench-coated figure, face lit only by the hot ember of his cigarette. Izuku's distracting, conflicting thoughts sweep away as he recalls the text and his theory. Dabi locks eyes with him, and gestures toward the door. "Gonna let me in?" the gesture asks. Izuku nods without even thinking twice. Giddy to be correct, warmed by the sight of a friendly face. Izuku shimmies the window up on its sticky frame and slides inside. The highest floors of this place always make him a little anxious, but so far, so good. He slides down the pole with his usual unexplainable grace, into his main little living area, where Dabi is already stood, leaning against the wall. "You actually use that thing?" Dabi asks as Izuku hops off. Izuku shrugs. Dabi gives him an odd look, before visibly shaking himself of his questions. "Never mind that, I texted you like 3 times, dude. What the hell?" Dabi folds his arms sharply, chin jut and eyes cutting. "Oh, you did?" Izuku says stiffly, patting himself down for his burner. "Oh. Yeah. It broke a little after I got your first message, sorry." He laughs awkwardly. "Broke how?" Dabi says, like he's about to try and run diagnostics. Izuku grimaces and grabs for it, tossing the hunk of useless metal over to Dabi, who catches it deftly and flips it open. Got thrown in a fountain," Izuku says. Dabi grimaces as he peers at it, clearly making examining the sad state of it. He pokes at it for a while before giving up and accepting its new life as a particularly ugly paperweight, then moves to the couch and flops down onto it with his usual lanky, dramatic flair. "Yikes," Dabi says, inspecting the side slits. "You saved the sim?" Izuku shrugs. "I've got it, no idea if it survived though. I haven't plugged it into anything yet." His personal phone is stashed at the bottom of his bag, but transferring the SIMs on that seems like something of a last resort. He doesn't want any connection between his civilian identity and his vigilantism, and he's not nearly good enough with tech to be sure and comfortable he wouldn't screw that up somehow. There's a reason, after all, he wrote out his analysis in notebooks instead of on a tablet. Well, that, and a book was less expensive to replace when destroyed. Hopefully he'll be able to just get a new burner, plug in the old SIM and be right as rain. "Well, plus side is," Dabi says, tossing the clunky paperweight back to him, "the guy I'm taking you to will get you a new one, if you want." "Wait, what? Really?" Izuku says, tucking the useless phone back in his pocket on muscle memory. Then his patented realism kicks in. "Why? I assume it's not for free." Dabi scoffs like Izuku's made a joke. "Nah. But the work's not bad." At Izuku's uncertain look, he continues. "Look, my employer, he needs guys. It's nothing shady, I know you've got lines like that," he clarifies easily. "It's actually a job to help protect people. Like, a bodyguard? I guess, kinda. He'll have more details, but it's more freelance than that. The group's called Yoru no Kyodai, Night Brothers. You heard of M?" Izuku shakes his head. Thankfully, Dabi is unbothered by this. "Well, the important bit's that it's not full-time. You choose your own hours, just gotta let the boss know your constraints and you're golden," Dabi says. He pauses to shake a cigarette out of the pack, then lights it by pinching it between 2 fingers. "So, you game?" Izuku fiddles with the compartments on his belt for a long, awkward beat. "Why are you helping me?" Izuku asks finally. "I don't like owing people," Dabi says callously with a single shoulder shrug. He hisses out a plume of smoke. Izuku opens his mouth to argue that Dabi doesn't owe him anything, but Dabi has already begun counting off on his fingers. "You helped me out. You need cash, that much is obvious." He glances around Izuku's fire station base. Izuku flushes, but doesn't correct him. "And my boss needs guys. Seems like a triple win to me." Izuku debates it in his head for a long moment, and Dabi stands from where he had been leaning on the wall. Look, you can say no and I'll right on off outta your hair. He swears, hand raised like a Boy Scout taking an oath. It's a very ironic look, all things considering. But if you're game, we're meant to meet him in. He checks his phone for the time, 12 minutes, and it's a 10-minute walk. So, he gestures toward the door, brows raised and clearly waiting for an answer. Izuku doesn't think on it for long. If nothing else, Izuku justifies to himself, it will be interesting to see who a person like Dabi would work for. Okay, I'll hear him out. Dabi pauses a beat, then nods, lips cracking into a rare, thin smile. And then they're off. Paragraph. Why you're sure this is the right address? Yup, Dabi says, popping the P. Something cold and hollow stirs in Izuku's chest and he blinks, hard. Because maybe if he does, he'll find himself not staring at the back entrance of his own apartment building. Predictably, this tactic doesn't work. It just, Izuku swallows. Looks like any other apartment building? Dabi completes. He chuckles, low and raspy as he fiddles around in his pockets, first on the outside of his trench coat, then the inside, then into his jeans before finally fishing out a key card. What'd you expect? Some dark cave in the woods? A grimy bar with a secret entrance? A big neon sign that says "Evil Lair this way," in all caps. He scoffs as he swipes the card through the reader, having to pull back a vine of kudzu to access it. The door buzzes, a great heavy, iron thing that Dabi strains to open and props open with his hip. Well, come on then, he says, nodding inside. And Izuku follows, nearly tripping on the first stair because oh yeah, of course it goes to the basement, to which he gets a late and supremely unhelpful, watch your step. And by the flickering light of the overheads, they descend into the belly of the beast. The stairs level out fairly soon into what looks like a combination break room and storage space. But Izuku and Dabi continue onward, passing rows of boxes and bins, passing a small group of men playing cards at a rickety dinner table. Their amicable chatting lulls as he and Dabi stroll past, making the hum of the fridge and the whine of the overheads audible for a moment, but the chatter picks up again easily enough after they turn the next corner. The entire place smells like a parking garage, all cold cement and asphalt. Sure, there are rugs tossed down and there's furniture half-heartedly dotted around and the occasional wall hanging, most often calendars or clocks, though notably, one hang in their cat poster, but the atmosphere belies any sense of true comfort the items may invite, leaving the entire space in this liminal uncanny valley between purposes. The hallway is dim, but blessedly short. They arrive at a door toward the back with an official-looking brass nameplate that Izuku doesn't get the chance to read, since Dabi, fittingly, does not bother to knock. He just tosses open the door and strolls inside. Dabi snaps a terribly, awfully familiar voice, "What have I told you about knocking dash? You said to come as soon as I got the new blood," Dabi complains. He steps back with a grandiose gesture, flaring out his trenchcoat and introducing Izuku with a, "Well, here he is." But Izuku is too distracted by the man sat behind the great mahogany desk. Izuku never learned what his landlord did as his main work. What had him keeping such odd hours? Now, he supposes, he knows. He blinks again, but once more, reality does not heed to his disbelief. Because sat there, in a tall office chair, desk covered in paperwork and sleeves rolled up casually over great, meaty forearms, is Mr. Ishikawa. Izuku breathes quietly, his voice coming out low and still. Dabi's brows raise out of the corner of his vision. Mr. Ishikawa's do too, but then he grins. Wide and toothy and predatory in a way Izuku had never seen on his mild-tempered landlord before. His eyes seem sharper without those thick-framed glasses. Well, someone certainly did their homework, Mr. Ishikawa says. His posture is broad and relaxed, and wow, it must be that he's not slouching, not rolling his shoulders in, because when he stands, he's at least a head taller than Izuku, and easily 3 times as wide. And you must be Storm Chaser. He circles his desk and extends a hand to shake. Izuku takes it, and the firmness of Mr. Ishikawa's grip startles him. "I've heard a lot about you," he leers. His expression lazy, but also terribly calculating. The quiet aura of danger that Izuku noticed in the car ride, peeking through the cracks, seems to have overtaken Mr. Ishikawa entirely. The whispers of danger flit through his mind, buzzing like flies so quickly they fade into static. There is a pause. Izuku cannot drag his gaze away from Mr. Ishikawa's burning eyes. "I'm just joking, boy." He laughs suddenly, hearty and loud, yanking Izuku forward by their joined hands in a half-hug and slapping him on his back so hard that Izuku stumbles. Izuku's head pops up to see Dabi leaning against the window, rolling his eyes. "Ah, you can't blame me. You just look like such an easy to mark, those big ol' eyes of yours. You're like a lil' muppet." He laughs again. "Now come, sit down. Dabi gave you the rundown then? Ah well dash. Good. Now, what kinda hours you lookin' for? Mr. Ishikawa claims his bicep and pulls him toward the chair opposite his desk. Izuku all but falls into it. And don't just say ya work nights, face it, everyone in our line of work does, I need something more specific, MK? Dash. Oh. Before I forget, Dabi, grab me the file, and a dash. Yeah, the usual kit. Izuku is finally able to tear his eyes from Mr. Ishikawa's uncharacteristically expressive face, just in time to see Dabi unlock a filing cabinet and yank out a manila folder, and a small cylinder with a capped red button on top, not dissimilar to a detonator in an old movie. Dabi hands them over to Mr. Ishikawa. You should know though, he hasn't dash. Later, Mr. Ishikawa waves Dabi off. Dabi, looking quite offended at the treatment, leans back against the wall. Anyway, here's your panic button. Mr. Ishikawa gestures to it. Real intuitive design. My bro's real proud of it. Panic button? Izuku questions, staring at the small device. Feeling far too shell-shocked and overwhelmed to process much more than what's right in front of him. And even that was proving a challenge. Yup, Mr. Ishikawa nods, every hero worth his salt's got one. And what's the quote? Imitation is the something flattery? Anyway, they're good. Easy to use too. Though you're on protection detail, so odds are you may never use it. Still, better safe than sorry I say, he laughs again. Protection detail? Izuku echoes, reaching out with an unfeeling hand to grab the folder. Yeah, not a terribly exciting job, I know. But Dabi here told me you ain't for the exciting stuff anyway. He unscrews the bottom of the cylinder and pushes a few buttons. Sure, you get an attempted kidnapping every now and then. But that's few and far between, not many people know the big boss has a kid, you know. That's actually what caught my eye on you. That busjacking? He scans his thumb on some sort of pad, then smiles when the light turns green. He screws the bottom back on. The hijacking? Izuku asks hollowly. He remembers Shinso. This must be connected to him some way. He loads the creeping suspicion that he's wrong. Yeah, our intel at the police department told us that was you. Real shame about Nakahara though. He was a good agent. Mr. Ishikawa finishes poking at it and rolls the device across the desk. Izuku only just stops from rolling off the desk and into his lap. The boy's deviating from his patterns more and more. Found him out unusually late last night, dangerous thing to do, what white the shy Hasaikai try now encroach on our turf. He huffs out an irate breath. Then nods firmly to Izuku. But that's why you're here. We need another pair of eyes on him, help us figure out why he's actin' weird. Izuku means to ask who he's referring to, who exactly they're protecting and why, but he can't seem pull the words from his throat. His question is answered for him when Mr. Ishikawa leans across the table and flips open the manila folder, and Izuku is greeted with his own face. Wait, what? Here's all you'll need to know about the Midoriyas. Mr. Ishikawa says with ease. They live here, in building 2. Which should be good, right? It's well within your stompin' grounds, at least. He flashes Izuku a smile. Wait. Here. Dabi peeks a brow. Really? Isn't that not smart? Being so close? I'd say quite the opposite, Mr. Ishikawa says, leaning back in his chair with folded arms. Think of this as the guardhouse on a prison lot. The closer we to the lady and her son, the easier it is to keep M out of trouble. And Izuku just blinks. Tries to swallow the frantic beating of his heart. His hands feel sweaty and his face feels numb. Every time Izuku thinks his life has reached peak absurdity, it hits new heights. If he weren't so busy being flabbergasted, he might even be impressed. It's just the two of M then? Dabi asks. Nah, there's a handful of other residents. All thoroughly background checked, of course. But it's better for the bottom line that way, Mr. Ishikawa says with a greedy grin. No, I mean like, no dad in the picture? Dabi asks, looking like he's trying not to seem interested and failing rather terribly. He peers over Izuku's shoulder. Izuku leans into his side as much as he feels he can get away with, the touch of grounding warmth when it feels like the world is falling down around his ears. Dabi gives him a quick glance about it, but not much more than that. You and your issues, God, Mr. Ishikawa says with a roll of his eyes. No dad. Well, not one who'd need your protection anyway, he laughs, this one violent. Like the very idea that this man, Izuku's dad, his father, good God, would need protection was absurd. Family thinks he's dead. Izuku's heart feels like it's landed somewhere in his shoes. So, hours? What works for ya? Mr. Ishikawa says, twisting back to Izuku. I know the agreement was minimum 20 hours a week, but I can be flexible dash. Izuku blinks. I'm sorry. What? He asks, voice shaky and quiet. And something about it must finally be strange enough to break him from his script, because Ishikawa finally pauses. I haven't agreed to anything, Izuku says. For the first time in their entire interaction, this gets Mr. Ishikawa to fully stop. He turns, and fixes Dabi with a confused, disappointed stare. Oh? His voice has an undercurrent of disappointment, no, of anger, that makes Izuku's skin prickle. I tried to interrupt and tell ya, boss man, Dabi says, raising a hand in faux surrender. I wasn't actually able to, explain everything. Time crunch and all. Of course not, Ishikawa spits. That'd be doing your job, right? Scales roll forth over Ishikawa's skin, spreading orangey gold up from the tops of his fingers, which narrow and elongate into claws. His eyes, quietly, go slit and blood red. Izuku had hardly ever gotten to see Mr. Ishikawa's quirk up close. Something about how careful the man had always been around him, or perhaps he had thought Izuku would be envious. Either way, Izuku hardly had any memories of seeing it. Now, he was seeing it up close. Yeah, got busy, Dabi says carelessly, but something in his eyes almost looks ravenous, begging for a fight. The air feels suddenly a few degrees warmer. You know how it is. Yeah? Mr. Ishikawa glares, then, after a long beat, he backs down. With you? Unfortunately. Dabi cracks a grin. Smarmy and satisfied. Ugh, just get out of my office. Junichiro's waiting on you, and you know she'll leave without you. Izuku pleads with his eyes for Dabi not to leave him, but all Dabi offers is a soft huff of laughter and a firm shoulder squeeze on his way out the door. Yeah, wouldn't want to miss out on the fun. He throws a two-fingered salute over his shoulder. Tell her I'm on my way. Mr. Ishikawa grunts in assent and pulls out a phone, typing out something with one hand, half underneath the desk. Fucking slacker, Mr. Ishikawa grumbles, glaring out the doorway, which Dabi left open, probably just to be as much of a nuisance as possible. He grumbles as he stands up and ambles over to shut it. It falls closed with a forbidding, heavy thud. Essa wonder I haven't kicked his butt to the curb. He glances at Izuku, who is only half listening, mind awash with panic, and makes his way back to his desk. Another one of the big boss's orders, you know? Not real profitable, but, he slides open a drawer and pulls out a box of cigars. He snips off the bit with his claws, and lights it with a golden, leather-wrapped Zippo. That cockroach has been around so long I wonder if he remembers half the orders he gives, he mumbles into his cigar. Clearly talking only to himself now. Izuku stares at him. Silent. Mr. Ishikawa just shakes his head and lets out a heavy plume of smoke. It smells like gasoline. Anyway, sorry about all the confusion. He grins a salesman's smile, and flops back into his chair, which must be very sturdy for how little it creaks or moves under his impressive weight. Dabi was meant to give you a pitch, and only bring ya if, well, anyway. He heaves a great sigh, a plume of smoke following, then smooths his hands down his arms. Izuku watches as the scales smooth away, fading back to regular skin. I imagine you have a couple questions, dunked right in the deep end like this, Mr. Ishikawa says. His tone implies what Izuku should be asking, about compensation, benefits, hours. Information about the job. But Izuku has no interest in that. Why are you protecting them? Izuku asks. What? Like, what's the motive? Is someone paying you? Is it Dash? Of course. His father is. Izuku flinches, just an inch. But Ishikawa's eyes track it with a carnivorous sort of intrigue. You said the dad, you said he was dead, Izuku says. His mind tries to make it work, to mold it into his worldview. Okay, so maybe his dad was some kind of small-time villain, he can handle that. He'd have to be a well-funded one at that to afford the protection. Not to mention what Ishikawa had said about the building. But maybe Ishikawa was friends with his dad, and protecting them was more of a favor. No, that doesn't make sense. Maybe his dad set up a nest egg for their protection, so that if something happened to him, they would be safe from his enemies? But then why? Said the family thought as much. Ishikawa takes another drag. Smoke huffs out of his nostrils like a great dragon. Hysterically, Izuku almost finds it fitting. A dragon holding a captives in a great tower, caged under the guise of protection. Big difference, Ishikawa says. Izuku's stomach drops as his brain catches up to Ishikawa's words. He knew his mom kept secrets. He knew she lied to him. But this? Does the mother know? About? Mr. Ishikawa asks, sounding less patient. About this protection detail. About any of this? Izuku asks, arms raised. A hysterical bubble of laughter rises in his throat. He stands, suddenly desperate to move. The kid I get keeping in the dark. People lie to kids all the time, what's one more great big thing, right? Rank this right beside the tooth fairy, I'd say. But, Izuku swallows. His throat feels raw. His feet stop suddenly, and he turns to face Mr. Ishikawa, who is watching him over woven fingers. Does she know? A pause. No, Mr. Ishikawa finally says. Watching him with quiet eyes. Evaluating. The mom doesn't know. He leans forward and taps Izuku's photo with a still slightly too sharp nail. The boy's the real worry though. Too curious. Too naive. He's rearing to get himself real hurt if he keeps nosing around Dash. And what about the boy? Izuku asks sharply, his pacing restarting, increasing in speed. He's quirkless, right? Bullied, I assume. His hands spasm at his side, balling and flexing and balling into fists. Where's this protection detail come in with that? Injustice rages in his chest. Yowling and roaring and gnashing at the bars of its enclosure. The fence splinters under its furious force. Izuku's fists clench and hold like that. Because when he turns to look, when he looks, Mr. Ishikawa has the gall to look. Confused. I dunno where you grew up, he begins slowly, but being quirkless really ain't that big a deal round here. Izuku blinks at him, completely unfathoming. He glances down to the file again, just to be sure, and yes, it's still his own, bare face, staring back at him. Just underneath is a bolded, Quirk, N.A. There's 3 more paragraphs, practically a biography on him. If this is some sort of trap. He feels sick. Where'd you get him being bullied from, anyway? Mr. Ishikawa says. And he sounds so genuinely confused that Izuku just can't picture him knowing. No. His secret identity is safe, for the moment. And yet, Izuku still feels like the world is coming down around his ears. There's a bruise on his cheek in his picture, Izuku says. He doesn't have to look at the picture again. He remembers what it looked like, remembers agonizing over it in the mirror. It was a month or 2 before he'd started out as chaser. Mottled yellow, so pretty well healed. Mostly hidden under concealer. Beyond that his posture is terrible. He looks nervous, terrified. Izuku justifies. He knows he shouldn't know this, but despite everything, tracing backwards from what he knows to how he may have learned it is still a skill he's working on. Mr. Ishikawa pauses. You got a keen eye on ya, sonny, he nods. It's an open secret that the kid's dad was a villain. And kids, well. He takes a puff of his cigar. Kids listen to their parents. Maybe not their words, hell, they may not even know why, but when their parents avoid someone, so do they, when their parents scorn someone. He shrugs. If this kid's having issues, it ain't for his quirk, or lack thereof. Another puff, a long exhale. His eyes are vivisecting. It's 'cause he scares and scared people lash out. 100 voices, calling him a variety of names, creepy, freak, weirdo, worthless, stalker, echo through him. Izuku stares down at himself. His file. Unable to read any more of the information there. Uncomprehending because, of course the ostracization was because he was quirkless. Of course his dad wasn't a villain. Sure, his father was Schrodinger's cat out in America, alive and dead. But this was like saying the cat was actually brought back to life as a zombie in Russia. This is so entirely unlikely, it was completely outside the expected paradigm. Alive or dead? That's the question. This doesn't make any. Except, it does. In a terrible way, it makes perfect sense. And against his will, against the force of his denial, the puzzle pieces snap together in his mind like magnets. Izuku had reached out to Red Sneaker forums, he had talked to other quirkless people. True, a lot were older than him, didn't understand his experiences and offered flat platitudes. Quirklessness was getting rarer with every passing generation. Izuku had always assumed it was his dreams of becoming a hero that pushed them away. A lot of them found his interest in quirks unappealing, but some of them didn't. And in the few and far between times he had chatted with them, there had always been a disconnect between their experiences. Izuku assumed the others were just toning down the isolation, focusing on the positivity they could find in community. Pretending that being treated like some diseased stray to be avoided at all costs didn't bother them. Or perhaps just ignoring it, because it was easier. But now, Izuku bites the inside of his cheek and stares at the ceiling. His fists ball so tight that if he hadn't been wearing his gloves, he'd be drawing blood. He focuses on the pain. The anger. The injustice, on anything except. To answer you more precisely, Ishikawa says, seemingly oblivious to his emotional tumult, we're protectin' the family from outside threats. Easier to keep them safe, if they know how dangerous the real world is. And besides, we can't stay under the radar if we go bubble wrappin' them from every little boo-boo. He gives another half laugh, strained this time. Smoke spills out from his nostrils and the gaps between his teeth as he gives a small sneer, even if it'd make our lives easier. He folds his arms. Now, I can tell you're interested. Otherwise, why bother with all the questions? So are you gonna give me some hours to work with? Or dash? No. The word bursts out of him instantly. Without thought to logic or consideration to strategy. What? There's genuine bafflement there, as though he had never been shut down like that before. Izuku's fists clench. He begins to mutter to himself, a quiet reel of, it's not right, it's not right. This doesn't make sense. Did he fake his death? Why dash, which is finally interrupted when Ishikawa ashes his cigar harshly on its tray with prejudice. He pinches his nose bridge in irritation, sighs, and stands. Look, you got some sorta moral code, right? That's what's got you stiff about all this? You need insurance, we're doing right by M. Mr. Ishikawa says, seeming certain. Izuku takes a wary half-step back, but Ishikawa simply places his hand over his heart and raises a hand. Like he's making an oath. I swear, Ishikawa promises, we ain't hurtin' anybody who doesn't deserve it. Honest to God. No. This is wrong. How? Mr. Ishikawa asks. Sharper now. And there's something to it, like he honestly wants to know. Sure, I'll be first to admit, I wouldn't be doing it without the financial incentive. But at the end of the day, we're just protecting an innocent lady and kid. Doing good things for bad reasons that's still a net positive. That's still good being done. No, that's not, I mean keeping this from them. Izuku blurts. Good things are still good, no matter who does them, but God. Don't you see? Mr. Ishikawa's shoulders tense, suddenly. As though struck with realization. And his expression shudders darkly. But Izuku hardly notices, too busy struggling because God, his father, is alive. And all Izuku can see in his mind's eye is his mother's face, warm and flushed with love as she talks about her husband. Her night. He thinks about how happy she looked and, God? That woman, she loves her husband. That boy loved his father. His voice breaks and his arms fly into the air, and he begins to gesture frantically. They should know. If that woman's husband is still alive, she deserves to know. Izuku comes back to himself with his hands planted on Ishikawa's desk. Chest heaving with deep, stirring emotion. Mr. Ishikawa takes a deep drag, and exhales, from where he's leaned back and low in his chair. I see, Ishikawa says, watching Izuku down the bridge of his nose with a closed-off expression. The air feels dense, the silence thick. I assume you won't be taking the position then. No, Izuku says immediately. He winces at Mr. Ishikawa's visible displeasure. Struggling to hold his momentum when not faced with the pushback he was expecting. Straining against the bonds of his many years of hard-won lessons, which taught him never to talk back to authority figures. And you're sure? Sorry. Izuku says, weaker. Giving a mild, polite bow. He clenches his jaw. But I just can't. Ishikawa stands, and Izuku mirrors him. He circles the desk and places a large hand on Izuku's shoulder. The gesture is friendly, but Izuku's instincts clam up with, danger. Trap. Get free now. But Izuku ignores them. It's still Mr. Ishikawa, after all. No need to apologize, lad, Mr. Ishikawa says with a friendly smile. He pulls out his phone and types something out quickly. Perhaps asking Dabi to come back and escort him out? These things happen. Izuku suddenly feels rather terrible for his rampaging, his shoulders creep up to his ears. Everything the adrenaline had washed away, the doubts and fears and crushing questions left by having his world tilted on its head, come rushing back. And along with them come the warning bells ringing in his head. Insisting that something is wrong. Yeah, but Izuku swallows. I know Dabi probably stuck his neck out for me to get this job, and it was very nice. And I don't have all the details. Maybe the secrecy, maybe. Protecting them is necessary, good even. But I can't, he says, barely holding firm. They deserve to know. And God, he's going to have to tell her, isn't he? God, this going to be some fun news to break with his mom. How could he get her to believe him? He'd have to start from the beginning, but how would he even start that? Hi Mom. I'm secretly a vigilante, and it gets worse. And on that, I suppose we'll have to agree to disagree, right kid? He says. Before Izuku can reply, there's a knock at the door. Noaru. Just in time, Ishikawa preens. I've got a bit of a mess for you to clean up, if you have a moment. The woman, Noaru, he assumes, walks in. She hardly even acknowledges Izuku, simply handing Ishikawa a note? No, some kind of thin rag, before taking a step back. Of course, sir, she buzzes, without seeming to move her mouth at all. The little fly wings on her back twitch. Isn't she just a doll? So efficient, Ishikawa says with a smile. Izuku makes to agree vapidly, even if he is somewhat confused. Oh, and for the record, Ishikawa mutters, leaning close to his ear and giving his shoulder a firmer squeeze, I do wish you had agreed. It would have made all this far easier. The hand on his shoulder slides forward, and then. Mr. Ishikawa has him in a choke hold, and the cloth is pressed over his mouth. And oh. Right, Izuku realizes pitifully late. Ishikawa is a villain. He doesn't know Izuku is Storm Chaser. And after all that's been revealed today, why would he let Storm Chaser out of here alive? Don't struggle, kid. Ishikawa's voice is so smooth. So even. Like he doesn't even care. Izuku scrambles as he's lifted off his feet, but his panic makes his pulse jump and his desperate breath through the cloth just makes his head swim all the faster. Each breath is thick and stings his throat. Just let go. Ishikawa grunts, but his strong arms hold firm. You'll only make it dash. In his thrashing, Izuku manages a hard kick to Ishikawa's kneecap. Gah! F dash. Izuku manages to throw his body weight as the pressure in his head builds and he rasps for air. Ishikawa's grip loosens just a fraction. And Izuku does the only thing he can think of. As soon as he gets the chance, he writhes, craning his neck just enough to get away from the rag. He sinks his teeth into the meat of Ishikawa's forearm. Blood seeps thickly into Izuku's mask. He feels Ishikawa's scales develop and crunch under his molars. God fing dash, Ishikawa yells, shaking him off violently and tearing backwards. Noru points her open palm to him, and Izuku instantly crumples to the ground. His knees slamming to the concrete floor as his body seemingly doubles, then triples in weight. Izuku's head swims. He struggles to orient himself, to stand, but his vision is warbling like he's looking at the world from underwater. Ishikawa backhands him, and Izuku immediately buckles to all fours. He tastes blood, though at this point, it's impossible to tell if it's his own or not. What a hassle, Noru complains. And she pulls out a rectangular gun-shaped something. 2 prongs fly out of it, and Izuku can't dodge them in time. Hell, he can hardly move at all. They nip into his exposed skin. And everything goes blindingly white-hot with pain. Like the worst Charlie horse one could possibly imagine has taken over his entire body. Oh, Izuku thinks distantly as his body seizes and collapses. So that's what it feels like to be tossed. It feels like ages before the burning stops, and even though it sounds like it's underwater, he faintly overhears Ishikawa, sounding distantly nonplussed, make some comment about having to have a discussion with Dabi. Izuku makes to stand, but he barely has time to rattle in a deep breath when something, a boot, slams into his temple, and Izuku passes out. And for the first time in a long time, Izuku does not dream. Storm Chaser wakes up in a trunk. Glass shatters, plastic casing and shiny red glass from the taillight. Rope snaps, slowly and grindingly, and then all at once. There are sirens, then light bursting forth. A familiar, gaunt, wide-eyed face. Storm Chaser escapes. But you knew that already, didn't you? After all, they're not done yet. They're still incomplete. And to do that, they still have to find her. After all, there is still more story to be told. Paragraph. 3 weeks earlier, downtown Mizudafu, Japan. The most annoying thing about getting mugged, for one Toshinori Yagi, is that yes, as All Might, he absolutely could solve things in less than an instant. He could toss the poor mugger to the end of the alley with a blast of wind, hell, he could juggle them like bowling pins if he so wished. But he's not All Might right now, he's mild-mannered Toshinori Yagi. And the muggers can see that. And unless he's willing to give them enough head trauma to cause spontaneous amnesia, there's very little he can do about it that won't reveal his secret. Which means, all things considered, there is actually laughably little Toshinori can do when being mugged. Other than, of course, keep calm, hand over his wallet, escape, bait and switch the attacker, and recover his wallet after apprehending the criminal, All Might style. It's only his deeply ingrained instincts that have Toshinori, in the middle of step 2 of that plan, spotting the boy as he turns a corner. He's short, wearing a black gakurin with a great big All Might yellow backpack slung over one shoulder. Dark, messy hair frames freckled cheeks and huge green eyes. He looks, for all intents and purposes, like a normal middle school kid. Especially as his eyes grow impossibly larger as he realizes what's happening at the other end of the alley he's just turned down. But he's wearing combat boots. Old ones, wide and thick-soled. And when the boy scans across the area, the motion is smooth and surveillant, nothing like what a civilian would do. The hairs on the back of Toshinori's neck raise as they make eye contact. How odd. The boy takes a few steps backward, but instead of running, he holds a finger up over his lips. Even as he pulls on a smile, that looks for all the world as though it's meant to be reassuring, there's something extremely unsettling about this kid. Oi, Grandpa, I said, hand it over. The mugger growls. He shoves his empty hand forward. Toshinori's shoulders go tense as his quirk buzzes beneath his skin, uncharacteristically volatile. He shuffles through his pockets for meaningfully longer than he needs to, trying to communicate with his body language and frantic looks to the boy that he should just get out of here. It doesn't work. The boy moves quietly, almost elegantly across the rusty metal fire escape until he plateaus, never having made a single sound. Perhaps he has some sort of stealth quirk? No, whispers something within him. It is not. Look closer, it beckons. But Toshinori does not hear it. He does not know how to listen. I only wish to warn you, you must know this is a terribly foolish thing to do, young man, Toshinori says, enunciating with purpose. Signaling unsubtle. But the boy simply continues to sneak until he's nearly overhead. For once, Toshinori is strangely grateful that his gaunt condition and shadowed eyes make it hard for one to know precisely where he is looking. Hey! The mugger snaps, the sudden sharpness of his voice drawing Toshinori's attention back. I said hand it over, he snaps, waving his gun around like a fool. Honestly, Toshinori thinks, how does a criminal get this far in life with this kind of garbage trigger DSPLN? Is this his very first robbery? He's good, actually, says a cheerful voice from above. Then four things happen in quick succession. The boy leaps from his spot on the fire escape. The mugger startles at the sudden voice and the new person. The finger he had curled around the trigger tightens reflexively. Instinctively, All Might dodges the bullet. And the boy lands a perfect axe kick onto the mugger's head, knocking him to the ground like a sack of potatoes. It's awfully good form. Familiar form. The boy pauses, after the mugger crumples bonelessly to the ground. Toshinori opens his mouth to thank them. You just dodged a bullet, the boy says, breathless. And Toshinori startles, stifling a bloody cough in his fist. His quirk feels like an ocean swelling within him, suddenly bursting with energy, despite how he knows he's nearly out of time today. I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, he waves his hands frantically. I was diagnosed quirkless, so it really was just luck. He says, quickly tucking his wallet back into his pocket where it belongs. The kid pauses, watching him with unnerving stillness. And Toshinori internally swears. He really hopes this kid doesn't actually have an intelligence quirk or something. Or heaven forbid, touchless telepathy. You were quite quick yourself, young man, and very brave to come to my aid. Toshinori says, hoping to divert this stranger's attention. He really had thought the quirkless excuse would be more effective. Drat. Well, Toshinori would just have to do what he did with the press, redirect. I must assume that's your quirk? It must be some kind of stealth, or strength, perhaps. It seems like it would serve you well as a hero. Toshinori considers, painting on a sunny smile. After all, people love talking about themselves. It's very impressive. I truly owe you my thanks. He gives a warm bow, deeper than is needed. The kid stares at him for a long second, and Toshinori can feel himself start to sweat. There's something about this kid, something behind his eyes, that just feels so strange. Unsettling. But then he smiles, and it looks so young, so awkward and unsure, it knocks all those suspicions right out of Toshinori's head. Well, it's no problem. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way, the kid says finally. He clenches his fists as though physically holding on to his resolve. And, I'm actually, quirkless too. The way he speaks is meeker than before. Even as he stands a little straighter, it feels forced. What? Yagi says, unable to keep the surprise from his tone. I'm quirkless too, the boy repeats. And I'm gonna be a hero. His eyes are so determined, but so young. You are? Toshinori's not sure which fact he's clarifying, but he can't help himself. The boy, Midoriya, apparently, nods. The name suits him. Toshinori frowns. A quirkless kid jumping into a situation like this it seems so impossible. So, isn't that dangerous? The boy in God, he does really look like a boy now, shifting nervously from foot to foot pauses. But Toshinori's mind doesn't. This kid could get hurt, really hurt, if they keep doing this. Hell, Toshinori was nearly killed by All for One, even with the world-bending power of One for All on his side. He definitely would have died without it. And even with it, he's been crippled. Broken beyond repair. Fractured into a weakness from which he will never recover. Could he reasonably let this kid go on taking risks like this, knowing that without a power to protect him, he may die before the year is out? I don't see what you mean. Midoriya shrugs. Like this is something to be taken lightly. Yet there's something shuttered in his wide, bright eyes now. Heroism is a dangerous business for anyone. Toshinori's heart feels heavy in his chest. Yes, but you don't have any power to fall back on, Toshinori says, trying to find a way to let this kid down gently. The boy doesn't know who he is, and the words of an emaciated stranger mean little to someone so set in their ideals. But still, surely, a kid with the drive to train and save people would have the resilience needed to accept reality. Here's Toshinori's fatal flaw: he can't ever let someone die when he can prevent it. No matter what it costs him. I had enough power in that kick to knock this guy out cold, Midoriya says stiffly. There's something barbed and defensive in his tone. Toshinori clenches his jaw. That was a low-level mugger. He wasn't even good. The kid blinks, then raises an eyebrow and tilts his head in a vaguely puppyish manner, as if to say, and you have enough experience being mugged to know this. Why? Not for the first time, and certainly not for the last. Toshinori curses his secret identity. Look, kid, the point is dash. Oh fiddlesticks. Toshinori blinks at the suddenness of how the boy swaps to English. The kid pops up from, where he was just finishing up zip-tying the mugger's hands together. Toshinori hadn't even noticed him start. Excuse me? The boy blinks, turning back toward him. I'm sorry, I think I just saw my bus pass by. I've got to go, Yagi-san. Do me a favor and call the cops, yeah? Midoriya jogs backwards as he speaks, tosses him a wave and a smile that doesn't quite meet his eyes. Shrugging the straps of his bag up higher, he sprints off. Toshinori feels his quirk burning under his skin, but it fades the more distance falls between them, leaving him cold and more drained than ever. Toshinori pretends not to notice that he never told the boy his name. Tries to ignore how well executed the boy's fighting moves were, how similar his axe kick was to Gran Torino's preferred style. It spawns too many questions to think about. But one oddity he isn't able to ignore is how familiar the boy seemed. It keeps pricking at the back of his neck, like a bug under his skin, writhing, digging deeper the longer it's ignored. He tries anyway, of course. Toshinori is nothing if not good at ignoring his problems. And it works, for a while, at least. Until the boy starts appearing in his dreams, that is. Present day, downtown Mizudafu, Japan. All Might is scouring the streets, having recently lost a slimy bank robber, and maybe saying it was recently is an understatement given how low the sun has gotten, but it's been a very long, strange day. And the villain wasn't exactly easy to deal with either, given his propensity to hop from innocent host to host. When he spots a car speeding dangerously on a relatively empty street. Normally, some reckless driving wouldn't be quite enough for All Might himself to respond to, especially when he's already tracking another criminal, but this one is different. All Might leaps from his rooftop perch. Sprinting forward, each step leaving craters under his heels as he swiftly catches up to the car. Because there is an arm, waving out the back of the punch-through trail light. All Might leaps onto the roof of the sedan, attempting to keep his landing as soft as possible to not crush it. He mostly succeeds. He wedges his hand into the seam of the sunroof, he peels open not unlike peeling the top off a can of sardines. Though, instead of fish, this one just contains a few screaming, swearing thugs. Going a bit fast, aren't we? All Might asks, voice booming. Face painted with his signature smile. But that's all right, because I am here. And those in the car who weren't already swearing start, with gusto. One raises a gun, but All Might grabs the barrel and pinches it closed, mangling it before he can get off a shot. I'm sorry sir, but you really should be wearing a seatbelt, All Might says as he rips out the seatbelt and ties the man's arms to his sides. Safety first, you know. Now why don't we slow things down a dash? It's then that the first thing goes wrong. The driver doesn't slam on his brakes, but the gas. He swerves wildly, the car angles off the bridge. Instinctually, in the split second they're airborne, All Might throws himself through the front windshield and out in front of the car. Twisting in front of it. Crunch crash bang. All Might feels himself bust through at least 2, maybe 3 layers of concrete brick as the car careens through ceiling and walls, feels it crumble on his back and tear at the Kevlar of his suit. He knows his legs have hit foundation only when his body stops punching through concrete. He braces the car, suspended at an angle, and quickly lowers it to the ground. The suspension makes it bounce a little as it lands. Blood chokes up through his teeth before he can stop it, and brakes, just a bit. Most of his upper body shriveling into his thin form. He grimaces. No one in the car seems conscious at the moment to see his lapse, but there's no telling as to how long that'll last. All Might stands. Not easily, but he does. The metal of the car has crunched into large hand prints his bony fingers no longer fill. And then, it's quiet. There's a rushing from a broken water pipe, somewhere distant. A squeaking from a vent grate now hanging from just one corner. A menthol-like cold fills the air, as dust from the rubble settles into a low fog on the floor. All Might grimaces, a hand falling instinctively to his injury, which aches anew. He brushes aside a school desk and chair, and kicks aside a small, oblong cylinder not unlike a detonator in an old Hollywood movie. The button seems to be stuck pressed in, but it doesn't seem to be doing much and grimaces. He grits his teeth and pulls himself back together, puffing back up to his muscular form with an effort that feels like holding his breath. DMN, he hasn't got nearly enough time left for this kinda crap? A gust of cool, fresh air spills down from above. And for a moment, staring up through the hole in the ceiling, the light from the city blocked by the hole he stands in, the sky is nothing more than a gap through which he can see a haze of stars. All Might breathes in, but the dust from the rubble has not thinned. It tastes heavy. He feels strangely lightheaded. He notices that a piece of rubble landed on the trunk, caving in the corner where the hand had been. Heart beating out of his chest, a mantra of no no no. And all he can see is how fragile things break. How the light shifts, and suddenly the sky is a mirror. And there are 8 stars in the sky. And the dead rely on tomorrow just the same as us all. After all, when was the last time he checked to be sure the ground was still under his feet? His body moves, shuffling like a magnet drawn to itself. And with strength that does not feel like his own, All Might peels away the metal of the half-crumpled trunk like an orange rind. Because there should be 9. Because when there is no time left, and when tomorrow stops coming, they have nothing to lean on and they fall, and so the dead finally die. Because you've been living on borrowed time for a while now, All Might, but not quite like this. Because he remembers, and suddenly he is acutely aware of how his failing body leans on the time he has left like a cane, and how the night air clings to his skin like a clammy sweat. Blood chokes its way up his throat, and All Might's form collapses, a tower of cards against a tornado. A crushing wave of déjà vu and wrong rush over him. Because you do not have a lot of time left, do you, All Might? And then, the boy in the trunk smiles. Calm, quiet and pained. He peels off his medical mask, and there's blood between his teeth. You're here, he says. Voice harsh and ragged, and oh so terribly familiar. His mind nearly refuses to process it. The boy does a tacit scan over Toshinori's deepest shame, his true form. Oh, don't worry. His eyes are so bright they seem to almost glow in the darkness. His arm is surely broken in several places, crushed and bloodied by the debris, but he hardly seems to notice as he clumsily removes the visor. I won't tell if you don't, the boy whispers, lisping from the blood and ragged cuts around his mouth. Bare, freckled cheeks splinter into a smile. And there, crawling, stumbling out from the trunk with a smile on his face, is the boy from his dreams. 9. Paragraph. Tsukachi's tires screech, bleeding black onto the pavement as he slides into the parking lot of the half-decimated school building. He hits his comms as he tumbles out of his car, running into the rubble. Alto Eagle, do you copy? Nothing. The other end of the line makes a noise, a high-pitched whine followed by a gargle. In range, but seriously damaged. Tsukachi threads his way as quickly and carefully between jagged, busted rebar and chunks of walls as he can, stepping over a half-flattened locker and pages of a book that must have been shredded on impact. The whole place smells like concrete dust and hot metal. He's probably the first to arrive, but he's fairly sure he's also the only one who got a distress signal from All Might. With the size of the crash, it's unlikely he'll be alone for long. He needs to move fast. Detective Tsukachi? Eraserhead cuts, rappelling down from a nearby building. What are you doing here? Sheet. Was in the area, saw the crash. Tsukachi plays it off. He moves toward Eraser, dusting off his pants from the rubble. Why are you dash? Was tracking a potential kidnapping. All Might intercepted and ruined everything as goddamn usual. Eraserhead spits. Tsukachi winces instinctively. Have you paged dash? Paramedics and backup are on their way. 5 minutes tops. Eraserhead tucks his phone into his pocket and readies his scarf. Until then, I'll check out the school. All Might will have kept all the people in the car alive, but if any kids stayed after school, they may use their quirks on instinct and destabilize the building further. You should come with me dash. No, Tsukachi shakes his head sharply, forcing his tone to keep even and to show no signs of how on edge he feels. All Might doesn't use his distress beacon often, and if he weren't so terrified of breaking All Might's trust and letting Eraserhead see his true form, he'd already be sprinting around, shouting at the tops of his lungs. But as it is, it'll be more efficient to split up. Plus, I just saw All Might leap off, Tsukachi lies. Fucking figures, Eraserhead grumbles. Then the perps are dash. Stuck in the pit where the car came in. Tsukachi cuts. It looks too deep to climb out without quirk assistance. My quirk will help me de-escalate with the perps, and the victim if they're still down there, and figure out what happened while they're stuck. And hopefully get All Might out of Dodge before this place is swarming with cops and pros. Logical, Eraserhead nods. He's obviously is suspicious, but not enough to get in the way of operations. Keep your comm hot, I'll call you if I need you. You really should get a comm of your own, you know. Yeah. Eraserhead says, already moving off. Tsukachi threads back into the rubble and waits until he's sure Eraserhead is far enough away. He wobbles the dial switch on his comm, to make it sound like his connection is failing, then swaps fully to the secure line, which is hissing like a rattlesnake. He'll probably have a few minutes before Eraserhead notices the call has dropped and comes looking. Owl to Eagle, you'd better be dead or fast approaching. Or I swear I'm gonna dash. He's made it to the edge of the car-shaped hole in the ground when, just barely audible over the static, he hears. Unharmed, CRRCH, hole. There was a kid dash. Just under the static, there's a faint, clearer echo. CRRRCH, all dash. Eagle? Tsukachi yells. The static cuts, as the comm is shut off. Eagle, do you copy? Detective? Toshinori's voice is scratchy, but a relief to hear. He rattles out a wet cough, I'm down here. I figured that much, Tsukachi snarks under his breath. What the hell did you do? He shouts. He shuffles carefully toward the edge, kneeling to distribute his weight over a broader surface, and peers down into the hole. Toshinori looks scratched and dirty, but generally fine. Which is strangely more worrying. Had to stop a car. With your bare hands, I'm sure. Tsukachi huffs. You're out of time, I assume? Toshinori nods awkwardly. Didn't you tell me at lunch today you were going to go home and rest? Tsukachi fishes out a small bundle of fabric from inside his coat, just a pair of slacks and a t-shirt he keeps in his car. Both in All Might size, but big enough to cover his costume. He channels his frustration into the throw and is minority satisfied when Toshinori lets out a startled little oomph when it hits him square in the chest. There was a child in the trunk, Toshinori objects, he needed help. And Eraserhead was tracking him already. You do know there are other heroes in the world, right? Who? Toshinori asks. He unfolds the bundle and quickly gets dressed. Eraserhead is an underground hero, and a DMN smart one too. Oh, yes. He's a teacher, isn't he? Toshinori says vacantly, I think I've worked with him, and he sounds so casual about it, so careless with his own health that Tsukachi just snaps. This isn't a joke, All Might. He hisses. If you keep pushing your limits, your time is going to keep shrinking. Just look around you, you've literally run yourself into the ground. And for a moment, All Might's self-made pit is as silent as a grave. I know, Toshinori says. And it's so strange, so unlike him, that it takes a moment for Tsukachi to process the ping that lights up across his mind. True. Thank you for coming on such short notice, old friend, Toshinori says. Startled and deeply unnerved by the unusual display of self-awareness, Tsukachi pauses. Of course. He says earnestly. He takes in a deep breath, chewing on his frustration, and lets it out. Okay, tough guy, think you can get out on your own? Toshinori does the last few buttons of his shirt and peers up. I think I can climb up on top of the car and reach the edge of the hole, Toshinori says. And now that he thinks about it, there's something unnervingly airy about the way Toshinori speaks. That's what he did. Who did? Tsukachi watches as, with a strange, almost floating ease, Toshinori steps up onto the back of the truck, walks to the roof of the car and levers himself up and out of the hole. The kid, Toshinori grunts as he flops up over the edge. Toshinori rolls away from the edge of the hole, ending up lying on his back. 9, he says. Clothes dusty. He smiles upward, but not at Tsukachi. Beyond him. He barks out a laugh, sudden and cold. God damn it, Toshinori rubs his palms on the backs of his eye sockets and presses. Scrubs at his eyes some more and keeps staring up. His smile gone thin and cold. 9? Tsukachi asks, brow furrowed. He looks up to see if he can spot whatever has Toshinori's attention, but all he can see is a few faint stars through a haze of light pollution. My successor, All Might says. Spitting the word like a curse. True. Paragraph. Tsukachi and Toshinori make their way back out of the pit before Eraserhead finds them, even after Tsukachi took up extra time checking Toshinori for a concussion. Twice. Sadly, their luck runs out about when they hit the parking lot. The crime scene is bustling to life now, rookies rolling out crime scene tape and rigs lighting up the night with blue and red. Eraserhead corners them by the building. Needling for any information possible about what happened, despite it being a breach in protocol. Toshinori takes on his usual alias of a civilian in the wrong place at the wrong time, speaking vaguely and awkwardly about everything to do with All Might, but when it comes to the boy. Tsukachi's heart drops as Toshinori gives a physical description. Storm Chaser, Eraser says, unshakable. Tsukachi nods. They focus back to Toshinori, who looks curious in his own right, but willing to bite his tongue for the moment. You said he seemed injured? Eraserhead asks, honing in like a bloodhound. His wrist was certainly broken, and he was quite bloodied. He did not seem like he was in a good space mentally either. Very empty in the eyes? He didn't stick around long, Toshinori says softly. Dreamily. Throughout the conversation his head had been drifting back to stare up at the sky, but now, stares down at his feet like his head weighs 100 tons. I'm ashamed to admit I was fairly too shocked by the event to stop him. Tsukachi locks eyes with Eraserhead. Tsukachi nods, and makes some half-nicety to get Tashinori, shuffling him to sit in the back seat of his rig, so that he and Eraser can distance themselves to confer. Tashinori is visibly displeased by this, but does as he's bid. He's playing the hapless bystander right now, after all. And truly, it might be the smartest thing he's done all night. Sheet, Eraserhead mutters. He runs a hand backwards through his greasy hair. That kid's gonna drive me into an early grave. Tsukachi nods in agreement. Eraserhead begins. I'll get his statement, Tsukachi cuts in, nodding back to Tashinori. You go find the kid, Tsukachi says. Make sure he's not gonna bleed out on the streets. Eraserhead hesitates for a beat, but Tsukachi stands firm. And Eraser seems to need no more convincing than that. Nodding and casting out his scarf, he streaks out into the night. Tsukachi watches him go for a moment, then stumbles back to his unit, sits down in the driver's seat, plucks a coffee cup from the cup holder and takes a long, slow sip. Given the time of night, it should be decaf or tea. Tashinori knows him though, so Tsukachi doesn't bother pretending. He grabs a water bottle from the glove compartment and passes it back through the hatch in the plexiglass. Tashinori takes a swig and then just toys with the cap for a long moment. Tsukachi, Tashinori whispers. And there's something so eerie to how quiet All Might has been, that even amongst the bustling noise of the crime scene, Tsukachi turns to him. I think. Tashinori pauses, swallows, then locks eyes with his friend through the rearview mirror. He shakes his head. May I borrow your phone? Tsukachi's brow furrows at the strange gravity of Tashinori's tone. He shuffles through his glove compartment and pulls out his personal phone. Tashinori's bony hands tremble as he unpacks in the number. Who are you calling? Tsukachi asks quietly, as gently as he can bear. The phone rings for a long time, long enough that Tashinori could still hang up. He certainly looks like he wants to, entire body taut like a bowstring. But he doesn't. A click, it connects. Mirai, Tashinori breaths, before the other can even utter a greeting. God, his voice sounds wrecked. All Might? Night, I says, sounding surprised. The leather of the steering wheel creaks under Tsukachi's now white-knuckled grip. Tashinori wets his lips and shudders out a heavy, trembling breath. He pushes on. He must. We need to talk.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.